Modern Minecraft sucks. Let's go back.
It's not nostalgia. Old Minecraft was great. Minecraft has lost its identity. What, did it drop its driver's license down the couch or something?
You know, there's nothing I enjoy more than watching stupid 20-minute videos of some dweeb drone on about how he doesn't like modern Minecraft, because he apparently thinks adding cherry wood is a sin against man, and that the old versions of Minecraft were so much better. I got another one recommended to me recently. Why Old Minecraft Was So Much Better by Sip Over. Hey, don't blame me, he's the one who capitalized every word in the title. It's like a Jaden Smith tweet. But look, I'll cut to the chase. This video by Sip Over is digital garbage, and here is why. I'm going to be going over the video, but first I'm going to do us all a favor and skip about 2 minutes ahead. You've already had to listen to my obnoxious intro, I won't subject you to another.
While it is still definitely a sandbox, modern day Minecraft has an advancements page for you to follow, certain steps you need to do to beat the game.
Sipover immediately starts his criticism of what he likes to call modern Minecraft by complaining about the addition of advancements, which I will remind everyone were first added in the form of achievements all the way back in Beta 2011, the same version that added steak, aka the same version he's playing in the video as he complains that old versions were apparently better. What, did you forget to press escape when recording this video? Did you not do the littlest bit of research? Sipover then goes on to give 2 examples of what he calls modern Minecraft problems. Here is the first one.
For instance, how will you solve this modern day Minecraft problem of being chased by a horde of zombies?
And here is the exact same scenario in Beta 1.8. As you can see, despite not using the sprint key, I can still easily just walk away from the zombies. The truth is, Minecraft was never a hard game, it was just new and people didn't know how to play it. But anyway, what is Sipover even trying to suggest with this clip? That the sprint key was somehow a bad addition? Look, I know we're huffing our own farts with this video, but come on! Also, check this out, sprinting was also added in Beta 1.8, again, the version he's comparing it to. I guess he forgot to check that as well. Here is the second scenario he presents.
Modern day Minecraft problem 2. You're running low on items.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
So Sipover has a master level toolsmith, as well as 4 whole stacks of emeralds in his inventory. But, you know, we'll just forget those exist, just to make it easier on him. To level up this particular villager to master, a player would have to trade 75 coal and 78 iron ingots to reach this, or maybe a bit more because he clearly hit the villager in a previous take. And all of this is just to have access to expensive trades that provide low-level enchanted diamond equipment for 1 villager. And this is totally not accounting for the fact that you would also need more emeralds to buy the tool. To act as if this is a nothing burger requiring no effort to get is pure lunacy.
The entire time I felt somewhat helpless and uncertain. Nowadays, if I load up a new Minecraft world, I'll have the next 3 years planned out ahead. I'll head straight to a village, take all their loot, get some easy diamonds from a mega cave, go to the nether for 20 minutes, then find the end portal to beat the game.
There is a common trend I've noticed among all these terrible nostalgia baiting video essays, and that is every time, without fail, they encapsulate Minecraft as a set progression that ends with the Ender Dragon. To these people, the point of Minecraft is not to build, not to experiment, nor create. No, the point of Minecraft is to kill the Ender Dragon, of course, as fast as possible, preferably. Once I have my enchanted gear and egg, there's nothing to do in the game. The biome diversity is pointless. Who cares about slime blocks, redstone, or building? They don't help me kill the Ender Dragon. In the most popular sandbox game of all time, which is often described as digital Legos, let's not even bring up the fact that building is literally the main point of the game. But to these people, it may as well be a side activity. The whole point of Minecraft is to kill the Ender Dragon, as we all clearly know.
In old Minecraft, you were forced to think creatively to solve these types of problems and to play the game, making it a true sandbox. In my opinion, creating something completely from your own imagination and seeing a vision come to life life is much more rewarding and fun.
I think there should be a rule where if you want to publish one of these Minecraft bad videos, you should be obligated to post the Minecraft build that you've made. Because I guarantee you, most of these people are just crappy builders who are uncreative people. They can't see the value in modern Minecraft editions because they're incapable of understanding the intrinsic reward of creating something. I don't make redstone minigames because it helps me get good gear or diamonds or kill the dragon. I make them because I find it fun. Not that Sipover would know anything about creating something new. Take one look at his channel. Most of these videos are rehashed topics or just showcasing stuff other people have made. Hey Sipover, why don't you pay someone $5,000 for a personality?
While the game being so carefree and predictable can support other aspects of the game, like building, how can Minecraft feel like an adventure if you know exactly what you're going to do and exactly what will happen?
Sipover then goes on to say that modern Minecraft doesn't feel like an adventure, and in the dweebiest move possible, shows the literal dictionary definition of adventure on screen to somehow prove his delusions. Okay, dude, I'll bite. The definition of adventure is an undertaking usually involving danger and unknown risks. My brother in Christ! Trial chambers, ancient cities, woodland mansions.
Anong gusto nyo?
Prito, please.
Okay. Ma, di lang tayo chef, kundi nutritionist ng tahanan. Ang simpleng ulam, gawing nutritious at masarap. Magdal Monte tomato sauce. May nutrients para sa pamilya.
Sarap!
Ocean monuments and cities. Hell, even venturing into the new mega caves has a sense of awe and scale that makes you want to delve deeper into the depths. Oh, sorry, am I being too earnest? Would it be better if I played the game with Fulbright, an ore texture pack and free cam? After all, it would make killing the dragon easier. Sipover then moves on to talking about Skyblock and its enduring personality as evidence that old Minecraft was better. This is what he says.
Made me realize what the charm of Skyblock is and what old Minecraft has that makes it so good. Skyblock is the purest form of Minecraft you can play. There's only 6 main blocks and items you're presented with when first loading in. It's so incredibly simple, and figuring out a way to make do and progress with just these blocks is what makes it great.
And you know what? I gotta give the dumbass some credit. I think he's completely correct. That is why Skyblock has done so well, and why it's endured. But to say that this idea is limited to old Minecraft is once again pure nonsense. You can play Minecraft and reasonably progress on just a single block of grass. Hell, you can do it on just dirt. Or take a look at normal Superflat with Mog Swamp. New updates have finally allowed him to get access to snow. What Sipover is really describing isn't old Minecraft at all. He's just describing challenge runs and then acting all pretentious and douchey about it. But whatever, I need to save my breath, because one of the stupidest takes of the entire video is about to come up.
Look at how simple the creative menu was compared to now. There isn't what's called a choice overload bias, which is when you're presented with so many choices, choosing becomes unappealing. Instead, old Minecraft and Skyblock's simplicity of items and features makes it easy to get immersed and satisfied, especially when it comes to building. With the simplicity of the features, block choices, and decoration of old Minecraft, you didn't have to know every damn strategy and color combo to make something that looks good, because no matter what, it fit in with the simple world and environment.
This entire sentence is just one massive cope from Sipover, that as I predicted earlier in the script, he can't build fish. He is now complaining that modern Minecraft has too much choice and too many options when it comes to creativity and building. And he much preferred it when building choices were so archaic that his crap cobble boxes didn't look so bad in comparison to the other crap cobble boxes. But now in modern Minecraft, where more creative people have access to colors, shapes and textures, his uncreative, soulless husk of a mind can't keep up. But go ahead, Sipover, put another bruh sound effect on something you had to download off Planet Minecraft. God knows you didn't build this yourself.
The appeal of immersive simplicity is also outlined in game progression between old and new Minecraft.
Immersive simplicity. Immersive simplicity. That's a buzzword if I've ever heard it. What the hell does that even mean? Immersive simplicity? That sounds like something Apple would market the new iPhone as. I'm like, what?
In the old version, you're fully immersed, focused on progressing and being able to survive the night, and everything you encounter either aids or challenges you from doing so. There's a purpose to everything. There's nothing unnecessary to distract you and break the immersion. On the contrary, today's version of the game has a million different biomes and structures for you to check out.
Oh no! We wouldn't want the player to get distracted by a cool biome or structure. They might actually gain self-agency and want to build something in that cherry grove. God forbid! Don't they know the whole point of the game is to kill the Ender Dragon, not build something cool? Stop having fun! Stop having fun! Why does Mojang keep adding all these useless features and distractions, like bees? Honey doesn't help me get to the end, and I'm not gonna do redstone. That's for like nerds or whatever. It's just another useless distraction. It doesn't really contribute much to the game. And on top of this all, he goes on to argue that this somehow makes you less immersed in the game.
The more distractions, meaningless and useless stimulation you're faced with, the less immersed in presence you'll end up feeling.
Oh my god, new biomes, new mobs and structures? I'm so unimmersed right now. Like, what? But okay, Sipova. I've decided to make the most immersive game possible. You start by spawning in an empty void. And that's it. Are you immersed yet, dumbass? He then goes on to talk about 20 Sipova makes about modern Minecraft that I actually agree with. However, he still manages to mess it up by using a food analogy. Classic Americans.
If I go out to eat, I always go to a local family-owned restaurant or something.
He just says that old Minecraft was like Notch baked you a personal little cake, completely forgetting the fact that Notch stepped down as lead dev ever since 1.0, 3 whole years before selling the game. Oh, and by the way, 1.0 was buggy as hell. Not that Sipova would know, he barely played it in the video.
While I know good things don't last forever and you have to move on in life,
Oh no, old Minecraft is gone. It's so Sip-over.
whether or not you agree with old Minecraft being better than today's,
I don't.
Lost media is probably one of my favorite internet trends over the past couple of years. Something about media that only exists through screenshots, short, low-resolution videos, and sometimes even word of mouth or just people's memories have always fascinated me. And this isn't any different when it comes to video games, as there is a shit ton of video game lost media out there. So I kind of just wanted to talk about some that I personally found interesting. Okay, cool. Enjoy. Disney Channel Interactive was a minigame service offered through Dish Network starting in 2007, accessible via Channel 100 on Dish Home, where users with the compatible cable boxes and plans could play exclusive games based on Disney Channel shows such as Hannah Montana, Kim Possible, That's So Raven, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, etc., which was also developed by the company VisaWare. Users would have to pay the $5 subscription fee for full access, with the occasional free weekends. In addition to games, the channel also provided episode descriptions and air dates for upcoming Disney Channel programming. The service did have its good couple of years, and a lot of people online remember playing these games as a kid and having great memories with it. However, with a lot of these shows either being cancelled or finishing, the service very quietly shut down in the early 2010s, and with no official backup to the games, it left all these service games completely lost, with nearly every game on the service being basically inaccessible, with only a few recordings of the games being online, such as the Zack and Cody game. According to the Lost Media Wiki, it is unknown the exact date in which the service was discontinued. Press releases as late as 2010 mentioned the service. It was likely discontinued due to the shows featured on the service having been cancelled. And when using the Wayback Machine, we can see it under the Dish TV Games section, with this being the official main menu of Disney Channel Interactive. At this time, interactive TV games were starting to catch on with TV providers, as DirecTV also had something similar called the Game Lounge during the late 2000s, but this was also eventually cancelled in 2013, with almost every single game on this service as well becoming lost media. It wasn't until 2022 a member of the Lost Media Wiki named Just contacted Dish Network to ask if any data or game files or if just anything still existed from Disney Channel Interactive. The Dish employee would respond by confirming that all related files were permanently wiped from their archives when they had transitioned to the new Hopper DVR system in 2012, with also a former VisaWare employee confirming a full list of games that existed and were able to play on the service, though most, if not almost every single one of them, are still uncoverable today, pretty much slightly killing off any hope of one day these games resurfacing and being playable again. With the decline of TV over the years, these sort of subscription-based games from the 2000s are only going to become more obscure. Like most games that have existed for a while and been developed over the years, it's pretty crazy to see the progress that games have gone through when looking at past gameplay from now, which is the case for the oldest available version of Minecraft available to the public, which was released on May 13th of 2009. It's a pretty bare bones version of the game as Notch, the creator, used it to solely test mobs and experiment. Around this time, Minecraft was known as Cave Game as Notch was inspired by games like Infinite Miner and Dwarf Fortress. The first version of the game was released by Notch on a forum page on May 19th, 2009. But unfortunately, with many large video game franchises, there are different early builds from early development cycles that are now missing entirely, as Minecraft when first released was only playable through a web browser. So every time the game was updated, which Notch would do a lot, even sometimes several times a day, the old version would immediately get replaced. And unless someone manually saved a copy of that version, it would be lost forever. With these versions being called the pre-classic versions, which were made between May 10th to May 16th of 2009, the classic versions, which were made between May 17th to November 10th of 2009, as Notch had confirmed these versions from game logs, Mojang's old development blogs, and his own blog/Tumblr. Several builds from both versions from this time are completely lost. The list of how many versions is pretty long, with some versions being found through old YouTube videos and screenshots. But because of how the game was handled and distributed back then, finding these versions is pretty much impossible, with also Minecraft multiplayer not officially releasing until May 31st, 2009, during the classic versions era, with also some of the earliest servers and communities also being completely lost. Since they were not hosted on Mojang servers, these servers were local player hosted, usually run from their home computers. If the player didn't back up the files or moved on to a newer version, that world would be completely lost. One of which was for the server Fcraft, which is one of the earliest known communities to host Minecraft servers. They hosted countless classic multiplayer worlds, as some of the first buildings, castles, pixel arts, and creations by some of the oldest and first Minecraft players and communities from some of the oldest servers are probably gone forever. But at least there's still communities like Omni Archive who are working to find these old versions and release them to the public. The Hatsune Miku Project Diva is a series of rhythm games created by Sega and Krypton Future Media. Releasing on July 2nd of 2009, the series currently consists of 6 main titles. At the time before release, Hatsune Miku was just a popular voice bank and digital character used in fan-made songs. Sega eventually took the risk of making it into its own game, and it pretty much exploded in popularity almost instantly, as this was also the first Vocaloid rhythm game. Vocaloid went from a niche internet interest with a small fan base to being known worldwide, with Miku pretty much bridging the gap of online media and pop culture. Sega created a website for the game in 2008, along with all the new content that was going to be featured in the game, with the game also being previewed at the Tokyo Game Show that same year. However, before the actual game officially released, there was the Hatsune Miku Project Diva demo, as the demo is what was being played at these events when showcased, with the game supposedly only being 39% done when announced. The demo supposedly contained 5 songs, but when the actual game was released, the demo pretty much just vanished. The early demo of the game showed the foundational gameplay systems, along with the timing-based button presses, Miku's early 3D model, a basic UI, and the demo songs with the animations being much choppier than in the final version. But once released, the demo was completely non-existent. No digital dump has ever surfaced. In September of 2008, the demo of the game was apparently leaked, but then was quickly taken down by Sega. But this is just a rumor, it's not confirmed if this actually happened. With only pictures from event booths, descriptions from people who played it, and speculations and rumors from the online communities are what still exists of the demo. No direct gameplay or screenshots of the UI are publicly available, with it only being playable from booths at the events that it was previewed at. No ROM or ISO of the demo has ever been leaked online, but there are active communities on the hunt for the demo, with even an official Discord of trying to find the lost demo, discovering magazines and flyers containing early information and designs of the game, early builds of songs on the demo and concept art. There has also been a few quote-unquote leaks of the project over the years, but they were all fake and almost instantly debunked, with one of them even being a modded version of GTA Liberty City, which has embedded Vocaloid videos in it. Yeah, you really can't make this up. Some fans have even tried contacting former Sega developers and event staff who might have had access to early builds of the game, but for the most part, has gone nowhere. But as for the demo itself, this will probably serve as the most important piece of lost media in Vocaloid history. The Little Big Arcade was a Facebook promotional flash game for Little Big Planet 2 made in 2010. The game enabled users to craft and share mini levels using their Facebook friends' profiles. The game was accessible via Facebook's App Center, allowing users to engage with Little Big Planet outside of PlayStation. But after Little Big Planet 2 was released, the game was closed from Facebook, as the game was built solely to promote the new game coming out. Around the early 2010s, Facebook Flash games started to decline, and with Little Big Planet Arcade having such a small and obscure fan base, they decided to quietly pull the game. But since it was built using Facebook's backend and outdated Flash technology, the game is likely to be completely lost unless someone managed to preserve the original files before it was taken down. Which we have no idea if anyone actually did that. And for years, there was no actual screenshots or footage of the game, as this game wasn't even made by the actual Little Big Planet team, but by Sony and a company named Curb. It wasn't until December 31st of 2024, the popular Little Big Planet YouTuber A made a short about the game, bringing it much needed attention. And surprisingly, the original developer Jim Harris commented on the short. I was the original developer that worked on this project back in 2011. Curb were a multi-award-winning online entertainment and digital game studio, specializing in designing and developing social monetized games and toys for mobile and the web. I was one of the founding employees. We pioneered viral marketing before social media was even a thing, and we were the early adopters of Adobe Flash. Most of us are still working in web and digital. Crazy days. With him even saying that he would release the game or some sort of information about the game. With another commenter on the short replying to Jim's message about a month later. Hi Jim, I'm a lost media hunter who is trying to find a playable build of Little Big Arcade. Me and another user created a page on the Lost Media Wiki, trying to bring awareness to this obscure Little Big Planet game, and we were wondering when you will be able to release the game soon, and if you have any footage or screenshots. But it's been about 3 months and we haven't gotten any new information about the game. I think there's a small chance that we will get something soon, but as of now, the game is still completely lost. Pokemate was a mobile phone game developed by Square Enix, which was released in Japan in 2006, which is technically the very first Pokemon mobile game to ever release. The game allowed players to capture Pokemon, chat with other players, and take care of their Pokemon. It was kind of like a virtual pet simulator. New players only received 10 Pokeballs and a random Pokemon to start. However, a formal service edition was released for a monthly fee of 210 yen to get more Pokeballs and Pokemates, and just overall media within the app. The app was region locked as it was only used for the phone series, the NTT Docomo Foma 900i. It was kinda just more of a messaging pet game as you could chat with up to 16 friends simultaneously. Features included text messaging, voicemail system, and email-like communication through the Hiroba mail system. There wasn't any battling or leveling, and it wasn't tied to any mainline games. You just took care of your mons and put them into the PC and chat with your friends. Square Enix showed it privately to journalists at E3 2006, and no public announcement for a US release ever happened, but the game was rumored to be coming over to the US. However, the game got very low interaction in Japan and never really took off. Eventually, the game was shut down in January of 2008. And since the app was only available on this specific line of Japanese smartphones, trying to find data and assets of the game was extremely hard. The user Luckless Heaven uploaded a video of the title screen in 2019, which is the only recording of the app we still have available. He said in the description that he was going to try to dump the game, which basically means he was going to try to extract data from it. But he gave a small update 3 years later, basically saying it was going to be hard to dump. And since then, there's been zero updates since. There was also an old blog post of a player basically just documenting all of his progress on the game. But even the person who wrote this blog basically just said that the app was trash. Nonetheless, it still left a lot of people very curious on how the app plays. And I find it very unlikely that there's ever going to be a playable version of the game. I think it's safe to say that the first Pokemon mobile game will probably forever be lost.
From age 30, ang buto nagsisimula ng rumupok.
Take Caltrate now.
To Moscow I came seeking fortune, but they're making me work till I'm dead. The bourgeoisie have it so easy. The Tsar's putting gold on his bread. The people of Moscow are hungry, but think what a feast there could be if we could create a socialist state that cared for the people like me. I am the man who arranges the blocks that descend upon me from up above. They come down and I spin them around till they fit in the ground like hand in glove. Sometimes it seems that to move blocks is fine and the lines will be formed as they fall. Then I see that I have misjudged it. I should not have nudged it after all. Can I have a long one, please? Why must these infernal blocks tease? I am the man who arranges the blocks that continue to fall from up above. Come Muscovite, let the workers unite, a collective regime of peace and love. I work so hard in arranging the blocks, but the landlord and taxman bleed me dry. But the workers will rise, we will not compromise, for we know that the old regime must die. Long live Lenin, kill the Tsar. We salute the sickle and store. I am the man who arranges the blocks that continue to fall from up above. The food on your plate now belongs to the state, a collective regime of peace and love. I have no choice in arranging the blocks, and the Bolshevik rule, what they say goes. The rule of the game is we all are the same, and my blocks must create unbroken rows. Long live Stalin, he loves sing these words, or you know what he'll do. I am the man who arranges the blocks that are made by the men in Kazakhstan. They come 2 weeks late and they don't tessellate, but we're working to Stalin's 5-year plan. I am the man who arranges the tanks that will make all the Nazis keep away. The Führer is dead and Europe is red. Let us point all our guns at the USA. We shall live forevermore. We can start a nuclear war. I am the man who arranges the blocks that are building a highly secret base. Hip hip hurrah for the USSR, we are sending our men to outer space. I work so hard in arranging the blocks, but each night I go home to my wife in tears. What's the point of it all when you're building a wall and in front of your eyes it disappears? Pointless work for pointless pay. This is one game I shall not play. I am the man who arranges the blocks. But tomorrow, I think I'll stay in bed. The winter is cold, I've got plenty of gold, and I'm standing in line for a loaf of bread. Maybe we'd be better off if we brought down Gorbachev. I am the man who arranges the blocks that continue to fall from up above. The markets are free, so much money for me. Tell me, why should I care for peace and love? The markets are free, so much money for me. Tell me, why should I care for peace and love? Peace and love. Peace and love.
And now the wall is down, the Marxists frown, there's foreign shops all over town. When in Red Square, well, don't despair, there's Levi's and McDonald's there. The US gave us crystal meth, and Yeltsin drank himself to death. But now that Putin's put the boot in, who'll get in our way? So we reject free enterprise, and once again the left will rise. Prepare the flags to be unfurled, 'cause we're seceding from the world. We shall regain the Georgian soil, we shall obtain the Arctic oil, we shall arrange the blocks and toil forever and a day.
I'm Indy Nidell.
And I'm Per from Sabaton, and this is Sabaton History.
The 30 Years' War, 400 years ago, pitted Catholic Europe against Protestant Europe.
And 30 years was pretty much what you would call a lifetime of war.
Two ways to view the world, so similar at times. Two ways to rule the world, to justify their crimes.
Starting with the Protestant Reformation that kicked off a century earlier, by 1618, the Holy Roman Empire had grown deeply divided into Protestant, Lutheran, and Catholic territories. But this mostly German Empire, even though in reality more of a multicultural patchwork of many duchies and dioceses, was still technically an empire ruled by a single emperor of the Habsburg dynasty, and it was his duty to uphold the peace and the rights of his subjects. Emperor Ferdinand, however, who had promised religious freedom to the aristocracy upon his coronation, was going back on his word and now pursued a new policy of re-Catholicization of his crown lands. In mainly Protestant Bohemia, this meant closing down Protestant churches and empowering the lesser Catholic clergy once again. For the Bohemians, this did not just threaten the open practice of their religion, but the actual real power of the mainly Protestant landowners. As their protests were repeatedly ignored, powerful Bohemian aristocrats finally came together against Habsburg rule. In Prague, the Bohemian capital, on May 23, 1618, they took action and threw the imperial officials out of the window. Yep, this was the second defenestration of Prague. The word comes from Fenster, the German word for window. So to defenestrate is to chuck someone out of one. Okay, with this symbolic defenestration, they had, in actual fact, openly declared war on the authority of the empire. For the Czech patriots and anti-Habsburg radicals, this was a welcome chance to take up arms. Rebellious provinces sprang up all over. They secretly raised militias and hastily organized detachments of Bohemians, Moravians, Hungarians, Silesians, and hired mercenaries fell on imperial outposts and blocked their supply lines, hoping to gather support from yet other provinces with a series of quick successes. Protestant rebels even stormed the Hofburg in Vienna in an attempt to physically seize the emperor and force him to sign their demands. The rebels rejected Ferdinand and the imperial constitution and wanted a commonwealth of their own, like that of Poland and Lithuania, led by their own king in a constitutional monarchy. Their uprising failed, however, as the Habsburg emperor was not without friends and support. Imperial propaganda portrayed the Bohemian uprising as arch treachery that disturbed the peace of the empire, and many staunchly Catholic dukes pledged their allegiance to the emperor. Ferdinand had been caught off guard, sure, but he had no intention of giving up the crowns of Hungary or Bohemia, which might even jeopardize the structural integrity of his whole empire, and he was determined to go on the offensive, to quell the rebellion with fire and sword. The war itself seems at first like localized rebellions over cultural and religious differences, but in reality, it revolved around the future of the Holy Roman Empire. Which was the primary Christian religion? Who had the power, the emperor or the dukes and their possessions? Political unity under one belief, or even more fragmentation with religious liberty? Ferdinand's strongest ally came from Bavaria. The zealous Duke Maximilian re-established the Liga, a covenant of Catholics, and raised an army with the blessing of the papacy. Under the command of his paladin, the Count of Tilly, they were eager to take the fight to the Protestants and forced them to battle in late 1620. The Battle of White Mountain was one of the first major engagements of the war, and one of the most decisive ones. Tilly's forces, better led and supplied than their enemies, won a major victory and then took Prague that winter. But as kings and dukes quarreled over cities, estates, and property rights, for the common people living in Prague and the villages along the trail of armies, the horrors that accompanied war became reality. And this was not a temporary situation, because this war is called the 30 Years' War, because that's how long it lasted. And it is often said about the war that the longer it went on, the more the violence and cruelty intensified. But really, the seeds of uncontrolled violence were already planted in the early stages. Discipline among the common soldiers was usually pretty low, and more so on the side of the rebels. Irregular forces particularly raged among the local populations. Polish skirmishers, Hungarian raiders, and Croatian cavalrymen terrorized panicked peasants and refugee columns. Marauders and bandits roamed alongside the marching armies, and the enlisted soldiers were often not much better behaved. Especially after long and dangerous sieges, when pumped up and often drunk soldiers had been forced to storm a city under fire, they would afterwards take out their rage and fear on the locals. From house to house, they plundered and stole everything they could carry. If they did not find anything, or if others were quicker than they were, because it was first come, first serve when it came to plundering, they would turn on the helpless citizens. Men, women, and even children were brutally tortured for the slightest chance of hidden valuables. Since this was often the only way the soldiers could make actual money to feed and equip themselves and their families, they could not afford to show mercy. Many simply embraced boundless, unchecked violence as a new way of life. The fall of Prague marked the collapse of the Bohemian Confederation, but the war itself obviously did not end, as the triumphant Ferdinand failed to take advantage of his victory. He would not listen to any compromise of his demands to restore his full authority. There was no chance for religious equality after the revolt, and instead, he condemned captured rebels to an agonizing death, while the escaped ringleaders were under an imperial ban. Together with the confiscation and distribution of rebel property, this just further escalated the war and drove many new Protestant champions to the cause of the rebellion. The war, that began as a rather localized conflict in the east and center of the empire, spread to the north in the 1620s. Imperial and Liga forces entered the zones of influence and interest of other great powers. In 1625, Danish King Christian declared war on the empire to secure his influence in northern Germany and portray himself as a Protestant savior. The Hanseatic League outright refused cooperation with the emperor and insisted on its autonomy and neutrality. Polish sovereign Sigismund, on the other hand, was sympathetic to the imperial cause and introduced the Cossacks to European warfare, but also attracted the attention of the Swedes. In 1630, under the king and Lion of the North, Gustav Adolf, they set out to secure their interest in the Baltics. A strong Catholic influence in the north could not be tolerated by the ambitious House of Vasa, while Spain, themselves busy with Calvinist rebels, also sent out troops to help the Imperials. The French, who would rather see a fragmented Protestant Germany than a unified Catholic one, at first supported the northern forces with money, until in 1635, to prevent a peace treaty, they entered the war themselves. The war grew and grew, as did the armies, as did death and suffering. New knights appeared on the chessboard. Rich and ambitious men like von Mansfeld or Wallenstein aimed to get even richer through the war. Von Mansfeld tried to establish his own legend in the defense of Protestant liberty, while Wallenstein on the opposing side raised thousands of men for the emperor in his own pursuit of elevating his status among the nobility. War was business. War gave common but ambitious men a chance to rise in society. Experienced mercenary groups traveled from engagement to engagement and fought for the highest bidder. But the way to the top was paved with the blood and lives of thousands, then millions of men. Killing had become a normality, and authority broke down everywhere as the war expanded. Harvests were confiscated, cattle were slaughtered, people starved on the streets, and besieged cities even resorted to cannibalism. Peasants took to guerrilla fighting and formed robbery gangs and militias to fight off the marauders, but the major killer was disease. Where armies go, sickness follows. And for every battle, thousands more died of a variety of diseases like plague or Hungarian fever. Rodents bred in the crowded cities. Wolves roamed the countryside, and cats and dogs disappeared in the kitchen. Religious hatred rallied religious zealotry, and many captured priests and nuns were murdered and mutilated. Popular acts of barbarism included pulling ropes so tight around people's necks that their eyes popped out. The Schwedentrunk was especially disgusting, forcing the victim to swallow large amounts of liquid excrement. Another fun game was to make criminals or deserters gamble for their lives and punishments. The lucky throw of dice would decide if a man lost a hand, his tongue, or his life. Trees were full of the other unlucky ones. There are only estimates as to how many people died, as records naturally lack specific data. The highest estimates are of a death rate of 40% of the population compared to the pre-war population numbers within the empire. But even with the lower, nowadays more often accepted numbers of around 15%, we speak of a war that was possibly, or even likely, the deadliest that ever raged in Europe by percentage, including both world wars. In the public conscious, it was not only a war, though, but a 30-year tragedy that ravaged the German lands and killed so many people, it would take many decades to replenish those lost. A whole generation of people lived through 30 years of war. From when they were born until when they were up to 30 years old, they knew no life but constant war and terror. And there were even soldiers that served from the beginning in 1618 to the end in 1648, often in different armies on changing sides, but still serving. And who could have predicted that the war would last so long? Between all the religious ideals and politics, who could have made sense of all the violence? Who could have avoided it? Who wanted to and who didn't? There was plenty of time to answer such questions. 30 years. 30 long years of war. So, Per, what are we going to see now?
We have some really amazing footage that pretty much nobody have seen. We shot a music video for A Lifetime of War. Yeah. Very few people know about it because nobody have seen it.
I didn't know about it. I haven't seen it.
I have not seen it because actually the footage was lost.
What, lost? Like somebody left it on a train or something?
No, the guy disappeared. The guy who filmed it, he disappeared.
I'm sorry, that's
and
funny.
Until today, we have not been able to obtain the original footage.
Okay.
So
if he's out there, maybe he can return the footage?
That would be great.
That'd be great.
But until then,
yeah,
we actually had our fantastic fan club in Poland, the Polish Panzer Battalion, who were there with us when we were shooting this. And they helped us to produce kind of behind the scenes of this.
Okay, during the video.
Yeah. What we're gonna see now is pretty much behind the scenes of a music video that
Nobody's ever seen.
I feel dirty. So fucking dirty.
Okay, well, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed that today. I certainly enjoyed it. That was totally new for me.
And that was supposed to be the music video for A Lifetime of War, which never happened.
Which never happened. And maybe one day we will actually get to see that video if that guy brings back the footage. Okay, well, thank you very much for today, Per. We'll see you next time on Sabaton History.
That's it for today. Hope you enjoyed this week's episode of Sabaton History Channel. There will be another one every week until we run out of songs. It's gonna take a while. So until then, enjoy it, support us, become subscribers, become patrons, and see you soon.
Just because that shit y'all was talking in the comments, we got 2 Metallicas in our deck.
When I think of the Four Horsemen, I think about that movie, the Magic movie, with the cards and stuff. Now You See Me?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a good movie, boy.
I think it means is it the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse?
You can see it?
Yeah, what's Is it Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse?
We got Metallica.
Or is it 3?
One.
Different times they signify the end of the world. One has like the plague, one is something else, something else.
I don't know. But, I think this is the second song we've done on this album. We did Seek and Destroy.
Type in
Search and Destroy.
Search and Destroy.
It was Seek and Destroy, but I think of it as Search and Destroy because Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Boy, I can't wait to turn on my phone tomorrow. I'm about to be on Call of Duty every single day, boy.
No, yeah, I text Cookie. I said, yeah, tomorrow I'm on that all day.
Does it say, what's the meaning?
It just says the lyrics. What does it have to see? The song was originally written by Metallica member and Megadeth founder Dave Mustaine. The lyrics were originally about teen sexual frustration as seen in Megadeth's recording of Mustaine's version, Mechanics. Later, it was rewritten about the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. knew it. According to Joel McCleaver's biography, Justice for All, The Truth About Metallica, the melodic bridge did not appear in the original pre-Kill 'Em All version of the song. It was written by bassist Cliff Burton and captured during song sessions.
So Megadeth founder.
He was in Metallica. They kicked him out. Yeah, we talked about that
I
already.
remember that.
Dave Mustaine.
And he had all those rules to be better than Metallica, which is crazy. I ain't gonna
He said you gotta play every Metallica song or you don't get in.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He got what?
Because he got kicked out of Metallica. He's one of the members. They kicked him out, so he started Megadeth. We reacted to him. And to get in Megadeth, you had to play all Metallica's guitar solos better than Metallica. You can't be in.
No, out there, people. Do y'all think Megadeth is on Metallica level? B100.
That one song we did was good.
That shit was fun.
I won't lie.
So, you know
we
what I'm
need to
saying?
do some more Megadeth.
Yeah, we do need to do that because our knowledge is. We don't know yet. We don't know.
They said why. I forgot. I forgot.
Okay, man. The Four Horsemen.
The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse.
So this in the.
It's in the Bible. Yeah, signifies end of the world.
Yeah, it's apocalypse.
It's like four different ones. One has plague. One has something else. Three of them have something.
I really think it'll be pretty cool to look at.
Yeah. Fake, famine, plague, and there's two other ones.
Yeah, I think it's a revelation, right?
War.
Yes.
But won't you be rolling out of the dead?
One was war.
All right, then. So you're gonna see it regardless.
One was war, famine,
plague.
God will come scoop
I think it's one more.
Yeah, there's one more. It's four.
No, it can't be
Oh, okay.
So that'd be pretty cool.
What to get?
Imagine I'm just on 2K and then God said, "Hey, hop in the chariot, bro. The world about to end." I swear, let me get up on that thing.
Can I bring it with me? Can I bring it with me? We got plenty of them up there. The Lord is your sword.
I got something you ain't seen before.
PS 777 up there.
It's death, famine, war, and conquest.
Oh damn! I guess plague isn't one. Conquest is like when you take over the world, isn't it? Like it's like when you like conquer everything.
Yeah, they do something right.
You're on a quest to conquer. Conquest.
I'm gonna look this up.
All right, let's get into it.
Let's get into this.
When did Harry Mack in a minute?
So long.
Not play no games.
I just think about the horse head. That was hard. I could be in the club to this one.
pestilence. Okay, these are the horsemen they talking about. What is pestilence?
I don't know. I have no idea. Look it up, Tosh.
Well, as soon as he said famine, I knew he was talking about one of them. I knew he was talking about one of them.
E-S-T-E-L. Go back.
There it is right there.
There it is. Hey, Metallica does think deep.
Hey, today in the barbershop, this is just random.
It's
Spell Reminisce.
It's pretty much like Plague.
R-E-M-N-R-E-M-I-N-I-C-E. C-S-E.
Probably gonna do it right now,
No, it was I couldn't spell it.
Something like that.
Why is it so hard to spell?
Reminisce. Yeah, R-E-M.
God, if we're going through the last days, let me know right now.
R-E-M-I-N-I-C-E. Final answer.
It says fatal epidemic disease.
So a plague.
Yeah, so plague. Okay, I was right. I knew that was one of them. Okay, so plague, famine, war, death. I knew it.
I knew it.
I don't know why they don't need
Come on. So, if it's saying it has to be in that order.
No, those are just the 4 horsemen.
Yeah.
That's just, each horseman has a different thing.
Oh,
one of them has famine, one of them's plague, one of them's war.
Okay.
One of them's death.
Okay.
Yeah. I only know that because I watched Dexter. You ever watch that show?
No.
Great show. I'm getting that vibe as well. I won't lie to you.
Hey, this is the bang. This is the best one.
This one, I was about to say, this top 5 me. Top 5 Metallica. When you running from them, they on them horses. You come and get your ass.
Jesus coming, boy!
Get the drummer from there.
Changed multiple times. I'm almost like the 4th time.
I think at least 7. Are you saying 4 is the horseman?
Yeah, it's the 4th time.
Oh, which horseman is this? Oh, shit.
I'm about to let this fire scene off. That was crazy.
Wow. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know, man. That might be top 3.
Hey,
That's top 3.
I might put this over Master.
For sure.
I might put this over Master.
That was hard.
I ain't gonna lie. That's a good catch.
The lyrics kept you like hooked in the song, and the beat was cold. The guitar riffs was crazy.
It changed from so many different things.
That Sweet Home Alabama flow was.
Ooh wee! That might have my favorite. But that last one was fire too.
The last one was ridiculous. All the guitar riffs was definitely.
Why it was
different.
7 and it's supposed to be the 7 seals?
Hey.
You know the 7 seals supposed to be.
Because I didn't catch that 4 different beats.
Really?
You
I
said
didn't
it
know
was
that.
4
No, I didn't know
horses. That was a great catch. I ain't gonna lie. That was crazy.
What?
Wow. He said it was the 4 different beats that we heard could be the 4 different horses.
Nigga, I said that.
You said that?
Yes.
Repent of your sins.
I did not hear that. Wow.
Die for your sins.
Wow. That does make me want to pray, man. I thought we was in a different world listening to that right there, man. I was picturing shit. That shit's crazy.
Did we ever do
That was good. That was top 5 of me.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna lie. It
might be my top 2.
I still like Master, but it might fight with Master.
No, this definitely like this. I ain't gonna lie.
the
When you say
message.
top 3, I can't argue. This is top 3. That was top 3.
But sad but true was a great message.
I was like Master because the message, but this one like the flow and
the
all
riff
was
was
hard.
crazy.
There's more pleasing.
Yeah, so I ain't gonna lie. Guitar wise, this was probably the best one.
That was crazy.
Instrument wise, they gave the drums some love. He was.
Man, I know Metallica wearing the Black Forces, how they be rocking.
They are menaces, bro.
The bell toes. That's my favorite one still.
Can y'all name a band better, bro?
You can't.
Can you name a band better?
I ain't gonna lie. They might be the hardest band ever. Really.
So stop playing on their top, y'all. Let us know a band better, and we'll get them in. You know what I'm saying? But till then, Metallica.
We'll get them in, but them being better than Metallica is TBD, to be determined.
I can't even sit in my chair right because of this, man.
Yeah, this one's absolutely
That was crazy.
insane, man. I'm
You
so
pushed
glad
up
we
on
did
that chair like Spider-Man, boy.
Wow. Well, that was great, guys. We're probably gonna name this. Is this the best Metallica song?
I would say so far.
This one on.
Yeah, this is different, guys. Hit us on Instagram, man. We out of here, man. We go, man. Metallica haters, chill.
Hala na to. Ano yan? Huh?
Oy, oo, dito at ako ang inyong endorser. You can
For young students in Texas, identifying as a furry could be punishable by being removed from school property, suspension, or even expulsion. The Texas legislature is claiming furries are a radical movement. For anyone who isn't a furry, I'd like to give everyone a very clear definition of the group we're talking about. As someone who's been an active participant in the community for years, I feel qualified enough to explain this subculture. A furry is someone who likes the aesthetic of human-like anthro-animals. Think of old Disney movies or Looney Tune characters. Furries could express this interest by making artwork, wearing costumes, or going to conventions. Furries will make an alter ego, character, or fursona that's an animal representation of themselves. This fursona is used for self-expression, like a performer on stage. It's a unique and unconventional hobby that rewards creative people and is a very accepting and friendly community. Alongside that, the community is huge and has a population of about 1 to 3 million people and has been growing since the late 80s. But yeah, that's about it. It's just a hobby. But apparently, Texas lawmakers have a very warped perspective on what exactly furries are. The Furries Act is an acronym for the Forbidding Unlawful Representation of Role-Playing in Education. Allow me to read verbatim what exactly the law aims to ban. The Furries Act prohibits any non-human behavior by a student, including presenting himself or herself as anything other than a human being. A non-human behavior means any type of behavior or accessory displayed by a student in a school district other than behaviors or accessories typically displayed by a member of the Homo sapiens species. This includes using a litter box for the passing of stool, urine, or other human byproducts, a personal or outward display through surgical or superficial means of features that are non-human, such as tails, leashes, collars, and other pet accessories. Fur, other than naturally occurring human hair, or a wig made to look like human hair, is also not permitted. Artificial, animal-like ears, or other physiological features that have not historically been assigned to the Homo sapiens species through means of natural biological development. The law also goes on to include barking, meowing, hissing, or other animal noises that are not human speech, and licking oneself or others for a purpose of grooming or maintenance. But the law does have a few exceptions for these rules. There are some exceptions to the ban on animal accessories and non-human behaviors, including dressing up for Halloween or other school dress-up events related to human history, although this would be limited to 5 days per school year, as well as theater performances and dressing up like a school mascot. I asked my fellow furry community members for their opinions about these rules. When it comes to barking in school, most of my followers do not bark at students. Many of my followers have been barked at, but typically by students who were not furries and did so in an antagonistic, mocking way. The few members that have said that they barked or make animal noises do so as a vocal stim. I recently covered how neurodivergent folks feel safer in the furry community in my last video. I'd highly suggest giving it a watch if you haven't. And most of my followers who have pretended to be an animal have done so in the context of Halloween or just for fun, where staff and students found it permissible and appropriate for the context. Since being a furry is a hobby and not a belief that they are an animal, this is a very unusual behavior for those in the fandom if it's not in a cosplaying sense, or in like a performative setting. And, of course, the most asinine rule of them all, the litter box rule. I even asked my followers if they would like schools to put litter boxes in classrooms to accommodate furries. I was given a very, very resounding no. The furries use litter box myth was pure misinformation that has been disproven for years. There have been 0 cases of it ever happening. I mean, think about it. This strange furry group has been around since the 80s and has had hundreds of yearly conventions across America. How come there have been no reports on litter boxes being used in those spaces that are specifically meant to be catered towards furries? How come this rumor is pushing the idea that furries want accommodations in public schools of all places, but not places that accommodate their group? Once you actually think about it, the entire narrative just falls apart. I will return to the reason Texas lawmakers are mentioning specifically public schools later in this video because it is very important. This law is initially very confusing and it is a lot more complex than it appears on the surface. I would like to first break down some important segments that will help piece together a clearer picture of why exactly these blatant lies are being pushed by these Texas lawmakers in the first place. Let's first list off the potential punishments students could face if this law is enacted. Students who fail to comply with the Furries Act could be subject to discipline. Districts must include an explanation of the provisions regarding refusal of entry or ejection from district property under Section 37.105 and prohibit any non-human behavior by a student, including presenting himself or herself on other days than exception days, as anything other than a human being. Section 37.105 is explained as follows. A school administrator, school resource officer, or school district peace officer of a school may refuse to allow another person to enter on or may eject a person from property under the district's control. This means the school is demanding staff to enforce this law onto their students via denying entry or kicking them out of school grounds entirely. But what happens if the school staff does not enforce these new strange rules? If an attorney general finds an educator, education administrator, school support staff, or contractor who operates for the school district in violation of Section 261.001A Family Code, the attorney general may levy a fine against the district no more than $10,000 for the first violation or $25,000 for any subsequent violations. If you remember, the law specifically brings up the Texas Family Code. What exactly is this and why is this relevant? The Furries Act plans to add a new line into the Family Code, pre-existing acts that fall under blank of a child. Section 5 of the Texas statute starts to describe forms of physiological, mental, blank, or
Pagod ka na bang matalo dahil sa lag sa Call of Duty? Sa Exit Lag, tinatanggal mo ang lag at naglalaro ng may pinakamataas na performance. Mag-enjoy ng matatag na koneksyon sa bawat laban at manalo ng walang pagkaantala. Subukan ang Exit Lag at dalhin ang iyong Call of Duty gameplay sa susunod na level. Mag-subscribe ngayon at laruin ang Call of Duty na parang hindi mo pa nalalaro dati.
Emotional blank and follows them up with this: allowing or encouraging the child to develop a dependency on or a belief that non-human behaviors are socially acceptable. So, for example, If a student shows up to school with furry cosplay ears and a tail, the school staff could report them, which could possibly lead to punishment decided by the district. But let's say the teachers don't report the student and comply with the rule, the teachers could be charged for blank, simply because they are permitting non-human behaviors. So essentially, teachers not punishing children for this behavior are potentially being charged for child blank. So clearly this law is not made to solve some fictitious litter box problem. So what problem does the Furries Act claim to solve? Republican lawmakers create this narrative that there are feral animal children defecating in classrooms and licking each other. Unfortunately, furries have been used as a scapegoat to create hysteria, specifically about public schools. Their outrage on this furry boogeyman is a misdirect that is aimed to specifically instigate pearl-clutching reactions to unknowing Texas parents. So imagine you're a parent. You watch the news and all these scary, bizarre stories are coming out about how public schools are allowing this kind of behavior and producing delinquent children. And let's also say, for example, your governor, Greg Abbott, says this: "No parent should have to endure such treatment." And this is another example of why I always have long championed school's choice in Texas. The word choice seems to suggest that as a parent, you might have the option to rescue your kid from these unruly classrooms where children are permitted to scamper around in furry costumes and be barked at by these animalistic freaks. But this school choice is much deeper and has much more implications than just picking a different school. School's choice is essentially giving parents the choice to put their tax dollars into privatized schools instead of funding the public ones in their neighborhoods. This is supposed to give parents the opportunity to give their kids more options, which is great for the families that can afford this choice. This concept also implies that educational institutions should compete with one another for students. The competition is supposed to improve the quality of the school. So for parents who can afford higher education and privatized schooling, it sounds like a really good idea. But this action will cause very negative effects on those who rely on public schools and will potentially dismantle the already underfunded schools. Many low-income communities could be affected as they may not be able to afford better schooling. These better schools cannot take in every student, so it becomes a lottery system, leaving many families forced to enroll in severely underfunded public schools. According to the ABC, these programs, which are also referred to as school vouchers and school freedom, allows parents to take tax dollars allocated for their children to attend public schools, and in most cases, use that money to send them to private schools. This is something that Texas lawmakers are trying to set in place, which also happens to align with the President administration's Project 2025 goal, defund and dismantle the Department of Education. To briefly summarize the point I'm trying to make, Texas lawmakers are attempting to use the Furries Act to cause fear and distrust in the public school system. This narrative causes parents to distrust public schools where this behavior is allegedly permitted. Schools' choice programs and vouchers pull students from public school systems, causing the said schools to perform even worse. In doing this, it allows funding and education to be cut without uproar, making those who cannot access privatized education even more disadvantaged. While there are current flaws in our current school systems, giving public schools more funding could help solve a lot of the problems we're facing. Inadequate teachers could be helped by higher wages and more steep job requirements. The NEA suggests more funding for public schools leads to better student outcomes. More funding gives schools access to more supplies, new buildings, more staff for operations, more opportunity for field trips and extracurriculars. Research shows that students with higher budgets produce higher test scores, narrower achievement gaps for poor and wealthy students, and higher graduation rates. Unfortunately, this law is much more than just trying to crack down on furry culture and the furry fandom. Because as we've already covered, most of these bizarre stories of rabid children wearing fursuits and peeing in litter boxes in class is not happening. So why would lawmakers go out of their way to push this law? They are using this Furries Act to cause hysteria and misinformation on public schooling. Texas parents who vote yes on these laws inadvertently affect their own students' education along with members in the same community. Republican Texas lawmakers have a goal to defund public education. Quality education and fair access to educational resources is the most important aspect to having a functioning democracy and country, which I think both sides should agree on. To my fellow U.S. citizens and residents of Texas, we should try our best to educate ourselves and each other, along with being brave enough to call out misinformation and lies made to distill fear. Democracy depends on people's right to free speech. we should feel compelled to speak out if our state officials are ignoring real issues and peddling false narratives. Without access to truth and facts, we are no longer free as a country. But yes, that's the end of the video. I hope this better explains what exactly is happening with this strange new law. If I got any information potentially wrong in this video, don't be afraid to let me know. Also, if you'd like to support my work, I sell really cute sun and moon hoodies, tank tops, and t-shirts on my Etsy, if anyone would be interested. I appreciate all the support on my last few videos. I'd like to thank everyone so much for watching them. Every time I read one of the comments, they're really sweet, and I really appreciate that it reached so many people. But yeah, let me know what you'd like me to cover next. Bye.
Enjoy 100 pesos off with code PANDA100.
Ladies and gentlemen, please gather around for the hottest, most boisterous event in town. Two wizards of power engage in fight, but not one of magic, a test of might. No tomes or wands in this arena. Their physical prowess they must subpoena. So place your bets, get a seat where you can. If you can't find a chair, you're welcome to stand. One will be a victor, the other a fool. But before we begin, the rules. No magic or lightning or fireball casting, no goddess appealing or clerical healing, no tomes or spells or powers akin. With all that said, now let's begin. In this corner, we have the legendary Wiz. He's fast on his feet, he'll get all up in your biz. He's got powers galore, with the maidens all adore, and he's mastered all the magics, now he's looking for more. He's been mixing up his potions way high up in his tower, but he's come down to the village to show off his superpower. Brought the evil king to a terrible fate, so put your hands together for Figgletar the Great. Now over here, we've got Gorloff the Warlock. Figgletar's face, he says he's going to clock. He's tough on apprentices, but tougher on goblins. But for something more, this wizard has been shopping. Cause with Figgletar, he's got company beef. Of Gorloff's punches, he says he has disbelief. So they're gonna work it out today in the ring, and we've set some time aside for this bard to sing. Wizard fist fight, we're after their powers. If they don't settle this, they're nothing but cowards. No goblin attack has prepared them for this. They cannot use their magic, so they're gonna use their fists. Wizard fist fight, a battle of punches. It's gonna be fierce, so hold on to your lunches. No matter if I am this time around, begin the first round. Now is the time the wizards begin. Gorloff attempts a heavy blow to the chin, but Figgletar is ready, so he parries the attack, and he punches his assailant right square in the back. Now Gorloff is pissed, and he turns back around, and he pushes Master Figgletar on down to the ground. Defenseless is the wizard to the onslaught of punches, but for the Warlock's ankle, he is reaching for and clutches. Gorloff trips, he falls, but he hops up to his feet, but Figgletar's behind him, and he's ready with a treat. A knuckle sandwich directly to the mouth, then another painful blow much further to the south. Gorloff cries out in pain, but he's not tapping out. He's a badass wizard, and he's not gonna pout. He raises up his fist, and the crowd looks on in awe, and he punches fearsome Figgletar directly in the jaw. He recovers, prepares, getting ready to attack, but before the wizard knows it, Gorloff takes another whack. Now he's bleeding, and yelling, and screaming out in pain. Gorloff raises up his arms as the victor he reigns. But wait, what's this? Figgletar is fine, and he runs straight at Gorloff, and he pokes him in the eye. Now he's blinded, unable to detect Figgletar, who is winding up his fist and hitting Gorloff like a car. Wizard fist fight, the spells the cast. Figgletar, Gorloff's gonna beat the other's ass. The magic careers have led up to this. Wizards getting angry and they're punching with the fists. Wizard fist fight, a battle for the ages. Peasants free fight to gamble all their monthly wages. Wizard go through to find the power within. Let us see. The boys are battered and bruised and their bones are broken, but they're not gonna stop until the winner's name is spoken. Gorloff is taunting, "You punch like a witch." Figgletar responds, "At least I'm not a little bitch." The fans are cheering, it's all on the line, but standing in the crowd, Grand Bulu the Divine, the wisest wizard in all of the land. As the scene unfolds before him, there was magic he had scanned. Bravely, boldly, and calmly he approaches. His former students start to cower like the roaches. The crowd is silent as Bulu calls, "Magic doping!" giving everybody pause. He turns to Gorloff and Fig, and they're looking like might. Then he says to them, "Watch how a real wizard fights." A swift blow to the chest, and Figgletar goes down, and Gorloff shortly after with a blow to the crowd. The crowd erupts with cheers, they roar. Now Bulu is the one that they all adore. Magnificent is his beard in the wind. As the winner of the fist fight, it is Bulu they have pinned. There are zero doubts that he's the strongest in the land. As he smiles and he waves, the mystic wizard man, he soars away with his magical power, and he flies flies into the distance to his massive wizard tower. Wizard fish fight, surprising twist. Ooh, the gliders beat the cowards with his fist. They didn't hit the one, so it was kind of hit or miss. Nobody could have guessed that it would reach men like this. Wizard fish fight, incredible shame. The magic was doping, it was really kind of lame. The winner is Boo, who is incredible minds. What a badass fight.
I found this out today. Apparently, Asmongold is the most searched term on YouTube this year. Let me see if I can find this, and I don't know where this data comes from or whatever. And YouTube search terms in the UK. So this is in the United States. Let's go back. Oh, actually, no, this is in the entire world. Wait a minute. I'm number 7 in the United States. Holy shit. Oh my god. So here we go, guys. We have right here the most popular YouTube global search terms in 2025 of monthly search volume. Now, it's very hard to know whether this is true or not. Like, I have no idea. But anyway, number 1 is ASMR. Pretty hard to beat that. Trump, Mr. Beast, music, lo-fi, Sidemen, APT, I don't know what APT is, Asmongold, Kendrick Lamar, and NBA. There's, like, I don't even believe this. I'm gonna be honest. Like, there's no way this is accurate, bro. Like, this is insane. Like, APT is a song? Like, yeah, I have no idea. Like, this is crazy. Really, it's insane. And also, it's at 7 million. Like, there's no way that I have 7.2 million and Trump only has 9.2 million. Like, that's insane. That means that that's nuts. How is that even possible? And so let me see, is there any data? See the full list here. Okay, so let's see the full list of everything right here. The most popular YouTube global search terms in 2025. So here we go, guys. Let's take a look at it. And we have ASMR is 16,000, Trump at 9 million, million, Mr. Beast, Lo-Fi, Sidemen, Asmongold at 7 million searches. 7 million searches for Asmongold in 1 fucking year, and this is just on YouTube. It's just on fucking YouTube. How is this possible? How much do all your channels get comparatively? I don't know. Let me see. Where's my... I could just look at my shorts channel. Asmongold shorts. This is Social Blade. Yeah, this is one YouTube channel I have. Let's see. It has... so in the past 30 days, I've received 171 million views. And so that's a pretty good amount, right? I mean, if you look at these numbers, whenever you see plus 7 figures every single day, this is in fact a very good number. You like seeing numbers like these. And this is obviously my shorts channel, so it's going to probably have the highest inflated views, etc. But in general, this is how usually things are. And even apparently here, gained views monthly, we were even getting more in, I guess, like April. So we were getting 50 million views in a week. That's insane. And so, wow. So basically we went from, I haven't even really looked at this before. And so we were, because I remember like for a long time, so I had Emeru's editor working on this, right? And I told him, I was like, listen, buddy, like, because it had gone for a long time, like nothing happened with this channel at all. And then finally, November happens. I guess January happens. This was probably, this was the Donald Trump situation, right? And then February happened, March happened, and then now we have April, and we have 160 million views. So things are doing pretty well with this channel. I didn't even know this, right? I don't really pay attention to a lot of these graphs, etc. And so, yeah, big graph energy, right? And so this is a very, very good graph. And yeah, there you go. Your shorts are great. Yeah, I had no idea, but I'm glad that I'm glad people enjoy them. And so anyway, you should thank Alyssa Mercante. Really, I don't know. Really, I don't even run. I don't even have the login for this account. Like, I don't even. I have no idea. I don't even have the login. I was like, yeah. So you want to do a channel? He's like, yeah, sure. And that's it. I have no idea. And anyway, it's good graph though. Really good graph. And anyway, put that in a frame. Yes, this is a yeah. By the way, whenever you see a graph like this is a good graph. And so people like seeing graphs like this. And anyway, let's see here. And it's even going back up again, too, which is what's crazy. So you see people that are subscribing, everything like that. So maybe it does make sense. I mean, and this is like my... Because there is the Asmongold TV, there's Zach Rar, there's Asmongold Clips, Asmongold Shorts, Asmongold Gaming, and then I think there's a few other Asmongold fan channels, and then there's Asmongold Korea channels and like China channels as well. So yeah, maybe that's it. And a lot of them. And so you have at number 8, Asmongold, Kendrick Lamar, NBA, Bad Bunny, I Show Speed, Die With a Sweat, I Show Speed, Bruno Mars, UFC, Song, Karaoke, Not Like Us, Minecraft, Real Madrid, Mr. Beast, Corey Kenshin, Joe Rogan, Marvel Rivals, Markiplier. And so, are there any other streamers like... Queso, there he is. All right, we get Queso on there. That's good, bro. Like he moving up. Yep. All right, that's good. And to be fair, yeah. Where's do we see Kai? Was Kai on here? I didn't see Kai. He's mainly popular on other platforms anyway. So there it is. Yeah. Well, we got Charlie there too. Good for him. Absolutely. There's another one. Let's see. Who else do we have? And I mean, to be fair, this could also be the game, right? It's very hard to say whether it's the game or...
Do you see the soup? It's very mindful. It has big, big bits. Do you see the way I eat the soup? Very cutesy, very demure. Try this satisfying meal today.
Or whether it's the individual. And so XQC right here, pretty decent. Okay, we got XQC also. Ludwig, okay, Ludwig's a decent guy. Let's see, let's keep going. What's there? Elon Musk. There's no way Elon Musk is this low, right? There's got to be some other. I think that I think this aggregation, by the way, as much as this strokes my ego, I do not think this is an accurate aggregation. There's no way that Elon Musk, like the richest and one of the most talked about people in the entire world, is number 87, right? Let's be real, right? There's something that's wrong about this graph. And so anyway, he fell off. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think so. But on YouTube, maybe not. So anyway, let's see here. Kai Cenat is, let's see. Oh, so it only shows the top 100. So let's see who made it up to the top 100 as streamers. Kai made it. Okay, good for Kai. And let's see, who else do we have? Ludwig, he's content creator, right? I mean, I guess he streams too. XQC and Destiny. Hard to say whether it's the game or the guy, but you know, maybe a little bit of both. Queso as well. And let's see, what else do we have? Speed as well. And where's the rest of it? Obviously Charlie. Charlie made it up there, not a surprise. Markiplier, Joe Rogan, Corey Kenshin, Mr. Beast, and let's see if I can find the rest of these. Not Like Us. Where's all the rest of them? I Show Speed. There's another one for him as well. And obviously me, and Sidemen, and Mr. Beast. And of course the content president himself, Donald. There it is. So those are the most popular search terms in the YouTube global search terms in 2025. Wow. Wow. How about that? That's crazy. That is fucking insane that we are at number 8. Can you believe that? Oh my god. And so yeah, I don't even know what to say. And so anyway, what about boobs? I don't think that really I don't think it really counts that. So let me see here. All right, what about the US? So I'm even higher in the US. Like I'm number 7 in the US. Let's see. Are there any new people on here? Corey Kenshin's really been popping off. I feel like that manga he put out, and then like ever since he came back to making content, there's a lot of people talking and thinking about Corey now. And the GOAT, yeah, good for him, man. I remember watching his video. He was talking about like some YouTube issue, and it was the first time I'd really ever been introduced to him. Nothing but respect. I think he's a great guy. And let's see if I can find the rest of this too. And who else do we have? Is there anybody else? Oh, there's Hassan. Look at that. There's Hassan, number 47. Good for him. You know who else is 47? Donald Trump. Not so different after all. Oh, man. That's crazy, right? Yep, there we go. And, yeah, wow. And so all that just end up being 47 as well. And David Dobrik, I'm actually surprised David Dobrik is so high. Drewski's really popular on Instagram and stuff, so it would make sense he wouldn't be that high. Kai, XQC, Moist Critical, I mean, like, he's probably got a couple of different aggregates because people search him, like, 3 different ways. Let's see here, where's the rest of them? Soul Leveling, Jacksepticeye, Mark Rober. I don't know who this person is at all. Sam Sulek, and let's see, who else? That's pretty much about it. Holy shit, man. Most popular UK search terms. So I am number 13 even in the UK. I mean, I can't be... Dude, the Sidemen in the UK? Damn, I did not know they had that level of motion. I was not familiar with their game. They're the guys, right? What the fuck? Simon always... Yes, I had no idea about this. Check in India? Oh, let me see. All right, so what about in... Okay, can I find it in other places outside of the United States? Let me see, the top 1,000 key list. Okay. YouTube searches, and this is for Google. I'm not sure if I can find it anywhere else besides this #1 in India. No, I don't think so. I think that, you know, that's just been a very, very recent development. I think you'd have to give that maybe like 6 months or so, right? Especially depending on how things develop. And so, yeah, there you go. Well, for worldwide, though... Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's impressive, yeah. And good job to you and your team. Mainly my team. I mean, obviously I show up, but it's really my editors that are doing all these uploads and strategizing and making all this happen. You know, like I show up, I do the show, and I try to make the show as good as possible. But the show would have never made it to YouTube if it wasn't for the editors and everybody that's behind me, right? And that's something very important to keep in mind. So yeah, those are my bosses, exactly. There you go. So wow, I am the number 8 most searched for term in 2025, at least according to this, which I think is a little bit, you know, I'm not entirely sure whether this is accurate. But anyway, I did see this here, and so yeah, there it is. Wow. And I sent you about a link on Xbot noticing a PSYOP. I didn't see it. And yeah, there we go, guys. Wow. That's insane. And you're #1 in my heart. I mean, I might try to, you know, we might try to keep going and keep pushing and go even higher than 8 next year, right? It just kind of depends on what happens. I mean, like, the fact is that, I mean, there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunities that I end up turning down, and I think that's probably the biggest thing and, like, the biggest weakness that I have is that, like, there's a lot of, you know, people that will invite me on their show or invite me to do things, etc., but I just don't really have the, you know, the mental or emotional, like, bandwidth to want to do that. So that's the main thing that holds me back, right? And more than anything. And if you played better, you could have gone up 7 spots, maybe even 9, who knows? Yep, who knows? But anyway, that's it. I'm honestly really shocked. To be totally real, like this is in the entire world. Number 8? Holy fuck. God damn. Wow. Well, there it is, guys.
Shakey's Creamy Spinach Pizza. Creamier.
Creamier, yummier.
Oh no, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Buying, selling, buying.
Don't worry, this is gonna fix the country. Thank you. Yep, great job. All right, hi everyone. Anthony Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd. It's time for Let's Argue, where I hop on the internet, I take your hot takes, your unpopular opinions, your tough questions. I respond to the ones that don't make me want to puke, and then swallow my puke because I don't think I could puke on camera. Is that TOS? This is a no puke video. Only hot takes and hot take responses in this video. No puke whatsoever. About 96% of the responses to this question will not be controversial or unpopular in the slightest. That's literally this comment. You just did the thing. That's you. You're doing the thing you're accusing everyone else of doing. You're far from the first person to point this out. You are not being original or edgy or interesting or different than the other girls by doing this. Please stop making this comment. Because if there's anything more unoriginal than being unoriginal, it's sitting there and just being like, oh, everything's so unoriginal now. When, in fact, there are lots of original takes. Point one out. Point out an original take. Come up with one. You could do it. I believe in you. Spotify not allowing albums to be played in order on the free version is a crime against artists and music in general. Yeah, I agree. I would say so. Especially since, like, they're getting paid for those streams anyway, and they're running ads on them. Why not be able to play them in order? You could play albums and songs in order on friggin' YouTube, and YouTube pays artists garbage. What is Spotify doing that makes it think it's so damn special? It could be like, oh, in the free version, you can't even play this shit in order. That's messed up. That's stupid. How about this? Incentivize paying for a subscription by telling music fans that artists are going to get paid more if they get a damn subscription. Careless Whisper was over-memed to mockery and is genuinely one of the best songs ever made. The lyrics are so profoundly grief-stricken, the chord progressions consist of such melodies that when paired with the sorrowful vocals of George Michael, write nothing short of a tragic and regretful performance. I don't disagree. And you know what, honestly, as a millennial, I will take ownership of this and will apologize on behalf of the millennial community. I do think it is millennials' fault that that song was kind of turned into the joke and internet meme that it was. This is something that we cannot lay at the feet of the Gen Xers, of the Zoomers, of the Alphas. That was us. That was our doing. We shouldn't have made it a joke. We shouldn't have thought it was funny. In fact, it wasn't really funny. It's a really great melody. Why are we just like playing it in random places for a hee-hee and a ha-ha? What are we doing? Like, the song is great. Perform the song all you want, but like just throwing it in places randomly and just being, oh wow, they're like the only sax lead that I know by heart. Yep, I didn't expect to hear that here. That's funny to not expect that, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that's millennial humor for you. Play an instrument in a place where people don't think there's going to be an instrument. Funny. When honestly, live performance, just music everywhere, that should be normalized. Art everywhere, and not as a joke. That's what I say. Purple is by far the best color. It's not too bright and saturated, but it's also very vibrant and pretty. Not to mention, it's also a combination of the two signature cool and warm colors, red and blue. It's literally the perfect color. Yeah, I suppose it's the best of both worlds. Yeah, not enough people standing up for purple, in my opinion. I think a lot of people are just like kind of going for very hot and wild and silly and zany colors these days. That is when they're not, embracing bland millennial grays and taupes. I don't know what it is with my generation. Like, everything's got to be fucking an earth tone and everything fucking gray. It's stupid and gross and disgusting and uninspired and soulless. It completely boggles my mind. We are the generation of kids that grew up with crazy McDonald's play places and like ball pits and shit like that. And then decades later, you go into our houses or apartments and it's all just like minimal 2-3 earth tone IKEA bullshit. Plus, on top of it, purple was the trademark color of one of the greatest pop artists of all time, and that is Prince. I feel like for Prince to gravitate toward purple, that's got to be a sign of it being a really great color. Country music that has never been on the radio is just better. I don't know what you're saying and by what metric that works, especially when you take into account like the world of left field and college radio that's out there in the world. For the most part, when it comes to just strictly commercial radio, the vast majority of what you hear out there on the country airwaves, like a lot of airwaves around many popular genres, is just kind of trash. It's the most lowest common denominator, easily digestible crap. The radio industry, unfortunately, as far as music is concerned, has really been like hollowed out, brought to its lowest and most soulless point, which is part of why the internet became such an interesting place to discover music, or at least for a time it was. I feel like we are slowly kind of like going back in that direction through the new gatekeepers being the streaming platforms and algorithms and so on and so forth. You know, we're not quite there yet, but let's continue forward and see if we get there and we end up in a place where just culturally it's hell. It's pure hell. Frank Zappa had the best mustache in the business. That's why his music is so good. More artists need to follow his mustache precedent. And this had 448 likes and 12 comments. Yeah, everybody turning up in the comment section like, oh, you know what? This is the take the music community needs to hear. Yeah, this is the discourse that the music community needs to be engaging in right now. This is what's moving the needle for me. I mean, with that being said, Frank Zappa's trademark facial hair was not just simply a mustache. It was like a mustache soul patch kind of, goatee type combo. You really can't forget the bottom part of it too. But with that being said, I do agree. Iconic mustache. Much like my iconic Pizza Hut logo mustache that we typically get for 6 months. But that's gone now. It's gone and dead. My mustache is gone. This was supposed to be about Frank Zappa's mustache. I've always loved Serge Tankian's sort of mustache, kind of short to mid-length, sort of like straight beard combo. It's always been good. It's always a trusty facial hair example. Also, the thin Prince mustache, I must say, has always been great. Always been loving the thin Prince mustache. Grocery store music be hitting sometimes. No, I agree, especially as of late. I mean, you gotta be off season. You can't be in the midst of Christmas or any crap like that. I feel like almost no matter where you are, the Christmas music is pretty disappointing. I think like the other week I was in the grocery store and they were playing like 1975. Oh, Caroline. Which, now that I think about it, I'm not quite sure if that's like proof of grocery store playlists getting cooler, or maybe my taste getting whacker and like more yuppie. Maybe it's the latter. Frailty by Jane Remover is one of the most influential electronic albums to come out in the past 5 years. A few people actually realize how many artists owe a lot to that album. I sort of see what you're saying in terms of it being kind of ahead of the curve, not just in respect of it being like an electronic music album. I feel like labeling it simply as that is kind of underselling the record, honestly, and is just not really being descriptive enough about it, because like there are a lot of influences coming from pop and rock music as well on that record. I mean, it was definitely like of a time where you had a lot of very cool internet-based pop and rock projects that just felt very terminally online, cropping up, getting kind of hot in the social media space. Underscores as well, I would sort of like list as an example of an artist who, kind of came up in a similar way. With that being said, since then, Jane Remover, I think, has moved on to different sounds and ideas, especially on this latest LP, which I think is just a testament to what makes Jane Remover so interesting. And honestly, given the reception of Revenge Seekers so far, I think there's even better potential for the music on this record to hit even harder culturally, commercially, and inspire an even greater amount of music fans and artists. Potential wonders for the alternative scene. You guys are the best. Love you. Over here next to my head is another video that you can check out. Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano. Argue forever.
Feeling iba na ang fan bonding?
Iba na yung kabonding ng anak natin, pa.
Let's go, guys! Let's go! Luhat na mo, guys! Wow! Ma! Panalo kami!
Oh, favorite mo?
Wait. Ikaw si Kitchen Goddess 93? Namiss kitang kabonding, ma?
Ako rin.
Madness ko, ang sarap ng feeling mo.
I found out who the Rubber is, and who boy, does this rabbit hole go deep. For new Foundation staff members, I'm Dr. Theron Sherman, SCP author and creator of SCP podcasts, YouTube videos, and TikToks. Follow for more SCP content and community news. For background, The Rubber is a prominent SCP animation YouTube channel. With 1.8 million subscribers, The Rubber is a lot of people's first exposure to the works of the SCP Foundation. However, many longtime fans and SCP authors are not happy about that. The Rubber stands accused of turning out cheaply made, inaccurate accounts of what the SCP stories are, stealing art, and taking advantage of the YouTube algorithm in every dirty way solely for the money, artistic integrity be damned, to the detriment of other SCP artists. Do these accusations bear any weight? Let's look at the evidence. So who is The Rubber? It turns out The Rubber is not an independent artist, but instead a content farm under the business name Brainy Entertainment PLT, run out of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Here you can see their main channel, the Rubber mascot character front and center on the banner. They also run Chinese and Spanish language versions of the Rubber SCP, the Rubber Tunes where they shoved all the non-SCP Rubber content, and the channel Silver John where they make Friday Night Funkin' content. Guess we're not the only fandom they're mining for easy views. How nice. We also have job listings from Brainy Entertainment on Malaysian hiring sites. Someone on their LinkedIn equivalent saying, I worked at Brainy, both at Silver John and The Rubber. And if you go to brainyentertainment.com right now, their loading gift is The Rubber. We are not looking at an individual artist here, we're looking at a content farm. Now, them being a company is not necessarily a bad thing. I myself am trying to build up Site 42 Studios to make bigger projects, and I'm gonna need a lot of people. The term content farm, however, does have a derogatory meaning when I say that this company is doing art the wrong way, both in making bad art and hurting the SCP community in the process. Please note that if you've enjoyed The Rubber in the past, currently do, or even will after I finish this video, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I enjoy cheap fast food from time to time. Plus, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. But after you hear out my reasons, I hope you'll at least understand my perspective, and even if you still enjoy what Brainy Entertainment is putting out, at least you'll also seek out other artists who actually care about the SCP community. Firstly, the company just does not care if they get the stories right. Sometimes they screw up important plot points so the story no longer makes sense, or they cut out the emotional arc of the story so there's no heart, just another spooky monster. Details are missed regularly. Characters' names are wrong, POC characters are whitewashed, LGBTQ characters are straight or ciswashed. Some may say that you're gonna miss things when you're summarizing in a shorter format, but let's be real. I summarize these articles on frickin' TikTok. There's a difference between cutting things for time and getting things completely wrong. And erasing representation, whether purposefully or out of negligence, not okay either way. Next up, using non-SCP characters in their thumbnails and videos as clickbait. No, Freddy Fazbear and Attack on Titan are not SCPs. But if they were... No, stay on topic. I know, it's the internet, every content creator clickbaits a little. But adding these algorithmically famous characters, whoever's hot right now, to SCP stories is low. And kinda shady when you remember that they're copyrighted and SCP is a Creative Commons community. Speaking of which, The Rubber was called out for not linking and crediting the original stories that they're making videos of, which is legally required in the SCP's Creative Commons license. Brainy Entertainment does not do social media for itself or The Rubber, and has not responded to any requests from the community to fix these issues, except for the licensing one, and that's probably because they could have been sued over that one. Overall, their frequent errors and lack of accountability show that they do not care what the SCP community itself thinks about them. You know, the people who make the free stories that they make their money adapting. On top of all that, their animation quality is just not that great. Compare with other YouTube animators like Jaden Animations and Odd One Is Out, and you'll see the vast difference in smoothness of motion. The teams animating The Rubber basically just stick a couple static pieces of art on screen and wiggle them around. Pixar this ain't. And when you look at their upload schedules, you can see why this is. Good animation takes a long time, it's a lot of hard work. Odd and Jaden take a month or two to put out a single video. Meanwhile, Brainy's teams are putting out one a week. And I'm just speculating here, I don't have any evidence, but looking at that release schedule, I'd be worried about what the employee conditions are like. Oh, and how could I forget the art theft? This is from the Rubber's SCP-076 video. It's not the only time that they copied a talented SCP artist's work, just the most blatant one that I had on hand. And the saddest part to me? They are admittedly one of the best SCP projects on YouTube if you don't think about it too hard. They've shaped how millions of people perceive SCP in a cheap and crummy way. Channels like mine, Dr. Sumerian, Volgan, SCP Illustrated, we can't compete with these big companies swooping in and doing SCP content. Lord Bung is the closest we indie artists have of this level of content making, and we've been waiting for episode 8 of Confinement for 2 years. It takes a lot of practice and work to make that kind of quality content, and when these companies swoop in and take all the search results and ad revenue and stuff like that, the people who actually care about the community's growth is stunted. Volgan has made art for numerous SCP articles. SCP Illustrated and Dr. Sumerian are collaborating on an original series in the SCP-001 When Daybreaks universe, approved by the author of When Daybreaks. I'm using my newfound TikTok fame to get live-action shows and films in the SCP universe made. We're all trying to work with the community to help it grow. Brainy started the Rubber 2 years ago. They made a variety of videos until they realized that SCP far outperformed anything else they made, so they focused in on us. SCP fans want high-quality SCP content, and Brainy wants money and nothing else. When a company makes a crappy movie adaptation of a film or a book we love, we get mad. We know a corporate cash grab when we see it. And now, you see it too. I, for one, will not support Brainy Entertainment or The Rubber, or any content farm like them who disrespects and stunts the growth of the SCP community. If you like this content and want more of it, consider becoming a patron. Secure, contain, protect.
Cheese Whiz has calcium that helps make your bones strong. Cheese Whiz, for the strength to do more.
People criticized a woman for dyeing her dog's fur red, but the reason why she did it is sad. A woman named Chloe sparked outrage because she dyed her dog's fur bright red. When she posted videos of her red dog online, many people came to comment, accusing Chloe of turning a living being into a fashion accessory. Others said she simply did it for attention, and some even said it was cruel to the dog, as it may get confused. But Chloe loved her dog named Dan, and had been dyeing his fur red for years, long before she made any videos about him.
People keep reporting us. This whole situation is really frustrating.
Eventually, the backlash became too much, leading to Chloe revealing the sad reason why she dyes her dog Dan bright red. That is, to prevent him from being kidnapped. You may be wondering, who would kidnap a dog? Well, you see, Dan is a Great Pyrenees Dandy, which can cost anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000. You may think this is overly cautious, but that's where this story takes a dark turn. There had been instances in Chloe's neighborhood of Great Pyrenees Dandies being kidnapped, and then later sold for a big profit. Many people don't realize that dog kidnapping is a big business. The dogs are normally kidnapped to be sold or used in dog fights.
Thieves quickly resell stolen dogs to make money.
It's a surprisingly common crime. For example, in April 2025, 160 dogs were rescued from one house in South Carolina, with almost all of them being stolen dogs. However, dog thieves normally avoid dogs with obvious markings. They normally sell the dogs in the same area where they're stolen, meaning the dog's owner might see it around, as people who buy stolen dogs often don't realize they're stolen, which explains why Chloe dyed Dan's fur red. The dye will last for 6 weeks every time Chloe does it, giving Chloe and the police a big window to find Dan, if he was ever lost or stolen. It's sad Chloe felt the need to do this, but because other Great Pyrenees Dandies had been stolen in her area, she felt she had no other choice. But what happens when the worst case scenario actually happens? That's what happened to this man named Wang Yan. In 2012, 26-year-old Wang from China came home from work. His dog would normally greet him whenever he came home, but this time, things were different. Wang's dog was nowhere to be found, leading Wang to believe his dog had somehow escaped. But after searching day and night for several weeks, Wang's dog was still nowhere to be found, which is when Wang began began to suspect something more sinister might have happened to his dog. You see, in China, sometimes dogs are kidnapped and are then sold to slaughterhouses for meat. Also in China, slaughterhouses often pick up stray dogs, so Wang decided to check his local slaughterhouse. And while he didn't find his own dog, he was horrified to see so many other dogs being butchered for their meat. At this point, Wang realized his dog was likely gone for good, but he couldn't bear to leave all of the dogs in the slaughterhouse behind, knowing that all of these dogs would soon lose their lives. So Wang became determined to try and do something about it. Wang had built up a net worth of several million yuan, as he owned a steel factory. So Wang decided to simply buy the entire slaughterhouse, saving all the dogs he'd just seen. But Wang didn't stop there. He soon bought the abandoned factory next to the slaughterhouse and turned it into a rescue center for stray dogs. But Wang still wasn't done. Over time, he continued to expand his shelter. Eventually, it got so big, over 1,000 dogs were staying there at one time. The shelter took over Wang's entire life. He stopped working to take care of the dogs full time and poured every penny he had into the shelter, eventually even declaring bankruptcy, as he had spent all the money he had on saving dogs' lives. Despite being bankrupt, Wang refused to accept any donations, instead telling people to send food and supplies for the dogs, instead of a single penny for himself. Since that day when Wang bought the slaughterhouse, he has saved thousands of dogs' lives, and most of the dogs he saves go on to be adopted by a loving family. Wang sacrificed everything he had, inspired by the pain he felt when he lost his own dog all the way back in 2012. It's a powerful reminder of the bond between humans and animals, and how far that loyalty can go, with another perfect example being this dog. When a dog's owner passes away, the dog can become very upset, often laying down at their owner's grave, which is exactly what people thought this dog was doing. After this dog's owner passed away, she dug a hole where her owner's grave was. Everyone assumed she was doing this to be close to her owner, but the German Shepherd was actually hiding a big secret. One day, a woman named Vesa was at the cemetery in Serbia, which is when she saw the dog and went over to pet it. But as she did, she noticed the dog was hiding a litter of puppies that it had been keeping safe in this hole. But there was a problem. The German Shepherd had not been going out to get food and water, leading to both the dog and the puppies being malnourished and unhealthy. The dog had been doing nothing but sitting on her puppies in the hole by the grave, keeping them warm and safe. So Vesa realized she had to step in, as it's almost impossible for a stray dog to care for a litter of puppies. So Vesa took the dog and the puppies home and began to nurse them back to health. After just a few weeks, the dogs began to gain fat and muscle. Eventually, the puppies grew up, allowing Vesa to let other people adopt the puppies, meaning each one went to a loving family, which is something that sadly not every dog has. Every year, 6 million dogs are abandoned by their owners, which is exactly what happened to this boxer dog. On a hot summer's day in 2024, some kids were playing near a drainage canal in India, which is when they saw something moving in the dirty waters. To the kids' surprise, it turned out to be a boxer dog who had been cruelly dumped in the drainage canal. The kids attempted to rescue the dog, but the panicked dog kept wading back towards the river, farther away from the kids. So instead, the quick-thinking kids called the Blue Cross, which is an animal rescue charity in India. The Blue Cross made a makeshift rope leash, and then used it as a lasso to pick the dog up, carefully lifting it out of the water. The boxer dog was soon taken to a sanctuary, where it was given the name Boxy. Boxy loved the sanctuary, but dreamed of one day finding a permanent home. A few weeks went by and no one adopted her. But then one day, Boxy's dreams came true. A family visiting the sanctuary decided to adopt her, falling in love instantly, meaning Boxy finally had a permanent family to live with, giving Boxy a second chance at life and a first chance at love. Boxy's new family would never abandon her, and it's thanks to them, the kids in the canal, and the Blue Cross that Boxy is alive and well to this day. An even sadder story took place in April of 2025, when this dog named Raymond was taken to a hiking trail in Michigan by his owner. Raymond probably thought he was about to go on a fun walk, but instead he was dumped on the hiking trail, with his owners abandoning him there and driving away. Raymond stood there lost for 5 days, waiting for his family to come back, not knowing that they had no intention of doing so. Day after day, Raymond would sit on a pile of wood chips, watching the parking lot, hoping his owner would come back. As the days went by, hikers began to notice Raymond, eventually realizing that he needed help. But whenever anyone got near, Raymond would run away, only to return a few hours later to the exact same spot. One woman tried on multiple occasions to save Raymond, attempting to take him with her in her car. But after realizing she couldn't save Raymond by herself, she contacted the KG Foundation, which saves cats and dogs. The foundation arrived on the trail, but they were not prepared for what would happen next. Instead of running away like before, this time Raymond ran right up to them. The rescuers were confused at first, until they realized Raymond had walked over because he could smell their food. He was starving, having not eaten for 5 days. After feeding Raymond, they took him to a shelter, where they saw him do something they'd never seen him do before: wag his tail, a sign that Raymond was finally happy. But while at the shelter, things took a bad turn. Raymond had a nasty case of pneumonia. He was transferred to a pet hospital, but thankfully, after some weeks, Raymond began to get better, finally being friendly and wagging his tail once again. Today, Raymond is still getting better, but as soon as he's fully healed, Raymond will be ready for adoption. So while Raymond's first owners never came back, he will soon be adopted by a brand new family, one that will never abandon him or treat him badly. These stories are proof dogs are humans' best friend, and that people will do anything to protect dogs' lives, even in the face of cruelty. Comment below which of these true stories was the most amazing. Subscribe if you haven't yet, and watch this video next.
Alright team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then, ping me on SmackDown.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else we have ClickUp.
Do any changes affect my chocolate labels?
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Pinterest has now become one of the many tragedies of our modern age, of a platform that was once great, now becoming completely unusable. As in, the experience when you're on the site is nothing like what it used to be, if your account is allowed to remain up, because Pinterest has basically decided to just ban a bunch of accounts for no good reason. Like, accounts that are just pinning other photos of completely harmless stuff are getting their accounts terminated. They ramped up their AI moderation so much, they're being treated like prisoners who should be sent to the most remote maximum security prison and banished off the face of the earth. Pinning someone else's image on Pinterest can be seen as similar to using the like button on other social media platforms. Imagine getting banned off of YouTube because you saved a meme video to a playlist of yours. When these people try to appeal to Pinterest saying, hey, I think you got the wrong account, I just pin photos of puppies, they've mostly been ignored. They're expressing that it feels like they're not even getting through to real people. Pinterest has made it very clear with their transparency reports and whatnot that they use AI moderation a lot. It's truly strange because Pinterest is one of the worst platforms you could ever think to put under the control of intense AI moderation. Like, when you see all of these stories from people on Reddit, a lot of people are voicing that losing their Pinterest account feels like losing a part of themselves. After a lot of the complaints about Pinterest started gaining traction, Pinterest responded on social media saying, "We hear your concerns about recent account deactivations on Pinterest. To ensure Pinterest remains a safe and positive platform, we continuously monitor for content that violates our community guidelines, and accounts with violative content may be deactivated as a result. If you think your account was deactivated by mistake, please send us a DM at AskPinterest." They seriously replied to the concerns about accounts being wrongly entirely banned over AI moderation and people just desperately wanting to get through to an actual human with the most corporate, unhuman response imaginable. There's been a lot of changes with Pinterest over the past couple years that have really been shaping the user experience into something that's almost unrecognizable. See, on Pinterest, you can take a look at somebody else's image and you can pin it to your board. You didn't make it, you just happen to be someone who witnessed this image exists, right? Well, if you pin something to your board and that pin was found to be in violation with one of their terms, which sometimes it's not even really violating anything and it's just like a bit of a false flag, Pinterest will send you an email that sounds like they're going to personally come and arrest you. So I opened up one of the emails I got from Pinterest saying one of the pins has been removed. And the title of the email sounds kind of polite, right? Sorry, we had to disable access to one of your pins on Pinterest. So I'm thinking, okay, thanks for the apology, what's going on? I open up the email, completely switching the tone up. We're getting in touch to let you know we received a copyright infringement report and have removed one of your pins. And then it says how the violation was identified, basically says some copyright holder identified the pin, didn't want it there. It attaches the infringement report ID, pin ID, reporter's legal name, and then it adds further clarification saying, please note that you did not receive a strike. It's great to see you did not receive a strike this time. Fantastic, but then that raises some alarm bells. Why are strikes on the table to begin with? Why are you saying, good news, you didn't receive a strike this time over something I didn't even make. I just happened to witness the image's existence and think, oh, that looks good, let me add it to my collection. How is one supposed to know what they can and what they cannot pin, right? Not even post to the platform, but just what image are you allowed to look at and save effectively? Copyrighted material is not entirely easy to spot sometimes, right? Like if somebody posts a picture of a cake that isn't theirs, you're not gonna immediately know, oh, that's an example of copyrighted material. What I'm saying is, as the user, you have no idea if you're doing anything wrong. A key way Pinterest has declined in quality recently would be the overwhelming presence of ads on the site. People go there to feel inspired, to feel creative. It's not really a shopping site. When you're scrolling, a lot of the slots are taken up by ads, and it's actually especially distracting when your feed is mostly static images and these slots are ads that are not just images, they're like video ads too. Your eye tends to go there more because there's movement. So not only are these ads just taking up more space in the visual field, but they're also more eye-catching. Even the algorithm when you go to use the site is really odd. See, with the way Pinterest operates, having a feed that is super curated to your tastes is very important. But now it feels like these days, whatever you just were recently pinning, it starts cluttering up your whole page as if this is the core part of your personality. Let's say you're one of those people where you want to get on that financial grind, right? So you're looking up mansions. You've curated a feed of mansions, money, like an old money aesthetic, right? That's your feed. You go search up bread for 2 seconds, you are the bread person. Your feed is bread. You will take the bread and you will like it. People naturally go search up new things, but that's not like their entire personality. You should be allowed to deviate from your base for 2 seconds without ruining your whole experience. And all of that is bad, but we really need to address the elephant in the room, the main thing that is plummeting the quality of this site fast. And that would be the fact that Pinterest is another online hellhole that is being flooded with AI slop. People do not like AI slop. This is not a groundbreaking opinion, though there is something we need to talk about with all of this, is that in this flood of low effort AI content that society is witnessing, there are certain spaces, certain platforms that are able to deal with this onslaught better than others. And Pinterest is not one of those places. See, on YouTube and TikTok, for example, I've covered how terrible low effort AI accounts are posting stuff that makes you want to give your eyeballs an eviction notice. But these accounts are in specific niches on the platform. Many users can avoid encountering this type of content right now. With Pinterest, most everything you want to search on there is being flooded with AI content, and you are going to encounter the AI waste constantly. Like, you're using the site to look for real examples of things, and instead, you're finding stuff that has never existed in a physical space. You know, there's just something so deeply sad about the fact that people are now starting to compare what they want to make for themselves to an AI output. We're actually getting to the point where people are altering their expectations for what's possible based on images not grounded in reality. But you know what's especially concerning about this AI flood into Pinterest? It's not just done by random people making like 2 AI images and then calling it a day. See, there are these AI Pinterest automation videos on YouTube. A lot of this AI flood is driven by specific people or groups outputting thousands of images with the goal of profit in mind, telling people that you can make crazy amounts like 100,000 a month by just posting AI images to Pinterest. Just for fun, not really fun, I decided to make a new Pinterest account just to see what the experience would be like for a new user trying to search up different things. Alright, time to create a new personal account on Pinterest. Create new. Email. Don't look at my email, you guys. Now it's asking what I'm interested in so it can harvest all of my data. Sorry, there's a spider on the ceiling. I'm scared. Life quotes, sure. Why not? Room decor. Let's see, what's my first feed? Guys, this is bad. You know, I can't even blame Pinterest for this one. I really shouldn't have clicked those options. So let's just see how many of the search results on this new account are taken over by AI. Okay. I searched up dessert, right? This popped up in the first row. It links me to an Etsy account just called Dessert Recipe, and all of the other recipes look AI generated too. So I searched up cat tree, because I have cats, right? Barely scrolled down, and I'm already seeing entirely, like, just a plethora of cat trees that don't exist and will never exist. I really hate this image specifically because of how distorted the cats are. Like, the AI could not tell when the cat tree texture began and the cat ended. This cat's just kind of fusing into the tree. This one's face is messed up. I don't even know what it was trying to generate right here, and it's making me nauseous. And then there's this like weird hole in the carpet at the bottom level of the cat tree, and it almost looks like it was gonna be a sleeping cat, and then I don't know, it just gave up. I don't even know what this is. This is not even a cat. It's like 2 front legs and no face. Who needs one? 80s fashion outfit. Hold on. Now who is this? You can tell the image is AI through the choices that make absolutely no sense and just a few glitches here and there. And I don't know how to explain it, it's just the overly smooth nature of the image. This person also not real with the remnants of the prompt they put in being printed on the van behind them with weird AI text glitchiness. Hold on, 50s jukebox. Immediately we see not a jukebox, but the Juck box. If you're trying to search someone specifically up on Pinterest, another thing I've noticed is that if they are a famous person, right, there are a bunch of AI generated images of them as well. So I'm gonna search up Marilyn Monroe because, you know, incredibly famous individual. And this isn't her, this is an AI generated image of her. Look at all of the AI generated Marilyn Monroes. Some images look convincing too, and that's the really unfortunate part. It's not even just about like, oh, aesthetics on Pinterest are being ruined by AI slop. The way people perceive decades or historical individuals are being altered as they scroll past dozens of posts that aren't real, that are portraying themselves as that subject matter. So when you go search up 80s outfits or something, and instead of finding examples of people who are actually alive in like 1985 just wearing their clothes, you're seeing AI models wearing a mismatch of just incredibly loud clothing and portraying things completely inaccurately. If you care about history, right? If you're somebody who follows something specifically, go save images to your PC, because in the next upcoming years, there's gonna be a bunch of media flooding the internet about every subject you can think of, including historical ones, that will look convincing because AI is getting better at generating convincing images, but they won't be grounded in reality. They won't be true. Because of their decisions, the reputation of Pinterest is shattering right now. The the app is receiving a bunch of negative reviews, and a lot of people are opting to just stop using it entirely, and I'm one of those people. I'm in a position where I liked using Pinterest, but it was not a necessary part of my workflow or a part of my life where I have to keep using Pinterest. I have thousands of pins saved, but once I saw these mass bans happening, I decided to get on my account, download all my pins manually. It took me 8 hours, but I did it, and I just started using a couple of other offline apps to create vision boards. Trust was everything for this site, and even if a lot of these accounts are reinstated, the fact that this happened in the first place makes it really hard to trust that your account is actually going to be safe from this happening again. So all that is to say, Pinterest has lost my interest. That was really cheesy and bad. I'm sorry. Now, I would like to just give a huge thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring today's video. Squarespace is the all-in-one website platform that makes it incredibly easy to succeed online. If you're just starting out from the ground up or you're managing a growing brand, you're gonna find that with Squarespace, it's incredibly easy to create a stunning website, connect with your audience, and you can sell anything from products to content to your experience, all in one place, all on your terms. With Squarespace, you can actually create really nice, cohesive video and image libraries. For me, I'm currently using it to archive a lot of my previous content I've posted on here, so that way I can make my content publicly available elsewhere in case AI moderation takes over on YouTube and decides to smite me here. You know, it's nice having your own website where your content is under your control. A great thing about Squarespace is that it makes it easy for your website to get discovered fast. They have amazing SEO tools where every website is optimized to be indexed with meta descriptions, an auto-generated sitemap, and more, so you come up more in search results. With Squarespace, you can also fundraise on your site and grow your impact. They have excellent built-in donation tools and built-in email campaign and marketing tools, so you can develop a stronger connection with your base and get more people to support your cause. You can go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/semantics to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Again, thank you Squarespace for sponsoring. Thanks for watching, and have a great rest of your day.
Glucerna helps stabilize my blood sugar. Basta may tulong ng Glucerna, may resulta.
So I had an operation on my eye called a vitrectomy, and when they put all the needles in to freeze it, my heart stopped. Good morning from my hospital bed in Italy, where my husband is standing looking out the window at the beautiful scenery. I had eye surgery yesterday. Unfortunately, due to the medication they put in the needle in my eye, my heart stopped and I almost died.
Oh my god! Is it really true that Charlie Kirk is vegan now?
I was unconscious, and you're not supposed to be. But anyway, they told me I have to stay in the hospital now and I can't go home yet.
Little Johnny, you think the smoothie I gave you tastes like shit? That's because it does have shit in it. Because your mom fed my child non-vegan foods.
And I know many of you have told me that you think that this was God's revenge for me not believing in him. And yet many people also say that God helped me through this. I have a lot more to say about the subject of God and religion.
About 10 months ago, that vegan teacher, Miss Katie, almost had a run-in with death. She almost died from a routine eye surgery. As she explained in her video, her heart stopped for a few moments, and fortunately for her, the doctors involved were able to resuscitate her. And the reason I'm mentioning this now is because there's been a lot of information, a lot of debate around veganism and how healthy it is, because she constantly makes this argument that, oh, veganism is super healthy, it's healthy for everybody. The Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics said it's healthy for every stage of life, so therefore you should be vegan. Why aren't you vegan? Which I've already kind of debunked this a million times now, that it's just simply not true. Veganism is not healthy for everyone, probably not even the vast majority of people. And that vegan teacher is no exception. The fact of the matter is, whatever happened during this routine eye surgery was not normal. It was unprecedented. And there is speculation that perhaps a lack of nutrients, some nutrient deficiency, may have led to her heart stopping during this procedure. And not just that, but vegan teacher lately has been seriously spiraling. She has completely lost her marbles. Like, she has gone absolute batshit insane. Like I didn't even think that we would get to this point where I'm still shocked at how crazy this woman has actually become. The lunacy has gone insane. And I'll just show you a few recent examples of this depraved lunacy.
Oh my god. Is it really true that Charlie Kirk is vegan now? That's very sexy, Charlie.
So yeah, I don't even know where to begin to describe this really weird TikTok. This person she's talking about has apparently announced that they're going vegan. Good for them. So again, I have no idea who Charlie Kirk is, but if they did become vegan, well, guess what? If they ever watch this video, they're gonna start eating meat immediately, just out of pure disgust of being associated with you and being in the same category. I don't know how they're related to the trans community. I really didn't look into that, but she's using this filter to make herself look transgender, and I think she's just wearing a bra here. I don't know. It's disturbing, and I apologize if you have to bleach your eyes after that. I totally understand. I will not be paying for your medical expenses. I don't have that kind of money, but I will keep you in my thoughts. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry. But yeah, there was that, and then she was once again talking about pooping in children's food, because that's a great way to spread veganism. Am I right? No. Absolutely not. This is horrendous. This is depraved. It is disgusting. And that honestly goes without saying.
Little Johnny, you think the smoothie I gave you tastes like shit? That's because it does have shit in it. Because your mom fed my child non-vegan foods. You know, fair's fair.
You know what's even crazier about what she just said that I just realized? That she was basically saying, oh, your mother fed my child non-vegan food, so I got revenge. Obviously, this is like a metaphorical statement, hypothetical statement, really. But in Italy, it's actually illegal to feed children a vegan diet up until they're 16 years old. So you'd actually be the one in the wrong if you had a vegan child in Italy. You'd be constantly breaking the law, and this person would actually be completely in the right to feed them non-vegan food. So you'd be the one going to jail. Isn't that funny? Now, you may not experience health problems right away, like physical ones that you can very clearly see and feel, but I think it's the mental ones. So I've noticed with a lot of vegans online that they all kind of slip into this state of perpetual lunacy. And I'm not saying all vegans, just the ones that I tend to talk about, the really crazy ones. And it's like, why is it that there's this similarity between all of them? They're all just these depraved lunatics, crazy people, always spewing nonsense, super angry all the time.
And when I see babies in a stroller, especially when they're crying, I just want to put my foot through the fucking thing and step on it until it's nothing but blood and pulp on the fucking pavement.
And it gets to the point where they start saying things like feeding children meat is equal to rape. Like, what causes this? And I've said it a billion times as somebody who's not some sort of health professional, but it seems to be a lack of nutrients, particularly probably B12, as B12 is very much responsible for your brain function, what's going on upstairs. And without that, without a sufficient supply of it, which these vegans really don't have for the most part, even vegan teachers talked about in the past that she doesn't really care so much for supplementing properly. And I highly doubt these people are doing it correct either. But we'll go into a deeper dive on, vegans claiming that other vegans just didn't do it correctly. That is a hot topic in the vegan community on Reddit and on the internet all over. So in those am I the asshole style videos, those stories, those vegan story videos I do, that's where we'll talk about that in great depth. But for now, we're here to just discuss Miss Katie spiraling into deep lunacy and having nearly died roughly a year ago. So here's that footage again.
Hey everybody. First of all, stay vegan no matter what. Second of all, so I had an operation on my eye called a vitrectomy, and when they put all the needles in to freeze it, my heart stopped. And so it gets slowed down a lot, and then it stopped, and I was unconscious, and you're not supposed to be. But anyway, they told me I have to stay in the hospital now, and I can't go home yet. Pretty dizzy. Everything's still frozen all up here. I can't feel my head. I just wanted to make sure that you guys all know how important it is for us to protect the animals. So please today don't eat them, okay? Thank you.
So Vegan Teacher has literally stated in the past, I'm not gonna go get the clip because I don't feel like it, but she stated that veganism isn't about our own health. It's not about us in any way, shape, or form. It is purely about protecting animals, which means that she doesn't care about her own health. She doesn't care about the health of other people. She only cares about a few less dairy cows not being milked, I guess, or a few less pigs not being killed, I guess. That's what she cares about at the end of the day. So health is never at the forefront of their lives when it comes to veganism. So even in this situation where she nearly died, it's not like she denounced veganism or was like, okay, well, maybe I should change some things. Maybe I should focus on me. And even if it's not about giving up veganism and it's just targeting, you know, whatever it is that she might be deficient in nutrient-wise and trying to correct that, she makes no indication whatsoever that she's even interested in doing so. Like, oh, well, you know, I know this shouldn't happen. She acknowledges that this was not a normal occurrence. This shouldn't happen. Her heart should not have stopped during this routine eye surgery. Clearly, that indicates that there's something definitely probably wrong with you. But she's like, whatever. Just protect the animals. That's what I care about. Focus on the animals, guys. That's what matters, not me. Which is, you know, it's honorable. I'll give you that. You know, you really putting the animals before yourself, sure. But if you really want to do that, you should live like freely. You should sell your house and go move to the jungle and live off the land so that you're not, you know, hurting the animals with your electricity that you use, the car that you drive, you know, all the human luxuries that we get to enjoy that come at the expense of hundreds of thousands of animals every other day.
And for over 1.5 years, we have been eating an exclusively living foods frugivore diet. Our food is cooked once by the best chef in the world, the sun. So no need to cook it again. We plant the seeds from our meal, and then we will eventually harvest the fruits of our labor. A great off-grid skill to develop clothing and doing ultra our labor.
You know, when you denounce all of that stuff and push it to the side, maybe we'll take you seriously, you know, like Freely does. But you're willing to die for these animals. You mean starve yourself to death, but you're not willing to give up your luxuries? That's odd. Anyway, she goes further into this, talking about how she was saved by God to deliver a message to protect the animals, that she's like his little foot soldier defending the animals.
Good morning from my hospital bed in Italy, where my husband is standing looking out the window at the beautiful scenery. I had eye surgery yesterday. Unfortunately, due to the medication they put in the needle in my eye, my heart stopped and I almost died. I had to be given emergency atropine, but I'm okay now. Just a bit dizzy, and my head is still numb. My husband ran out to the local grocery store to get us some nuts, banana, and apricots to sustain us.
Real quick interruption. This is her problem right here. And I know this for a fact because I saw her do a mukbang. Yes, I saw her do the saddest vegan mukbang to ever mukbang. And it literally had like some like bananas left over from the fridge and a couple of nuts and like a little bit of bread. And she like ate like 2 bites. Like it's sad. And like literally eating like this, like you are definitely starving yourself of nutrients. No wonder your heart stopped.
Since the breakfast here in Italy was pretty lame, it was essentially 2 dried up processed pieces of toast. No fruit whatsoever was served. They gave me a cup of tea, but I don't think that soy milk or oat milk are a thing in this hospital. They're really behind the times here in Italy. The weather is amazing, and the buildings and everything are so cute, but I wouldn't call them a progressive society. I was told to get into a wheelchair because they were taking me to see the doctor. After putting burning eye drops into my head, they brought me back to my room, and I was told I was okay to go home now. My husband was here the whole time with me. They allowed him to sleep in a chair in the room overnight, which was great. He's a bit camera shy, but I told him, come and say hi. So there he is. Thanks so much to all vegan fantastic people who sent me messages telling me they were thinking about me. It's time to go home now and rest. And I know many of you have told me that you think that this was God's revenge for me not believing in him. And yet many people also say that God helped me through this. I have a lot more to say about the subject of God and religion. I've tested God during the time that I was on the operating table and slowly stopping to breathe. I told him, kill me now if that's what you want. But apparently, my work here on earth is not finished. I'm alive, and I will fight.
Birch Tree Advance.
Senior power at half the price ng leading senior milk brand.
Para sa negosyo, Mitsubishi L300 pa rin.
Well, guys, it's a tale as old as time. If I were to ask you, what is the name of an online figure that has basically become synonymous with internet drama over the last, year and a half? I feel like most people are gonna have one particular name pop into that old thinker. And for a while, it started to seem like maybe that was gonna go away, but today we are reminded that some things never change. Now, Mr. Beast is not a person who is unfamiliar with controversy. Throughout the entirety of last year, I feel like the whole Mr. Beast drama saga was the biggest piece of recurring internet drama we had, and at a point it felt like it was never going to end. And for the last 4 or 5 months or so, it seems like for the most part, Mr. Beast has been able to keep himself out of drama. That was until this lawsuit. Basically, if you haven't heard, Mr. Beast is being sued by the Mexican government because of a video that he uploaded about a week ago titled I Explored 2,000-year-old Ancient Temples, in which Mr. Beast and friends go around exploring various Mayan temples. So, yeah, it seems like Mr. Beast might have found himself in a new shitstorm already. At least it's a fresh one, I guess, and that's what we're going to be looking into today. But real quick, before we do that, there's something that I need to show you guys. Now, over the last couple of months, me and a company called Epic Desk have been working together to make what scientists are calling the greatest desk mat to ever be made. Okay, we didn't make sure that they were actual scientists, but I'm pretty sure that's what they'd say because this thing is magnificent. With the help of some amazing artists over at Epic Desk, and I really do mean amazing because this is what I provided them with, we were able to come up with this beautiful desk mat that I'm hoping you guys will want to enjoy with me. I've been living with this desk mat for the last couple of weeks. I've been using it every single day, and seriously, the quality has blown me away. It doesn't slip, it doesn't slide, it feels good, the print is great, the colors are vibrant. It's perfect for a gaming setup, it's perfect for an office setup. I mean, it's honestly just kind of perfect overall. For the design, obviously, I had to stick to the duck roots, and we were able to come up with something that is not only unbelievably fucking adorable, but is also just pretty to look at. And no, I'm not just saying that because there's a little version of me in that little log cabin right there. These mats are going to be available for a limited time only, a little bit over a month. Come June 20th, these will be gone for good. So if you're interested in purchasing one, don't wait too long. There'll be a link in the description to take you guys over to Epic Desk's website, and I hope to see a lot of you guys rocking this in your setup. To anybody who feels so inclined to purchase one, it really does help me out a lot, so I appreciate that greatly. Don't want to spend too much time fawning over the mat. I could do it all day. Let's get back to it. Now, according to the articles I've read, this was all made possible by a firm called Full Circle Media, which I assume worked with Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History, which is the firm that's filing the suit against this media company. And according to this institute, this media company violated the terms of what the government granted them permission for. Now, as of right now, it's not fully clear whether or not Mr. Beast is involved in this lawsuit or not. I'm going to assume that if he's not right now, then he will be eventually, because it seems like the reason this lawsuit was filed, because the footage that was captured of and the videos that were made with these temples were not supposed to be monetized in any shape or form. And it seems like Mr. Beast not only monetized his video on YouTube with advertisements, but also promoted his personal brands within the video. So while right now it seems like this lawsuit is only directed at this media company, I'm sure that Mr. Beast or his team had to sign something saying that they were going to follow and respect these conditions, and, well, they didn't. So I'd be pretty surprised if Mr. Beast and his team do not get involved somehow. And the main reason that I say that is because it seems like all of the gripes that this institute has are pretty pretty much directly with Mr. Beast. They seem like things that are kind of out of the control of the media company that he would have been working with, and I'm sure that is the stance that they will try to maintain as well. Now, I've got a news article and a social media post from the Mexican government that we're going to look at. We're also going to look at part of Mr. Beast's video, but just as sort of a baseline, it seems like the two main complaints that the Mexican government has here is one, obviously, the monetization of the video. He plugs his chocolate. I think he says something like it's the only Mayan approved chocolate there is. So, you know, maybe not the best choice of words there. And also there's a lot of CGI used in this video. And it seems to be the stance of this institute that sort of devalues the archaeological history. And they're also looking at that as him spreading false information about these sites. So that sort of seems to be the two main issues, which, like I said, I don't know what a media company who was kind of facilitating all this stuff being filmed really could have done to prevent that. Anyways, with that being said, we're going to go through some of this news article that gives us some more information about this lawsuit, including that apparently on Wednesday, the president of Mexico requested clarification on the conditions under which the YouTuber was granted access. Now, I don't know if this is what prompted the lawsuit, but everything about the lawsuit seemed to have been made public on Wednesday, so maybe. But as we've discussed, the permit issued to this production company did not authorize the use of the image of the archaeological sites for the advertising of commercial brands for private profit. Now, Mr. Beast was not inside of a temple when he plugged his chocolate, but obviously it was still in the same video, plus he said it's Mayan approved, so, you know, really no way around that. And just so you can see it with your own eyeballs, here is that right now.
And to wrap up the night, we have a special Mayan dessert.
Anong gusto nyo?
Prito, please.
Okay. Ma, di lang tayo chef, kundi nutritionist ng tahanan. Ang simpleng ulam, gawing nutritious at masarap. Magdal Monte to
Dessert, the brand new Feastables peanut butter cups.
Wait, brand new, but it's a Mayan dessert?
Don't ask questions. It's dessert. Here you go.
The king of marketing over here.
Bro, look at how much peanut butter is in there. Isn't it sad that there are humans on this earth whose taste buds have not been blessed with the brand new Feastables peanut butter cups? So if you want an ethically sourced, amazing tasting snack, make sure you reach for Feastables. It's good. The only Mayan approved snack on the planet.
So there's that. And unless there was just like some insane miscommunication where somehow absolutely nothing that this institute told this media company was relayed to the Mr. Beast team, this seems like a pretty blatant violation of the terms that everyone should have known about. Now, the big thing that leads me to believe that it's not just going to be the media company involved in this, what makes me think Mr. Beast is definitely going to be a part of this at some point, is that the Institute is demanding compensation for damages and a public retraction for non-compliance with the terms of the permit. And I can't imagine the public retraction that they're looking for is from a media company nobody's ever heard of. You know, they're probably going to want that from the face of the person who, you know, said and spread everything that they're wanting retracted. We can go through the full statement that the Institute released because it's really not that long. And again, I'm not trying to repeat myself, but I feel like their gripe is really with Mr. Beast here, not so much this media company. But I'm not 100% sure of the legality of everything involving that. Maybe there's really nothing they can do against Mr. Beast, and it will be all against this media company. But the statement reads, in relation to the videos spread by YouTuber Mr. Beast, the INAH reports that it will always be open to audio-visual proposals that contribute to the knowledge and dissemination of the archaeological and cultural heritage of Mexico. We are pleased that YouTubers and all the young people of the world appreciate the value of our original civilizations. What the INAH strongly condemns is that there are those who take advantage of the good disposition of the institutions to violate the terms of the authorizations granted. Moreover, the INAH condemns those with commercial interest and private profit purposes who dare to deviate the value of archaeological sites, which are the legacy of our origin cultures and pride of our nation. Permission issued to Full Circle Media, representative of Mr. Beast, did not authorize the publication of false information or the use of the image of archaeological sites for private profit commercials. We'll circle back to that in a second. The heritage of the nation, which is public by its nature, cannot be exploited by commercial enterprises. The separation between political power and economic power is an indescribable principle of the fourth transformation. It is for this reason that the INAH has filed an administrative lawsuit against such producing company, demanding compensation for damages and public retraction for non-compliance with the terms of the permits of good faith issued by the institution and for making illegal use for profit purposes private of the archaeological heritage that belongs to all Mexicans. So circling back to that that one line, I believe when they're talking about the publication of false information, I've got to imagine that refers to all the CGI used in the video, which there is some like questionable stuff. Lots of underground x-rays or like x-rays of the temples showing things underground or inside of these buildings that are clearly not actually there. Also stuff like making artifacts look like they're glowing or they're smoking. There might be something that I'm missing that could be more directly considered false information, but that's really all that I could gather that might be what they're talking about. Doesn't really seem like any of the articles out there know either. Maybe they're referring to the fact that he said the chocolate is mine approved. I don't know. Whatever it might be, this all seems like it could have really easily been avoided. I mean, you'd think with something like this where you have to have permits to film and there's strict guidelines that there would have been some sort of approval process before the video went out, a viewing, a look at the script, you know, something that would have gave this institute sort of an idea of what's actually going to be put out there. I feel like something as simple as that would have prevented all of this. Again, maybe there was some crazy miscommunication between the media company and the MrBeast team, but I don't know, that's hard for me to believe because people don't get to film this shit. Like, nobody really gets to go into these places, so I feel like for them to allow such a big production, things would have been laid out pretty clearly, you know? However, that's really all the information we have right now. This is all pretty new. This stuff has basically just hit the internet, so curious to see where this goes and if MrBeast ends up tied up in this a little bit more than he seems to be right now. Well, guys, what do you think? What do you think not only about what's going to happen here, what do you think about this lawsuit? Do you think this is on MrBeast? I don't really know who's to blame here. I feel like with MrBeast being as big of a name as he is, with as many people on his team as there are, if guidelines like this were just laid out in front of him, guidelines made by a government entity, I feel like he probably would have followed them. You know what I mean? Like, not even for moral reasons, just as like a business decision. This would be a really stupid thing to like purposefully go against. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious to get more information about all this and see exactly what happened, what caused all this, because it's honestly just not really making a whole lot of sense to me. What does make a lot of sense to me though is you buying a desk mat. So don't forget, if you want one of those, they won't be around forever. Link in the description. Hopefully this doesn't start a whole new era of MrBeast slop content. We'll see. See ya.
Feeling winner ka sa TNT Surf Saya 35. May data for all apps and sites. At maraming
For hundreds of years after the crucifixion of Christ, Rome persecuted Christians. They nailed them to crosses, set them on fire by the dozen in arenas, whipped them, beat them, humiliated them, and fed them to lions, leopards, bears, and dogs. Thousands upon thousands were killed. Others went into hiding. But the persistence, faith, conviction, and perseverance in reported miracles, Christianity eventually became the state religion of the Western Roman Empire under Emperor Theodosius I in 380. By the early 17th century, Christianity had spread or had begun to spread to almost all corners of the world, including the then isolated and remote islands of Japan. It's estimated that there were about 300,000 Christians in Japan, mostly in the south, in 1635. In 1640, the only Christians left in Japan were hiding their faith, hiding themselves, or both. In 1614, the Japanese government, led by Shogun Tokugawa Hidetada, determined that Christianity was a threat to their rule and the traditional customs and beliefs of Japan. They banned foreign missionaries and forbade the practice of Christianity in the Japanese islands. But that did not stop the growth of the religion. And the religion that promoted the idea of turning the other cheek continued to grow, especially in the south, where it had first arrived with Spanish and Portuguese priests and monks. So, beginning shortly after 1614 and becoming more severe through the 1630s, Iemitsu had the Christians in Japan, both Japanese and non-Japanese alike, killed. Welcome to A Day in History, where we bring you some of the most unusual and darker chapters of human history. In all likelihood, the first Europeans to arrive in Japan were Portuguese sailors who had been blown off course on their way to the Asian mainland in the late 1490s. But the real beginning of European influence in Japan began in 1543, when a succession of Portuguese traders arrived in the country, the most prominent being Fernão Mendes Pinto, who had sailed to India several times, as well as China, the Philippines, and the famous Spice Islands, the Moluccas, northeast of Indonesia. He later wrote a detailed book about his voyages in Asia, including Japan. Pinto and the other Portuguese traders sold spices and several arquebuses, an early handheld firearm. The Japanese were intrigued but wary. For centuries, the only people they had had contact with were Koreans, Chinese Okinawans, and others of the Ryukyu Islands, which at the time were a tributary state of China, not Japan. These kingdoms had similar, though different cultures, a shared history going back centuries, and shared to a great degree ideas about religion or spirituality. They also had a similar appearance to one another. The Europeans were utterly different. Their ships were different, their clothing was different, their appearance was radically different. So was the food they ate. Their language was absolutely unrelated to anything the Japanese knew, and their religion and spiritual beliefs were different in the extreme. Pinto and the other Portuguese traders explorers did not include missionaries or anyone trying to spread Christianity. They didn't even know if they would be allowed to anchor in Japan. They were there to trade and to evaluate Japan and check out the prospects for trade and influence there. Only 2 European nations had practical knowledge of the lands and seas of Asia at that point: Portugal and Spain, 2 closely related allies. Most importantly, they were both Catholic, and the Catholicism of that time was a highly evangelical religion. Where numbers of Portuguese and Spanish traders and military men went, priests and monks went with them. Remember, it took a good 6 months to make the journey from the Iberian Peninsula to Japan. It could be done in 4 months with luck by going through Magellan's Pass at the southern tip of South America, discovered in 1520 by the famous Portuguese explorer. Only the Spanish and Portuguese knew about the pass until 1587, when the first English ship, the privateer Dolphin, sailed into the Pacific. Going through the pass and across the Pacific was extremely dangerous though, so most sailed around Africa, into the Indian Ocean, Southeast Asia into the China Sea, and beyond. staying as close to the coasts as possible. The enemies of Portugal and Spain, the Protestant English and Dutch, were largely kept out of Asia by the size of the Spanish and Portuguese fleets there. So, it took about a year to get to Japan and back from Portugal. Add in stopovers for trade and resupply along the way, as well as securing financing and finding a crew brave and knowledgeable enough to go, and a return trip could take years. Pinto and others also had to convince their Portuguese and Spanish rulers that the trip was worth it in terms of money, power, and religion. At the time, Portugal and Spain were extremely religious. One might say fanatically Catholic, for the Protestant Reformation had begun in 1517 and spread throughout Northern Europe. The Portuguese, Spanish, and Italians, and all popes with one exception until 1978 were Italian, saw themselves as defenders of the true faith. They saw it as their duty to spread Christianity in its Catholic form around the world. Francis Xavier, the co-founder of the Jesuit order with Ignatius Loyola, arrived in the southern city of Kagoshima on the island of Kyushu with 2 other monks in 1549. They received permission from the local daimyo or lord to travel his lands, and while there, Xavier learned Japanese and began to convert Christian texts written in Latin to Japanese. He traveled through Kyushu preaching and making converts when he went to the capital, Kyoto. In Kyoto, he was told in no uncertain terms not to preach or try to convert any Japanese there. Kyoto was not only the shogunate's capital, but also home to the emperor. The emperor was not only treated as a god, but was believed to be divine, despite having no real political power. It would not do for a foreign and barbarian religion to be taught in Kyoto.
Uwian na! Uwian na!
Uwian na! Yes! Uwian na! Uwian na!
We're home! Espesyal ang pag-uwi, lumalabas sa pag-ibig.
Butter naman with butter rich and moisture fun.
Cake slices so delicious with filling so luscious.
Cheesy and tomato with creamy buttercream. Make every uwian a special time with Red Ribbon pasalubong packs.
One of the things that Japan is famous for today is its ability to take elements of foreign ideas and inventions and somehow make them uniquely Japanese. It was the same before the arrival of Christianity. Before and for some time after the arrival of the first Europeans, Japan was greatly influenced by China and Chinese culture. Though they are quite distinct today, Japanese language and writing have ancient roots in China. The same is true for religious and spiritual beliefs to a degree. Through the centuries, the Japanese developed their own ideas about the beginning of the universe and the foundation of their island country. Many of these beliefs, along with notions of harmony and personal enlightenment, are part of the native Japanese religion of Shinto. One of the many interesting things about Shinto is that it has been very open to outside influence, or was, until the arrival of Christianity. Shinto includes a veneration of spirit and spirits, known as kami, and includes the practice of meditation. Meditation, enlightenment, and a life of harmony with others and nature are also elements of the many forms of Buddhism that came to Japan through China. The philosophy of Confucius, known in the West as Confucius, also came to Japan from China. The importance of family loyalty and obedience, as well as to one's superiors, also made its way into Japanese culture. Japan has a famous saying: Shinto is for weddings, Buddhism is for funerals, and Confucianism is for everyday life. What is not included is the idea of a single supreme being who sent a son in human form to Earth to save it from sin, and who preached universal love and peace. Oh, and who also rose from the dead and who looked nothing like them. The idea of sin was alien to the Japanese, but the ideas of the meek inheriting the earth and the last becoming first and the first becoming last, along with the idea of a perfect heaven, were really appealing to many Japanese, especially those on the bottom of the social ladder, and most Japanese were at the bottom. From movies like The Last Samurai and others, many people in America and Europe think of the samurai as honorable, heroic warriors, and many were. They were also only about 7 to 10% of the Japanese population and ruled over the other 90% with an absolute iron fist. In 1601, just before the great persecution of Christians in Japan, the Tokugawa family ruled the country in the emperor's name. They brought order and stability to a country that had seen hundreds of years of war, and Japan began flourishing. But there was a cost. Obey or die. When the third Tokugawa shogun, Iemitsu, took over in 1623, he issued edicts that many historians believe made Japan almost totalitarian. Permits were needed for nearly everything. Checkpoints were everywhere, so were spies, informers, and samurai enforcers. For most samurai, life was pretty good. It was exceedingly hard for everyone else, but complaints were answered with the sword. Most crimes were capital crimes. Even before the arrival of Christianity, the Japanese used crucifixion as a means of execution. It's also true that a samurai could kill a commoner for any perceived disobedience, though this wasn't as common as it's made out to be in Western movies and TV shows. Not because killing was a sin, but because it brought a loss of harmony and might eventually cause peasant rebellions, which happened in Japan occasionally. Though many Japanese converts to Christianity were not samurai, a surprising number were. Some daimyo converted, attracted by the idea of life after death and the ideas of brotherhood in Christianity, which was similar to ideas within Confucianism. Many daimyo also liked Matthew 22, 15-22. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and unto God what is God's. Caesar being translated in Japanese to mean emperor and those in command. Initially, the Japanese did not see Christianity as a threat, but with every ship arriving in Japan came missionaries. Because the shogunate valued trade with the Europeans and their technologies, they permitted the Catholic Church to build churches, missions, and monasteries in the country, again, mainly but not only in the south. Unfortunately for the Christians of Japan, not all European missionaries were concerned with just spreading the gospel. Many were also concerned with increasing the church's political power, and that of the Portuguese and Spanish. By 1600, Europeans controlled most of Japan's trade with China. Today, it would be a multi-billion-dollar industry. The Spanish and Portuguese also worked to convert and bribe daimyo into favorable trade deals and for political information and influence. In the historical novel and TV series Shogun, a British sailor tells the shogun that the Pope had divided the undiscovered world between the Spanish and Portuguese in the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494. The Pope is a representative of Christ on earth. The discovery of this treaty by the Japanese may not have happened like this. However, Shogun is based on a true story, and we can safely say that the Japanese were not pleased with the treaty or the fact that the Europeans had kept it secret. In 1614, Christianity was made illegal under the second Tokugawa shogun, Hidetada, and persecution began. However, it was relatively restrained compared to what came later, because until 1633, the Japanese still had to consider what the Europeans would think and do. On February 5, 1597, even before the law outlawing Christianity, 26 Catholic priests and monks, both native Japanese and Europeans, were killed in Nagoya, were crucified publicly. Relations between the Europeans and Japan suffered, and the persecution eased for a time. In 1623, Iemitsu became shogun, and violence against Christians increased every year. In 1633, Iemitsu issued the Sakoku Edict, which effectively banned foreigners from Japan, except for selected small port areas around Hiroshima. This also meant that the Japanese could not travel outside their country. When the edict was issued, anyone outside Japan was not permitted to return without permission, on pain of death. Iemitsu and those close to him were determined to keep Japan pure. In the mid-1630s, persecution really began. In 1637, a rebellion by predominantly Christian peasants began against a daimyo in the Shimabara region, who taxed them into starvation. In reaction, the government cracked down hard. They started a sweep of the region, killing many Christians on the spot by beheading. Others were forced to renounce their faith, while being repeatedly dropped into boiling water, crucified, or threatened with the death of their children, most of which happened anyway. One of the most infamous methods of death was the herding of Christians towards cliffs overlooking the sea. All over the country, men, women, and children were pushed off the cliffs to their deaths, either on the rocks below or under the crashing waves. Babies were often tossed in afterward. Like in ancient Rome, Christians went into hiding. Some did renounce their faith. Some said they did and practiced the religion privately, but this was risky as informers, including their children, were everywhere. Historians in Europe and Japan estimate that about 300,000 Christians were killed in the last half of the 1630s. Christianity survived in Japan, but barely. Christians make up just over 1% of the Japanese population of 123 million today.
Once we fill a job, the contracts need to be signed by both parties. With Adobe Acrobat, I can send it to the candidate and the client for signing and be notified when the contract is complete. It's such a speedy turnaround.
All right, team, we're transitioning to FLAC, but tasks are still going to be on Bullfrog.
Did nobody see my poppycock post? There was no clappy claps on it.
Make sure you track your time on Fireplace. Then, ping me on SmackDog.
Guys, we don't need any of those anymore. We have ClickUp.
Where do we chat?
ClickUp.
What about managing projects?
ClickUp.
Docs.
Also ClickUp.
AI.
It's all ClickUp.
Yeah, but how do we get Adam's dog to stop peeing in the office?
Not really sure about that one, but for everything else, we have ClickUp.
Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a massacre right under our noses. And this one is bad, really bad. So I was taking a break from a project and I came across this post by Oscar AI with 22.6 million views posted 3 days ago. Now, obviously that's pretty interesting. And it says, AI art has no soul, quote, and then AI art. And it's a generated image, like Ghibli style, of a man and a woman looking at each other earnestly. It's kind of a cute thing, right? So I guess his point was, people say AI is soulless, but he seems to think that this version kind of disproves that theory. And I thought, whoa, okay, 22 million views. That's crazy. But then you look at the likes, and the like ratio looks a little off to me. That's not a lot of likes for 22 million views. So I looked in the quote replies, and this man is getting absolutely eviscerated. Let's take a look. The very first post I see is Sauron saying, "This is real art, not that BS you call soul," and then links to some cool anime shots. Looks like some Fate stuff. The man got ratioed 17,000 likes. Absolutely destroyed. It just gets worse. He gets ratioed over and over and over again on a scale that I have not seen. The very next reply, and then human art, and then a brilliant showcase of the intro scene of Up, one of the greatest creations of humankind in my opinion. 104,000 likes. And it gets worse. One Up Films official says, yes, it has no soul. The movement is off and the face expressions are barely realistic, and half of this art was stolen because AI can't make actual art without mimicking other people's arts and IPs. This is what real art with actual soul looks like by Hake Animation. This is someone else. So this guy took an AI animation, you can see here, and then boom, hand-did it himself. 42,000 likes. Destroyed. And then this guy posts a picture of his feed and says, my art has soul. Very funny. But the ratios are just beginning. The next one is biblical. Jolly J says, and then actual art, and posts this this short. I don't remember the name of it. 5.4 million views, 225 million likes. Keep in mind, this guy's original post got 2.6 thousand likes. Eviscerated. Listen. I didn't make this video to make fun of this guy, but I'm on the side of artists. And I think sharing something like this, showing 250,000 likes, the art community, regular people coming together and agreeing that this is better. This is better is something that I want to share on this platform and celebrate. This is good. In a world where AI seems to be taking over everything and everyone seems to be doing it, it's nice to see the community push back against it and showcase real human art. This ended up being a really nice showcase. Then we had Ivycomb come in and say, hi, professional animator here. Fuck you. 170,000 likes. Beautiful. Poetic almost poetic. Nothing brings the art community closer together like AI art does. I've never seen anything like it. As horrific as this AI art thing is, it's also been beautiful at the same time. Anyway, it just goes on and it goes on and it goes on and on and on and on and on. It is endless. This is an endless stream of destruction, you know, and I started to feel bad for the guy. Here he is, a man wanting to supposedly, I'm guessing, contribute to the creative community. So he shared his creation with the world and the world rejected it. That can't feel great. And I almost felt bad for him. And then I went to check out the comment section of his original post. And Oscar AI, understandably, has been defending himself to the death. These pics are fake, says, What they fail to realize, talking about, I guess, people who are against an AI art, what they fail to realize is that the soul is in the user, and the creator is not the machine. The machine is a tool. The creator is the person with a purpose and vision and ... a soul. Now, to be fair, a lot of people agree with us, and that is true. AI is technically just a tool. It is a tool. However, it steals from people, you know? So I can see why people are a little on the fence about it. Oscar AI responded, "The most ironic part of all of this is that the same people who claim AI art has no soul often behave like they have none themselves, using foul language, throwing insults, and even making threats." So Oscar is equating people who are being, in his mind, rude and understandably upset to having no soul, which I think is kind of ironic because getting angry and getting upset is an extremely human emotion, right? That's a powerful, visceral human emotion. And I think that really dismisses this very valid anger that people have. But to be fair, everyone's being pretty mean. So it's kind of like, you know, Oscar AI continues, and you'll see he's got a lot to say. They can't stand that AI generated art is so much better than the slop they make. When you're used to slop, it's normal that you don't know how to distinguish real art. That's why they're so angry. If AI art was as bad as they say it is, it wouldn't provoke that angry reaction from them. But the truth is that they are very scared because they know that they are not even remotely capable of doing something like that. On the other hand, they are doing just what I was hoping they would do, helping to spread the post so that everyone can see how good AI art is, smiley face. So I have to thank them. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this reaction from the community was your plan. Let's be honest, this has backfired tremendously. But I can't appreciate you trying to find a silver lining in this mess. Now, I thought, okay, this guy's pretty interesting. He's got some pretty interesting takes. I haven't really seen like a strong proponent of the positive AI scene. Let's go take a look at his page and see what he's all about. But I will warn you, this man has spiraled. If you go to this poor gentleman's page, you will see that almost every single post, this man is desperately trying to fight off the onslaught of hatred. And Oscar is not backing down an inch. 5 hours ago, he made a post. What's the difference between an AI hater and a zombie? None. They both just groan, follow the crowd, and lack a brain. Nice one. And then he posts something he created. It says, Stage 1, confusion. Stage 2, pencil fixation. I guess that's in response to people saying, pick up a pencil, which is pretty funny also. This is all pretty funny. And then here, I guess he's got a backpack now, and he says, AI stole my style. The man's having a bit of fun with it. I guess I can appreciate that. Once again, trying to make light of a pretty dark situation. You know, some people say any press is good press, but I don't know. I don't know about this one. 2 hours before that, he made another post. If someone asks you to join the Church of the Sacred Pencil, kindly decline. And then an image where there's a propaganda style picture equating anti-AI users to some sort of dictatorship or cult. And again, I understand this man is under an immense amount of pressure. But the irony of reducing humans down to brainwashed cult members and literal brainless zombies, that irony is not lost on me. Oscar posted 11 hours ago as well. Knowing how to draw doesn't make you an artist. Moving a pencil, sketching lines on paper, all of that is meaningless if there's no originality behind it. I also took drawing classes as a kid. I got top marks in fine arts. So what? That's not what matters. What matters is that I'm creative, and I always have been in every artistic field, from poetry to film to visual art. That's why brands want to collaborate with me. I get so many collaboration offers, I can't even accept them all. That's why I get paid. And well, not because I use a pencil or because I use AI, that part doesn't matter. What matters is my artistic vision. Oh right, AI art has no value. It's just pushing buttons. Anyone can do it. Then tell me, why aren't you doing what I do? If it's so easy, why don't you? Oh, I see. You'd rather stay broke. I don't know who he's talking to at this point. Again, I understand what the man's going through, but asking why aren't you doing what I do when posting Ghibli cartoon comic book style AI prompts, something that literally the entire planet, including massive corporations, is doing right now. How can you not see that funny? How is that not hilarious? This video has taken so long to record because I've been laughing so hard at this situation. This poor man. And it just goes on. 13 hours ago, 15 hours ago, 16 hours ago, 16 hours ago, and obviously after this AI thing, his engagement has gone down. Let's say that, but that's okay. This man has found a niche, and that is hating a large portion of the human population. Because before Oscar posted his viral sensation, the man had solely been focusing on his creative, if you can call it that, creative ability. Just prompting. He's just prompting, having fun. Not a single mention of anti-AI, nothing. And the second you pass this post, it is just all the poor guy can talk about. We have witnessed something very special here today. We have witnessed real-time radicalization of a human being. So here's what I'm gonna say. All right, we want to make fun. We laugh. We have a good time. This situation, kind of pretty funny, right? In a dark time where artists, creatives are genuinely getting replaced by machines, it's okay to take a second and watch a man spiral into insanity. But I, for one, am thankful for this post, and I'm happy the joy that it brought me today. If I can say one positive thing about AI, is that this post made me laugh today. Thank you for this. Genuinely, thank you. This is one of the funniest things ever.
Because it's a 3-hour drive.
What time are you playing? Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
I'm
okay.
staying around my friends.
Oh, that's alright then. You can go though, eh? Go.
Well, I need to speak to you. Or I want to ask if Daniela can go outside, if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Outside?
Yeah, because I want to talk to Mum and Mario and Papa.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, hold it, fine.
Can you sit down?
What's that, brother?
So,
I thought you didn't look wrong.
yeah. Well, you all know I love you. That's not in question. And I know you love me. But I need to be a bit more honest about where I'm at the moment. You know, the last few years I've been suffering with depression. It's not been great on me. You know, I've not liked who I've been. I've not liked the outcome of everything. I've wanted to commit suicide in the past because I wasn't happy with my life. And, you know, counselling, medication, whatever, everything kind of sorted itself out. But truth is, I'm not happy. I'm still not happy with my life. And I know that all three of you want me to be happy. Am I right?
Of course you want.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying this to cause you any pain or anything, but I can't be happy, I can't move forward until I tell you two that I'm gay.
And? Still my son. Alright. And? What, this is teaching the think? Do you think I never knew that?
Never asked.
Fucking years. I was waiting for you to tell me.
Didn't want to upset you.
What upset me? Oh, do you think when Robert fucking told me he was gay, do I said to you, you know my son?
No, but...
I fucking look at him, like how have you?
You are, you
I
are.
don't care what you
What
are.
can you do? It's not going to change
I don't
anything.
care what you are. You're my son and I love you always.
I'm scared to tell.
Fucking hell, boy. What's the matter with you? Huh, you're gay. And?
You should have told us a long time ago.
It don't matter.
That's me saying.
Huh?
That's me saying. You should have been a girl.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought you were going to be a girl, for God's sake.
You should have been a girl. You should have been my daughter.
Huh? What's it?
You okay with it?
Of course I'll be okay with it. What? What
Go
do
back
you
to
do?
next.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Listen. What the fucking game? No fucking difference. It don't make no difference to me. You're still my fucking chichiro. For the rest of my life.
It's common, man. It happens a lot.
And? Nah,
It's not
this
what happens. I was born this way.
Nah, this day.
Exactly, but a lot of people
I knew for years.
Don't worry about it.
I want to tell you before I went away because I'm going away to get my mind together. And when I get back, I want to start moving forward. But I don't want to do it behind anyone's back.
Oh no.
And I wanted you two to be the first to know before.
And?
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Who cares if fucking shit?
Whatever will be, will be.
You are Lorenzo.
As long as you're healthy, I don't care. As long as you're healthy,
Alright.
that's the main thing.
Thank you.
It doesn't make no difference at all.
I thought you looked on edge. Something weren't right with you, and I couldn't suss it out.
It's not easy.
No, I know it's not.
So I hope now you're not gonna be no more fucking depressed.
Now that it's
Well, no, because I feel a bit better now that I've told you.
Or whatever.
It's all because I've been living in, I've been living a lie for a long time.
You were living a lie. I knew already. I was waiting for you to tell me. I knew already. I swear to God. I knew already.
I don't know whether to
Long
hate
time.
you right now.
I knew about, give me time. Everything, the truth always come out. Sooner or later. I'll leave him. When he's ready, he will tell me. I knew already. Don't worry about it.
Just enjoy yourself when you go there and
on holiday.
On holiday, enjoy yourself and just have a good time.
I
No,
do
that's,
that always.
I know.
no matter what.
It don't matter what.
Daddy ni Kokoy, biktima ng imposibleng mantsa. Di kaya ng brand X, ang Ariel, kaya! Imposibleng mantsa, mas tanggal yan ng 10X Power Cream.
Tinta? Asan?
Imposible? Posible sa Ariel!
Hey guys, I'm Anne, and I'm gonna be the host for a new object show. But Anne, you said I could be part of it too. So why don't you guys subscribe so you can see a notification when episode 1 gets released.
The Amazing World of Gumball's last episode aired in 2019 after 240 episodes and 6 seasons. Fans were devastated at its end as it marked the finality of the 2010s era between it, Adventure Time, and regular show. All 3 shows were incredible in their own right and have naturally spawned millions of memes over the years. This is why it's such a big deal that Gumball is returning, with The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball bringing back the incredibly unique art style and humour beloved by fans. The sneak peek shows Gumball and Darwin waking up encrusted with 7 years worth of dust as Gumball sneezes it all off just as they realise they're 7 years late for school. Even though the clip is only about a minute long, it's led to an undeniable frenzy online as millions of fans galvanise to ready themselves for the upcoming release. There's no doubt the new season will bring new memes to the table, considering the show always demonstrated an awareness of internet culture and how it permeates in real life. During the 2010s, you couldn't walk 10 paces in virtual space without seeing some sort of Gumball reference, especially if you interacted in areas that were into cartoons. In fact, the show's legacy is so strong that you'd still find references to it in the early 20s constantly. Remember the crash out between the voice actor of Gumball and Dream in late 2023? It was huge at the time, not only because the drama was ridiculous and childish, but because Gumball had such a huge effect on the lives of those who talked about it, and they were interested in such a dumb moment as a result. Not to mention the massive cliffhanger at the end of Season 6, which direly needs expanding upon. Most fans probably assumed a movie would come out to further the plot, but it would seem another season has been chosen as their vehicle for more storytelling, and honestly, that's definitely not a bad thing. As long as they can keep the same tone and offbeat humour of the original, it is highly likely that it will be well received. This is why so many are referring to it as peak, as the show has certainly offered itself as a fun experience for viewers over the years, as it hits the sweet spot between kid and adult humour, and doesn't talk down to children and fits in jokes for older people too. In short, the release of a new season of Gumball has been met with international praise, given the series' influence on digital spaces over the years, as well as the fact that it is an intergenerational show beloved by an extremely wide demographic. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
And remember, like and subscribe. Or else.
I'm Hunter and I have a gun. If I see you messing it up, then you know you better run. I don't know why I was sheriff, but I think it's kind of fun. I think it's cause I like shooting until the goddess is on. I ain't that orange jock in the zoo, but I wouldn't really know that without a brain to use. I the whistler well you're so aware. If you don't stand I like it, you this it.
You can turn into a woman whenever you want, but your dad doesn't know it's you and he gets a boner every time he sees you? Why are you assuming I'm gonna turn into a woman in front of my father? This time I asked you guys to send me your most creative would you press the buttons, moral dilemmas, and difficult questions that aim to test our ethics and wills as human beings. Turns out some of you don't know what a difficult question is, because the amount of questions that were like, would you take $1 million, but you died to a gorilla molestation, was actually quite high. So we'll just use this as a learning opportunity. As always, there were so many submissions, so thank you all, and if you didn't make it into this video, hopefully I got you next time. Let's get right into this. Would you press the button? Every blind person regains their eyesight, but they lose their eyesight again after a month. Why are you evil? Why are you the devil? Like, what did blind people do to you? I get there's an argument to help them out, help them see for a little bit, but this almost reads like, let's give them something and take it away. Also, if you think about this more critically, if you give the blind people vision, I click this button, and they don't know that they're gonna lose it again in a month, the amount of casualties of Mr. Robert walking across the street because he gave away his service dog, and then all of a sudden he loses his vision, and there's a fucking 18-wheeler 2 seconds away, would probably be higher than you expect. So I don't think I can press this button for multiple reasons, but thank you, Kingpin. I appreciate this one. Alright, you're 6'5", incredibly handsome, rich, athletic, and a god gamer, so basically everything that I already am plus rich, but women feel pain when they give birth.
New Ensure Gold with Strength Pro. With HMB to help build muscle mass and YBG to help build immunity.
Gold dito! Help build the cycle of strength. Ensure Gold with Strength Pro.
And have periods every month? No. I'm getting a little emotional right now because I have to actually tell you that this already happens. I know. They talk about intelligent design. They talk about a higher power, and they give us this. So as much as it pains me to continue this harsh, cruel reality, I'm smashing that button, baby. Alright, would you press the button? Have Drake as a close friend. But you have to scream the N-word to him instead of saying hello. What's the downside? Okay, on the real though, first of all, which Drake are we talking about? Are we talking about Aubrey Graham, or are we talking about Drake Bell? Because first of all, that might change my answer. And second of all, okay, you have to scream the N-word to him instead of saying hello. I feel like I don't say hello to my friends that often, so I feel like I can just omit that part of our relationship and then I'm just friends with a celebrity. I feel like this question would have been more interesting if we switched the positive and negative outcomes, right? You get to scream the N-word instead of saying hello, but you have Drake as a close friend. Although I'm over 18, so this might change things a little bit. I don't know how that works. In that case, though, I don't think I'm clicking the button. All right, here's an interesting one. Your parents get a lifespan increase of 5 years each, but it takes 5 years off your own lifespan. Now, utility says that you should click this button because you get an increase of 10 years for only 5 years off of yours. However, do I really want to live 5 years less for my parents to live more? Okay, that sounds really bad that I'm questioning this at all. The answer is probably yes. I mean, the more I think about this has to be a yes. Especially if you love your parents, which I do. If you don't, El Bozo. But yeah, I feel like I would increase them for 5. I get to spend more time with my parents. Taking 5 years off your own lifespan, like unless you die at 30, probably isn't that big a deal. Like if I'm making it to like 90, 80, like dude, no love lost here. Honestly, probably better. Would you press the button? You go to September 10th, 2001, but you become blind, deaf, and mute. Like this is what I'm talking about. So why would I click this button? What kind of Helen Keller ass 9/11 conspiracy is this? Okay, we're Googling this actually. Helen Keller 9/11. Helen Keller archive lost in World Trade Center attack. Okay, well, we learned something new, but there doesn't seem to be a conspiracy. So I don't get the fucking point of this question. Unless you're suggesting that going to September 10th, 2001 is a big enough buff to then become blind, deaf, and mute. Like, what you're trying to get me to stop fucking 9/11? I'm gonna keep it a buck, man. Being blind, deaf, and mute is not gonna help me. Especially once the second plane hits the tower. If you press the button, you can control her. If she presses it, she controls you. But for 1 year and after, you will know everything she's done to you, and the same applies for her. Also, there's a 10% chance of everyone in the family learns about the situation. Holy shit, there's so much going on here. And the biggest question is, who the fuck is she? No, this is some serious business, dude. There's a 10% chance of the family learning about the situation. That sounds fucking scary. I don't know if I can press the button. It is only for 1 year and 1 year after, though. Although, dude, I can control her. How does she get to press the button, also? What is going on here? Is this a cry for help? I'm going to ask my good friend ChatGPT to help me decipher this message, and then we'll see what we can do. I want to punch ChatGPT in the face so bad. This is peak moral dilemma meets anime plot device, and I love it. Let's break it down. He actually breaks down the pros and cons of pressing the button. The real question, would she press the button? If you trust her not to, then you pressing it could be a safe move. So what's the final verdict? They would press the button only if we trust her completely not to press it first. So probably not, but I stare at that button for way too long. Okay, that's my answer to you. Good viewer. Alright, you become a respectable French philosopher and leave great impact on modern culture. Nope, I am not being French, move along. Would you press the button? Have a button that makes you grant a wish. But every time you press the button, 10 kids from Africa die. They have to be from Africa. When people ask questions like these, it's never just children. It's always like African children. How do we make the children as sad as possible? Take him to fucking Africa. Alright, I'm assume that this question is not making me grant a wish like it's written, but gets my wish granted. And then I actually have to think about it. Do I want to be an evil person? Or do I want to be filthy, stinking rich? What's the difference? Alright, morally, ethically, we all know that we should never click this button. The issue is, the world is so big, and we really just don't know that many people in it, that clicking this button has no effect on our lives. Mental state, maybe. But, am I enough of a sociopath to not actually have any adverse effects? Actually, the way this question is written, you should definitely click the button, because I never have to click the button that grants me a wish. I will just have it. So if I ever need to grant a wish, I will be able to. Otherwise, I can save the 10 kids from Africa. Well, I can even save more kids from Africa if I have that button. So yes, I'm clicking the button. This one's incredibly classic. You immediately gain $10 million, but you lose 10 years of your life. I've thought about this multiple times before. I think that the answer has to be yes. I think that $10 million now is definitely worth 10 years in the future. Again, provided that you don't die super early. Like, if you die at a reasonable age still, even like 60, 70, $10 million is gonna make your life go really far before that. Even if you look at it in terms of work, you never have to work again, so you save at least 10 years of your life from working, And then you can go spend the rest of your life doing whatever the fuck you want. I mean, I feel like you're a fool if you don't click this button. So I'm doing it. Hopefully the kids in Africa are safe. Holy shit. Have godlike abilities, never get a paper cut, taking less time to blink. That would be pretty useful sometimes. But you have to throw the first punch against the gorilla. The gorilla 100 men versus the gorilla. Man, these godlike abilities are pretty good, so I think I am gonna press the button just because I get to throw the punch against a gorilla. I think I would set the tone for humanity. The gorilla might be a little scared. It's either Shaq or me. I feel like it's one of us going first. Also, if I have godlike abilities, the gorilla can't even beat me. It can't kill me. I would use my ability to blink really fast, so I would have more time to scan the surroundings and the gorilla. I would have almost like some precognition. I just don't think it could touch me at that point. I'm pretty quick. Watch this. Well, I know you just saw that. Maybe not, actually. So yeah, I think I'd click the button. Would you press the button? You have the ability to win any argument no matter what, but every time you use it, you moan uncontrollably like a hentai character for 5 seconds. I don't know what that sounds like at all. This actually sounds super OP. Having the ability to win any argument makes you like skyrocket to the top of the corporate world, I feel like. So I think I am gonna click the button. Plus, it would be a huge flex to win an argument against the CEO, basically just get his position. And then as your battle cry of winning, you're like, oh, ah, ah, ah! Nope, that's a monkey. That wasn't hentai. Let me practice. Okay, this is really cringe, but I think I got it. I'm only gonna do this once to show how cool a flex it would be if you win an argument like this. And then you say, yarete kudasai, And now we move on. You are attractive to everyone in the world, but this includes all your friends and family. I'm spam clicking this button. I mean, it's already true, but I'm spam clicking this button. Me being attractive to all my friends and family doesn't matter. Listen, I don't know what kind of people you are, but if you're attracted to someone, that doesn't mean you have to act on it, right? Right? Like, you're not a politician, man. You're not a 60-year-old white guy. Who knows? Maybe you actually are a 60-plus-year-old white man. My demographic says that I have like 0.1% viewers that are like this. But this is just so OP. Pretty privilege is a real thing. And now I have it for everyone in the world. Spam click, baby. You got it. I don't know how you guys think of these. This is what I'm talking about. The stupid ones. You can have sex with any black person you want non-stop, LeBron, but you die 3 days later? Why the fuck would I click this button? I guess I answered that question in the first part, huh? Just kidding. No. I'm not clicking the button. No. Also, like, what does non-stop here mean? Like, without, the sex is non-stop, or my abilities are non-stop for the 3 days which I'm left alive? No. You can teleport anywhere instantly, but each teleportation makes you more and more gay? What does that even mean? At what point am I just fully gay? What happens when I am fully gay? Do I revert? Teleportation's pretty good. I've been seeing a lot of teleporting would you press the buttons. A lot of them included having to like fuck my mother afterwards. So in those cases, no, but something like this, I mean, seems like a pretty useful thing. You even if you just only use it once, you're slightly more gay. Also, how much more gay am I becoming? Am I the same person? That's pretty important to me. Overall, yeah, I think I'm pressing the button. I can teleport anywhere instantly if I want, and I just become a little more fruity zesty. And English, apparently. That was pretty bad. My bad, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Another, you have to fuck your mom. Okay. You guys are putting your creativity to good work. I like to see it. Would you press the button? You wake up in your childhood bed, given the chance to live life again. But you can't change anything, only watch. Trapped inside yourself. Why the fuck would I click this button? Look at the verbiage you yourself used. Trapped. Inside yourself. It sounds like a bad thing. Did you write this out and you were like, oh yes, this is one that Luca just might accept? I mean, I guess it'd be kind of cool to like relive everything, and then I guess until once I'm my age, I can continue living, because Hopefully I don't just die once I reach my age. But like, dude, watching a movie of yourself every single waking hour would probably be so boring. I have to go through school again. Hell no, not clicking that button. Also, if I'm like my adult self living in my child body, I would have to go through all the embarrassing shit that I've had to go through in school, all the cringe moments, sad moments, yeah, the happy moments too, but I feel like they're not even as happy because I've already lived them. The cringe is just exponentially worse. Here's an interesting philosophical one. You get infinite pleasure and happiness, but you can't do anything other than sitting and feeling the pleasure for eternity, and you're immortal, meaning you can't do anything forever other than just feeling it. Now the question is that infinite happiness worth just sitting around? Well, like, even if you're sitting around, you're feeling infinite happiness and pleasure, so it doesn't sound that bad. But conversely, isn't pain and grief what makes the happy moments worth living? I think the way the question is set up, you should click the button, because it's basically you being in heaven for all of eternity. That being said, I'm not clicking the button, baby. I like this twisted, wretched experience we call life. I'm a struggler, baby. This is the face of a candid face of a struggler. A mosaic of himself. You get a gun that shoots gorillas, untamed and angry, but you lose both of your legs. No. You come liquid gold. Yes, I do. And are immune to its heat, but a random 10% of the world's population gets cancer the instant you push this button. This can include you. 10% of the world's population? Are you fucking insane? Do you know how many people that is? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna click this button. Unless, how much do you ejaculate? 3 milliliters average of liquid gold worth.
Germs everywhere! Stop! Not on my kid! My new Safeguard Pure White. Shook, shook, show away germs 24 hours. Proteksyon 24 hours para sa pamilya. Safeguard.
Quick Google suggests $20 each time. That not worth, man. I don't think I can sacrifice 10% of the world's population and give them cancer for $20 each time. Would you press the button? Your YouTube career skyrockets to a new height and you make millions. But you get outed as a predator in 5 years and lose it all. So typical YouTube career, except you also lose it all. So I guess not. But if it was a typical YouTube career, you know, that's something to consider. Alright, you're immune to Roblox voice chat bans and suspensions. That has never happened to me. Thank you very much. But you have to use your voice chat powers to discriminate against minorities whenever the opportunity arises. No, I am not that kind of person. Also, I feel like the voice chat bans, especially when I'm playing Roblox, they serve as a friendly reminder to kids to not go down the bad path. You know, when I'm talking to them, having a good time, like a friendly time, and then eventually I stop talking to them because they realize that I said fucking shit, damn. They realize, oh, maybe we don't want to be like that guy after all. So again, I'm the martyr. I'm not clicking the button. Also, the whole discriminating against minorities thing, I'm not on board for that. Would you press the button? Have everything you could ever want. Partner of your dreams, perfect figure, health regardless of your habit, generational wealth, but each day an extra homeless person decides they want to sleep in your garden, and they can't be moved or bribed to leave, or you die. Can I kill them? This changes everything. This fucking sucks. Absolutely not. Each day, on like day 5, this already becomes the worst thing that's ever happened to any person ever. So no. And also, if they are sleeping in my garden every day and they're multiplying like fucking rabbits, then I don't have everything that I could ever want. No, I'm not clicking the button. What's the reason to click the button? Like brick throwing practice? Honey bun practice? Would I bring equality to the world, but I become registered and everyone thinks of me as the equivalent of Epstein? I'm clicking that button. I'm becoming a martyr. But I'm not even becoming that big a martyr because I think that people would still side with me. There are legitimately groups of people that would be like, oh yeah, no man, he's chill. Plus, the upside is just way too big. Bringing equality to the world, I mean, in my own little world, I have saved everyone. I've got to do it. Yes, I may eventually die in a prison, but probably worth. Holy. You get time stop, but all feminist literature gets erased. You know what? I'm gonna click the button. I'm gonna click the button and then I'm gonna stop time. And I'm not gonna undo the stop time until I have rewritten every single feminist piece of literature, plus more, so that no one ever has a world without it. And we can live in harmony altogether. And then I could do really cool time stop things, like rob banks and take people's clothes off. Alright, you gain the ability to see into the future, but all futures are stagnant and cannot change whatever you do. I never really know what to do in this situation when I hear it. I feel like my instinct says that I would not click this. I think there's a really strong argument for clicking it though, because even if it can't change, it's like we have one life, right? So it's as though everything is, in our experience, already predetermined, even though we have free will. Not that we ever really know. But I don't think I want to see my future. I feel like part of life is experiencing or not knowing what's going to happen next. Especially if I can't change anything, then I'll just kind of be salty when I see, like, sad shit. So, probably not, right? Also, if you do see something sad or something bad that's about to happen to you, you can't do anything to change it, so you just have to live with the mental blow of knowing that that's coming soon. Hell no. I prefer ignorance. It's bliss, I hear. You have a finger that can cure any sickness with a touch. Restore any living thing to perfect health. That sounds incredibly overpowered. But you'll be extremely attracted to the lives you heal forever. I'm definitely clicking this button. Like I said, first of all, I am not as deranged as you. I could hold myself back, even being attracted to people, so I don't have to act on it. Plus, this power is ridiculous. Heal anything to perfect health? I mean, I become like the best person in the world, and I become super rich, and I'm very happy with what I'm able to do. So yes, I'm clicking this button. And then I'll open up my own private clinic, charge people a shit ton of money for private healthcare, sometimes with long waiting times. That already exists. And no minors allowed. You get to meet JD Vance, but you die soon after? I'm not clicking the button unless I also get a hard copy of Undertale. Would you press the button? You get Spider-Man powers, but every time you see a black person, you must ride a horse for 3 hours? Who do you think I am? Do you think I avoid black people? I would be constantly riding a horse. Like, I would never get off this motherfucker. Where do you think I live? This sounds so ass. The best place for Spider-Man powers is New York. And if you're living in New York, you're never getting off this horse. The only time I should click this is if I'm moving back to Serbia. And I need to do that with like a blindfold on the plane. And then once I get there, it's so homogeneous that maybe I'll ride a horse every couple of days or something. This is not worth for Spider-Man powers. I guess you can like shoot webs while you're on the horse. But no, I'm not clicking the button. You get 3 wishes for free. You can't wish for broken stuff like immortality, unlimited wishes. Okay. Fucking rule shark. But you have to press every single button submitted here. Hell the fuck no. Some of these I couldn't read. I couldn't put them on YouTube. Legitimately, I would be afraid to get canceled, demonetized, FBI show up at my door, channel removed. Fuck my mom. So Luca, you say you're a feminist, huh? Yes. If you push the button, you'll become 6'3" and period cramps will disappear for all women forever. Yes, I'm clicking the button. But you must shoulder the weight of period cramps all by yourself. You experience period cramps 5 times stronger than normal 6 days a week. You get a day off so you can get a false sense of security and joy. You don't know when the off day will be in the week. I've got to do it. I've got to do it. And I'm bringing equality to the world like I'm Epstein. Actually, that's not what he did, but that was a throwback to earlier in the video. Point is, I'm doing it. I mean, this is like actually martyrdom. I feel like this just helps so many people, and I get tortured. But like I said, I'm a struggler, and I have main character syndrome, so yeah. Well, why not? Plus, I get an off day. You were so much nicer than you needed to be. Like, I'm doing everything on my off day. I'll realize when it's the off day. I'm pretty sure. The other days, I'm just ready. 5 times stronger than normal could be really, really bad, but it's not like so crippling that I could never do anything. I just have to like prepare every single day. You can lock in on command, but you have erectile dysfunction. It just doesn't sound like I can lock in on command. So no, I'm not clicking the button, unfortunately. If you press the button, you will 1v1 LeBron, but after you lose, he will slap your ass. This sounds like guys being bros, man, you know? Locker room type beat. We played a tough, sweaty game of basketball. Afterwards, he says, "Good work, champ." Slaps me. May as well do it, I feel like. What's to lose here? You can turn into a woman whenever you want, but your dad doesn't know it's you and he gets a boner every time he sees you. Why are you assuming I'm gonna turn into a woman in front of my father? Honestly, I feel like, sure, I'll click the button. I mean, it's a superpower, right? I can turn into gender-bent Luca, which, as we've established, is pretty damn hot. I just don't have to turn into it in front of my dad. So yes, I'll click the button. And I mean, even if I do, take it as a compliment. What a strange question. What inspired you to ask this? How'd you come up with this? Dad? The abolition of all forms of inequality around the world. This includes social, political, economic, and environmental inequalities. All people should have equal access to education, healthcare, employment opportunities, and other basic needs, regardless of their race, class, or gender identity. This would lead to a fairer society where everyone can participate in meaningful dialogue to create positive change in their communities. Additionally, it would reduce poverty levels and increase global cooperation, allowing more individuals to reach their potential and become productive members of society. But fuck your mom. Classic. No, I'm not clicking that button, but that was answering your guys' would you press the buttons. If you enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Let me know what you guys would do about some of these questions, and if you have any ideas for other community discussion videos like these or other games to play series to cover real world things to do, drop them in the comments down below. Go check out other videos on the channel. We have a whole library of variety content. We're trying to grow and bring YouTube back to the days of old when it was sunshine and rainbows and everything else. I love you until next time. I said that backwards, but it doesn't matter. Goodbye.
new avant-garde progressive symphonic thrash metal and breakdown core. Oh, why is there so many genres? Hey gang, hope you like that video. If I miss any genres, be sure to tell me in the comments down below how many genres I miss and that I don't know anything of what I'm talking about and how I don't know metal and I'm a poser because I didn't put progressive symphonic avant-garde thrash metal. If you like the tones that I use in this video that was using Amp Hub by Steel Tones, which they sent me, if you like it, please go ahead and check it out. If you like this video, please click the like button down below and leave a comment with your thoughts and opinions. And if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And if you want to see similar riff videos, something will pop up around here that will take you to another video. And if you really like my videos, you can support me on my Patreon, which will be linked down below. Any help I can get goes a long way for me continuing making these videos and being able to improve them. All my social media links and my Discord server link will be in the description down below. As always, so please go ahead and check it out. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Take care.
This is a classroom safety bulletin issued by the Department of Student Observation. Please listen carefully. This message may apply to you right now. Over the past week, multiple incidents have been reported across several schools. Students have noticed strange changes in classroom behavior. Most cases begin the same way, with a smile. At first, it feels normal. Your teacher says something funny. The class laughs. They smile. But then, they don't stop. Even when the room falls silent, even when the joke is long gone, they keep smiling. If your teacher continues smiling after everyone else has gone quiet, get up. Leave the room. Do not wait for permission. Do not raise your hand. Just walk out. If they follow you with their eyes, but say nothing, do not go back. Even if it's your favorite teacher, even if everyone else stays seated, the smile may widen, but the lips won't move, the jaw won't shift, the skin may look too tight, and the eyes may not blink. One student in Jefferson Middle reported the teacher didn't blink for 12 full minutes. He timed it. He's missing now. If your teacher says your name, but in a strange tone, too flat or too cheerful, do not answer. Do not look directly at them. Look down. Look at your desk. Pretend to search your bag. Anything to avoid locking eyes. If the classroom clock stops moving for more than 1 minute, if you check your phone and the time doesn't change, you're no longer in a normal class period. If you begin to hear the same sentence repeated 3 times, same tone, same words like a recording, get out. If the bell rings early and nobody moves, leave anyway. Do not trust the schedule. Some students said they felt their desks vibrating softly, like a hum coming from underneath. Others reported hearing faint breathing from the front of the room, but the teacher's chest wasn't moving. If your test paper already has your name on it, and you haven't picked up your pencil yet, do not write. If your pencil rolls off the desk and no one hears it hit the floor, you're already halfway gone. In one school, a student noticed her classmates weren't blinking either. Then she realized they weren't moving at all, just sitting, staring forward, eyes open. The teacher kept smiling. If you're asked to stay after class, don't, even if they say it's important, even if they say it's about your grade. One student in room 308 never left. They found her chair pulled back and her books stacked neatly on the desk. Her phone was still charging, but she was gone. She was marked present the next day. Her name was still called at roll. If your teacher starts writing on the board but the chalk makes no sound, watch their hands. If they stop moving but the words keep appearing, run. If the projector turns on by itself and shows an old video of your class, but you're not in it, you've been replaced. The faculty have been instructed not to discuss this. Some of them know. Some of them pretend they don't. Some of them smile too. Final warning, if your teacher is still smiling and everyone else has already left, you are being watched. You are being tested. Get out of the classroom. Now.
You think you can stop me? You think you will be saved? I will find you and I will wear your skin. It needs to be done. Don't resist. Don't be scared. I want what is best. Relax and do not do anything.
This is an urgent broadcast from the State Department of Academic Safety. Please listen carefully. This is not a drill. At 7:12 this morning, reports started coming in from multiple schools. Students say their classrooms are wrong, too big, too cold. Sometimes the windows show things that aren't outside. If your clock spins backwards, if you hear footsteps in the vents, if the loudspeaker calls names you don't know, do not stay in your seat. Do not answer roll call. Do not go to the main office. Some students say the hallways move when you're not looking, that doors open to staircases that go too far down. If you see a substitute teacher you don't recognize and no one remembers hiring them, leave your books and walk out calmly. Do not ask questions. Do not speak to the staff. The cafeteria food has started tasting like ash. The mirrors in the bathrooms show different rooms when no one else is around. The library clocks are stuck at 11:11, even when your watch says different. If you notice these things, you are already being watched. Do not react. Do not run. Teachers have been reported standing completely still for hours, mouths moving like they're whispering, but no sound comes out. Their hands twitch like something is trying to pull them from inside. Do not interrupt them. Do not make eye contact. They are listening for something else. The fire alarms have started ringing on their own. When they do, everyone freezes. If you move when the alarm rings, you might not find the exit you came from. It might not even be your school anymore. If you hear an announcement telling you to stay in your classroom, check the hallway. If the hallway is gone, you are no longer safe. Find a room with no windows. Lock the door. Do not answer if someone knocks, even if they sound like your friends. Since 1994, these changes have been happening quietly. They said it was just construction, just renovations. But they lied. Students who saw too much were listed as transferred, but they never showed up anywhere else. If you feel the air getting thicker, if the lights flicker and stay off longer than usual, if you hear music from the basement after sunset, do not follow it. No matter what you hear, no matter who calls your name, check your backpack. If it's packed with things you never owned, leave it behind. If your school bus shows up empty, with no driver, do not get on. Your school is no longer safe. Leave immediately. This message will not repeat. This is an emergency broadcast from the Department of Student and School Staff Safety. Listen very, very closely. At exactly 12 p.m., we are getting multiple reports from students. They are seeing teachers outside the school, but not in a usual way. They're not supposed to be seen outside, not at the grocery store, not at the gas station, not standing still at the end of your street, not sitting alone in their car with the engine off long after sunset. Teachers are built for the classroom. That's where their program runs clean. Desks, bells, fluorescent lights, everything makes sense there. The clock ticks right, the air buzzes normal, the wiring holds. But outside of that, they start to break. Not all at once, just little things, like calling you by your student number instead of your name, or blinking out of rhythm, too slow, or not at all. You might think that's all normal. Then you must listen to this broadcast till the end, because what I am about to tell you is everything but normal. Those you see outside are not teachers anymore. They'll look straight at you without recognizing your face, then suddenly laugh, like someone whispered a joke in their ear, but there's no one else there, and their lips don't quite stop moving when they stop talking. A student said that they saw their teacher, standing in the rain, no umbrella, no phone, no expression, just standing. The teacher didn't move for 47 minutes. They checked the school's attendance records. The teacher was marked present the whole time. The cameras never saw them leave the building, not through the front, not through the back, not at all. But a girl swears she saw them watching her through her car window, smiling too wide, like his mouth was trying to remember how it worked, like something inside him was wearing his skin wrong. The girl who saw it. The next morning, she didn't show up. People say she transferred, but no one remembers her name. Not even the principal. Not even her locker combination. They say no one sits on her desk even though it's empty. If you ever see your teacher outside of school grounds, do not wave. Do not call their name. They're not meant to respond. And if they do, if they turn toward you like they were waiting for it, run. because they're not bound by the rules anymore. Outside, they're hungry for names, for memories, for the part of you that still believes you're real, for the parts you forget when you wake up. They'll ask questions no teacher should know. What did you dream last night? Why didn't you tell your mom about the pills? Does it still hurt where your dog bit you when you were 6? Do you ever hear breathing when you're alone? They don't blink when they say it. They don't even breathe. They just tilt their head like a puppet whose strings are being controlled by something else. And if they touch you just once, you won't remember this broadcast at all. The only thing you will feel would be just an itch behind your eyes, like something inside your skull just moved a little too far forward, like your thoughts don't belong to you anymore, like you're listening to someone else's thoughts. People say there's a way to test it. If you see a teacher outside of school, ask them what grade they teach. If they pause for more than 2 seconds, start walking. If they repeat the question back to you, don't answer. Don't even blink. And if their smile doesn't drop even once, just run away, because they've already recognized you, which means they've already marked you, which means something else is watching through them. And the next time you walk into school, they won't be at their desk. They'll already be behind you, closer than you remember, closer than your own shadow, smiling. You thought you would forget this all, like nothing happened, but forgetting is a privilege, and privileges don't last, especially not when you've been noticed, especially not by something that used to be your teacher.
I have a problem. I mean, I have many problems. My hair is always a mess, my upload schedule is a mess, and I'm pretty sure the man that lives in my closet isn't my roommate but homeless. But this problem is more important. Plus, he gives me free Twinkies, so he chill. My problem is that everything is expensive. Like everything. Food, houses, clothes, you know, all the things a human needs to live, are at prices that even Psycho from Psyche K couldn't afford. It ain't even just those. Even our favorite pastimes are just costing more and more money. The movies used to be and still is one of my favorite places to go when I want the big silver screen experience. Then I walk into the theater and they charging damn near $20 per ticket. $10 for kids between the ages of 2 and 3. How charitable. So if you got a family with you, you most likely gonna be spending $100 just to get a seat. And you will feel even worse afterwards after watching the movie and it turns out to be ass. I feel bad for all you parents out there paying for your family's tickets, probably thinking, dang, I should have gone out and got some milk. I'm broke. Not only that, the concession stand prices have always been high, but today it's robbery. Why does a large drink be costing me $10? Does it come with a meal? Or nachos at least? Nah, it's just a drink. I wanna burn this place to the ground. Large buckets of popcorn always be pricey. That's why I never considered buying those exclusive promotional buckets they have for new movies. Cause most of the time those buckets be costing $20 more for less popcorn. Like, why would I even consider buying these? I'm taking this home with me. It's getting to a point that whenever someone wanna go see a new movie, I sometimes be thinking, nah, it'd be too expensive. We should hang out at the public library instead. It's free and there's unlimited entertainment.
Johnny, it's too big.
Also, a bit of a tangent, I hate that we have to pick our movie seats now. I miss one of those first people to show up to the theater, get the best seats. Cause now, after the movie I paid to see finishes, I can't walk into another theater cause I might be sitting on someone else's seat. And you might say, oh, DJ, you're not even supposed to be doing that in the first place. I paid $30 to be here. I have the right to steal movies. Speaking of entertainment, these streaming prices are getting too much for real. I've complained about this before, but since that video, it's only gotten worse. Netflix be hiring their prices every 2 months, and everything you actually want to watch is on different services. Oh, you want to watch that show? You gotta subscribe to Hulu. You want to watch sports? Well, you gotta subscribe to Fubo. But your specific favorite sports team don't play matches on there, so you gotta also subscribe to Peacock too. You want to watch nature documentaries? You gotta subscribe to Orangutan TV. But they only show orangutans on there. If you want to see more animals, you gotta get the multi-nature package for an extra $20 a month. Like, why? Streaming is supposed to be the easier option from cable, but me and my wallet gotta do hat tricks bouncing around between services to even find the thing I wanna watch. And some might say, well, it's higher in demand, so higher prices. Ah, you greedy ass niggas. Y'all sounding like landlords right now. And I really like you, Netflix, but your catalogs are not good enough to be this expensive. I won't lie, the only reasons I pay for it now is cause WWE Raw is on there, and I can't miss that. And because I be sharing my account with my family, and my mom be using it all the time. If it wasn't for those reasons, I'd be sailing the 7 seas. You hear that, Mom? It's your fault! I'm just kidding. I love you, Mommy. Speaking of home entertainment, homes. The housing market is a scam. The prices today for a house are insane. With the prices they're charging, you would at least think they are selling a spacious, accommodating home. But nah, in the city, it's like, yeah, we got this space at the Bronx. It's 10 square feet, the kitchen's in the bathroom, and the toilet's in the sink. We're asking for $2,000 a month for a 2-year lease. It's in high demand, it'll be gone by tomorrow, so you gonna get it or not? Hell no, I don't want this. You selling me a glorified closet for courtside ticket prices just cause it's in the city? I'd rather sleep in the back of my car. It's just as big and the heater actually works. I knew I should've got a house during the 2008 financial crisis, but nah, I was too busy being in kindergarten, playing with toys and going to Chuck E. Cheese. I was such a bum. But the number one thing I'm most agitated about being expensive nowadays is food and groceries. I swear, the average grocery trip here today is gonna cost you $100+, and half of that is going to the eggs alone. And sometimes these food companies be keeping the same prices for their products, but making their sizes smaller. I'm looking at you, Tropicana. These new bottles ain't it. They shrunk their bottles 6 ounces, and they ain't even lower the price. So you paying more money for less OJ. I am now vitamin C deficient because of this. You might say I'm tweaking over a 6-ounce difference, but I know I'm not. Let me tell you an analogy real quick. You go to your plug. All the time they give you a 3.5 for the same price. You're satisfied. One day you hit them up, they pull up, but this time they give you 3 G's instead. Not only that, they hired the price for the same thing you've always been buying. How you feel then? You feel betrayed. You feel scammed. And if you ever find yourself in that situation, to that I say, bro, call the police. Call the police on them. They obviously don't care anything about customer satisfaction. I wish I can do the same thing with Tropicana, but the cops don't take distressing calls over orange juice bottles seriously. This is exactly why I'm ACAB, bro. Not only that, fast food, an American staple that's supposed to be cheap, now be doubling prices all the time. Like the McDonald's dollar menu don't even exist no more. It's called the value menu now, selling sandwiches that used to cost $1 that are now almost $3. And they'll still find a way to get your order wrong. You might say, oh, they just adjusting for inflation. Don't give me that. If Arizona tea can still be 99 cents, then what's their excuse? It's McDonald's, they're not struggling. The only people struggling are the workers in there that are making the food, not the people that be at the headquarters. But the fast food prices become even worse when ordering off of delivery apps. Buying a $10 meal turns into a $30 meal. The fees be taking advantage of us. I know this because I see it in my orders all the time. Let me show y'all something. Not long ago, I did an Uber Eats delivery for 2 items. 1 Haagen-Dazs ice cream because I'm a fatty, and 1 Dayquil because I was feeling a little sick. I only got these 2 items. I know I'm ordering them to be delivered, so I know they'll be a little more expensive than usual, but you'd expect this order to be like $20 max. Now, I want you to guess how much you think this order cost me. $30? Nah. $40? No, that's too generous. This order costed me $50. What is this? You can't justify this price to me. Is the delivery driver also gonna give me a goodnight kiss with my order? Cause that's the only justification. By the way, the delivery man did not give me a goodnight kiss when he dropped off my order. I got scammed! This should not be considered a new norm in the US. And some people seeing me complain about this might say, you're a YouTuber. Why are you complaining about this? You already got money. True. It do not matter. But I still like trying to save money, you know? Because nowadays these sales aren't even sales. This isn't adjustment for inflation. This is corporate greed. These prices aren't gonna get cheaper, especially since the owners of these companies run the country now. Literally. As long as people keep paying for these products, no matter the price hike, it'll only get more expensive. So what is my solution to this economic crisis we are dealing with right now? Loot it!
Blow New Jersey up. Bang, bang.
I'm joking. I'm joking. This doesn't apply to small businesses in Costco. They're goated. But I'm joking. Alright, that's really all I wanted to say. I just wanted to rant about modern day prices and my low-key bad financial decisions. Hopefully my message comes across even if you don't agree. Maybe you like spending 20 bucks on eggs. Who knows? That is all. And in conclusion, I don't know. Bye.
30. I'm never paying my taxes. I'm never paying my taxes. I'm never paying my taxes. I'm never paying my taxes.
I never hoped to make a video like this. However, at the same time, I'm surprised I hadn't made it sooner. I guess I've been in denial for so long, telling myself this is just another one of his episodes. This is just a phase, not accepting the fact that this is who he is. He is not the person that I once admired. I'm about to start talking as if someone died in my family, or I was just diagnosed with cancer. But me making this video is almost just as bad. I miss the old Kanye. I don't like him anymore. I hate this new one. For the longest time, I believed him to be one of the greatest artists to ever live, and I've been jamming his music literally since elementary school. His albums have had some influence in shaping me into the person I am today. Not only that, I also admired his arrogant personality, which people would argue that was his excuse to be an asshole. And looking back at it, yeah, you're right. But back then, I saw it as confidence. Someone who was not afraid to speak their own opinion, even if that opinion didn't really make much sense.
Well, Harriet Tubman never actually freed the slaves. She just had the slaves go work for other white people.
Y'all, we leaving right now.
Even when I didn't agree with almost all of his rants, I would ignore it and pass it off as, oh, he's having a bit of an episode. He's not mentally well. And, excuse me. And I believe I only told myself this because I was still enjoying his new music at the time, and also I didn't want to believe this was the person he is. I mean, in many of his old music and in interviews, the things he has been saying these past few years contradicts what he used to say he stood by. So I used to tell myself, oh, he's being misunderstood. You know, when he said slavery was a choice, he meant that they were mentally still slaves, you know. I used to be one of those dumbass fans doing mental gymnastics trying to justify or explain why he said this horrible thing. And I didn't really realize it then because I was in denial that he's really a cornball. And because his old music being some of my favorite songs ever, I was still holding on to the kid in me that looked up to this man as an inspiration. I was living in the past. Nobody want to admit that childhood heroes are horrible people, but it comes to a point where you ask yourself, why are you defending this? Why are you still on their side? Because the more you continue to do it, you start to condone their terrible behavior, and then you become a clown just like them. No offense to the people who actually work as clowns. I have respect for y'all. I ain't gonna lie, I had this realization ever since the Alex Jones interview. I had no defense for that foolishness, which is why I didn't really talk about it much at the time it happened, but I still naively had a little sense of hope. He'll realize the error of his actions and apologize. I mean, he did watch Superbad with Jonah Hill and he said he stopped being racist, so maybe. And I also believe people can change, and I like having that optimistic view of the world. It keeps me sane. But I also know most people don't change, especially when they're adults. They remain dickheads for the rest of their sorry lives, and Kanye has proven that time and time again. And he has proven that again recently with his new batch of tweets. Like, oh my god, bro. The Virgil tweet hurt my heart. That was disgusting. He also said a bunch of other terrible things. He just going on a whole crazy rant. So many things that we'd be here all day if I went through all of them. I think he's still tweeting as I'm talking. Also, the tweets themselves are pretty self-explanatory on why they're terrible. And he said free Diddy. And not only that, he's currently collabing with Diddy's son, who's also an alleged horrible human, in a Yeezy and Sean John collab promoting this message to free Diddy. Do I need to explain why this is disgusting?
Diddy, come on out.
I better not see anybody walking around with these shirts on. If you do, you might as well tattoo Free R. Kelly on your forehead. Don't free Diddy. Never free Diddy. Keep his ass in prison. He probably having a good time in there anyway. And he's still tweeting his loyal support for Nazis. Oh my god. Saying Hitler was so fresh, he had that shit on. I've never seen an artist so washed in my life. Not only that, you're black, They hate you too. And some defenders might say, he's autistic. He can't help himself. Please do not give me that Elon Musk ass excuse. Or some might say he's just rage baiting. Bro, if he's rage baiting or not, it's still lame. It's loser behavior. There's no excuse to be had. That's just him. It's sad seeing a fall off to this degree, especially from someone I've once looked up to. And this is the biggest fall off I've ever seen in my life. From being known as one of the greatest musicians in not only hip hop but across all genres, to a bigoted, lame, desperate for attention seeking clown who now will only be mostly known for his controversy rather than his music. He has ruined his legacy. So please do not comment about me making a Vultures 3 video or Bully video, cause that's not happening. Those albums aren't anything to look forward to anyway. You might ask, what happened to separating art from the artist? First of all, I'm most likely gonna remake that video cause it's not the best explained. There's so much stuff I failed to talk about in that vid.
Smoking crack.
And second of all, he's putting AI in his music now. So, where's the art? What art am I separating from his new albums? There's no art to be found with AI. Man, I'm just tired. Tired and exhausted of the bullshit. I listened to Heard Him Say the other day, his opening song from Late Registration, and I almost cried. Like tears welling up in my eyes. I was emotional. Not like sobbing, like, nah, not like that, but my chest was hurting because I genuinely can't believe the man who made this song is the person he is today. I'm not looking forward to any current or future Kanye news, whether that be his music, clothes, tweets, or him and his wife being weird. None of that. I'm done. I gotta pick a new person to stand now. So this channel is switching from Kanye to Playboy Cardi. Yeah, this is a Cardi only channel now. He's never done a terrible thing in his life. All my favorite artists are terrible people. But yeah, I'm done with Kanye from now on. So in conclusion, I'm just gonna listen to the Smiths instead to get my mind off of this. Morrissey has never done me wrong. Oh wait, he's evil too? Man, fuck!
Yeah. Yeah.
What's in the basket?
Yo, it's spooky season. Halloween's right around the corner. So we back at it again with more horror movie characters that I know can't stand a foot against me because of my strength and intelligence. No one likes a long opening ceremony, so let's waste no time and get right into round one. Terrifier from the movie Terrifier is about Terrifier terrifying and murking random people.
One Mexican down.
I know his name is Art the Clown, but Terrifier is more fun to say. Now when looking at him, he looks like your ordinary killer clown. And he is, but the difference between him and the rest is that he's brutal. He will deal with his victims in the messiest, most grotesque way possible. I don't even think I can show you any of the ways of how he do it cause this YouTube. But he saws a woman in half from her poon to her head in front of her BFF. This dude crazy. However, I don't think he's all that terrifying based on my observations of him. In the first movie, when we get introduced to him, we as the audience can subtly tell that there's something different about this guy from everybody else. I don't know if you can notice, but this man's teeth is terrible. It looked like he never picked up a toothbrush a day in his life. You can tell he at least got gingivitis or mouth cancer, so that'll lower his stats in a fight against me. He technically fighting 2 battles at once. He also gets bitched by the pizza shop owner for being weird and creepy. Now, this would have been an amazing moment to jump on. Even though at this point in the movie he hasn't killed anyone yet, him having a staring problem at the shop alongside his whole demeanor, I'ma assume he's trying to start something and we fighting there. And since everyone else in the shop hate him too, they're joining in with me. Cause the way he do these murders, he strikes me as someone you can win against if you can sneak him or come in numbers when he don't got a gun. Now I know he technically a demon since he gets revived at the end of the first and second movie, but he got no other demon powers. Plus his revives takes at least 2 to 3 business days to do. So I have time for seconds. I just gotta be on my toes. This is low to mid diff at best.
Who made that mess?
Longlegs is about an FBI agent who gets assigned to a case of a string of murders, and each one leaves a note signed by Longlegs. This guy. However, what's weird about these murders is other than the letters left at the scene, there's no physical evidence that this guy is the killer. Even though he definitely is. Like, look at him, he gotta be guilty of something. The reason for the lack of evidence is because there's 2 more accomplices to the murders. The main character's mom and Satan, the devil himself. They've been creating dolls of their victims, giving it to them, and having the devil do the rest. So this is a powerful force I'm dealing with. How am I supposed to beat these guys when they have the literal devil on their side? Well, joke's on them, cause I deal with the devil every day. Through my struggles, temptations, anger. And almost half the time I end up winning because I have God on my side. And in a fight against these devil-worshipping demons, I believe he will give me the strength of 1,000 young niggas to punish these sinners to death in a life or death boxing match. So yes, I could confidently say, on God, I'm beating the devil alongside his ugly ass disciples too. No diff. I have the Holy Ghost with me. A Quiet Place takes place in a world where monsters called Death Angels just popped up in New York and started killing people. Although these things are blind, you can't make any sound or noise because these things will find you. So you gotta stay quiet. This is gonna be more of a how'd I survive than me beating them, cause what I look like trying to fight this, I'm not Epo. First, I'ma travel solo or with my direct family. I'm not traveling with no other groups, none of that, especially if they got a kid with them. Second, no kids, all of them gotta go. Cause they'll be the first ones to get us killed. Most of them be crying over the smallest things. Plus, they won't be able to run from these monsters with their little legs. They're a free meal for these things, and I'm not trying to be the appetizer. And I'm only talking little kids. If your kid is old enough to know when to shut the hell up, they're cool. But if they aren't, I'm sorry to tell you, but I highly recommend you to abandon your children. They'll only hold you back just like in real life. Who knows? They might be able to survive on their own, maybe, probably, 5% chance, but that's not nothing. So only family, no kids, and a lifetime supply of moon pies. Gotta stay fed somehow. In fact, we probably don't even gotta do all that. Cause spoilers, their weakness is high-pitched frequencies. So you can basically go to PetSmart and buy a dog whistle and have them beat. These guys aren't even much of a threat. They're like a little puppy that can rip you in half. When looking at them like that, they don't seem too scary no more, do they? Meaning they ain't gonna be a challenge for me. 10 out of 10, I'm surviving A Quiet Place while screaming.
I need you to shake that booty. I'm blocking you, brother.
Unfriended is a movie taking place in a Skype call. A group of friends are chatting, then the ghost of their friend that self-destructed exactly a year earlier joins the call and starts murking them one by one, until one of them confesses about recording and posting an embarrassing video of her, which ended up being her 13th reason. And the ghost power level is pretty strong. It can physically break into their house, and it's shown powers of mind control. So she ain't like some of those other ghosts that exist just to haunt you and be spooky. This ghost means business. But y'all know me. No person, ghost, or demon gonna catch me lacking. I know I can beat this ghost. The only reason these guys had a hard time with it is because these group of friends are dumber than a sack of potatoes. Although they do try calling the police once and attempt to track the ghost down as if it ain't a ghost, they don't do nothing else to fight against this ghost. They just play along with its death games. And I'm just wondering why none of these guys are leaving. Granted, the ghost said if anyone leaves the call, they die. But they can leave the house without the ghost knowing while staying in call at the same time. Everybody's screaming and distracting on there. Laura ain't gonna notice. By the way, that's the name of the ghost. And even if she were, we don't know that because they don't even try it. Or even better, secretly text everyone in the chat to turn off their Wi-Fi at the same time. So they all leave the Skype call at once. Because with this, they technically did not leave the call. They got kicked out, so it doesn't count. And even if it do, it can't go after all of us. It's one ghost. Only one of y'all gotta die. Not me though. Or we could do the best option, which is to confess your sins. Cause spoilers, the main girl in the movie was the one that filmed Laura's 13th reason and posted it. And earlier in the film, when she was researching how to stop ghosts from killing you and your friends on FaceTime, the website said admitting guilt is the only way out. So all she had to do was say, Yo, about the video and the bullying and me being the reason you shot yourself, my bad. Like, I didn't even know you were gonna do all that for real. She could have just done that, but instead she blames her friends when the ghost asks who did it, getting them killed with her still dying because the ghost knew she lied the whole time. Unbelievable. All of this bloodshed was completely avoidable. I've listed a few good options to beat this ghost and save your friends' lives at the same time. But you know what this girl does at the end of the movie instead? She goes on chat roulette, begging people to call the police for her. Now, if this is not the dumbest option, I don't know what is. Tell me, would you go on Omegle, talking to niggas from Timbuktu, begging them, please call the cops, a ghost is killing us on FaceTime? Like, why would that idea even cross your mind? These guys are so dumb in the movie. There's no saving them, but they're saving me. I am not dying in this situation, even if these were my group of friends, cause I'ma be in that call confessing and snitching like I just received a Happy Meal at interrogation. I'm all for ride or die, but dying is always the last option for me. And if I don't have to, I ain't going to. This is a low diff ghost problem. I'm surviving. Godzilla needs no introduction, cause everyone will know them when their big ass shows up. Some might say they aren't a horror movie character, but I know the Japanese would hate to see this nigga coming, so I'm counting them. Not only do they stand at more than 350 feet, but some of its powers include nuclear breath, nuclear shockwaves, laser beams, telepathy, regeneration, flight, and fight. This thing's stats are all maxed. I'm surprised anybody stood a chance at even damaging this beast. Many people would assume the task of beating Godzilla is an impossible mission. But you know what? They said the same thing to Tom Cruise about his missions, and that guy has like 30 movies proving us wrong. So do I have a plan against Godzilla? Of course I do. Listen and learn. Now, fighting, military weapons, and nukes won't work on it. But you know what would? An Ava. We build a motherfucking Ava suit to beat Godzilla. These things are not only strong, they're crazy fast, or at least fast enough to dodge his lasers and hot ass breath. Plus, we seen how crazy the Ava can be when it goes berserk. Against Godzilla, it might have a chance. Now you might ask, how the hell am I gonna get access to an Ava? And I'm telling you, if Godzilla pulled up to Myrtle Beach one day, wreaking havoc, they won't have time to think about military strategy or how unqualified I am for this task. It won't matter, because they'll see my confidence. And when me and whoever the president will be next week meet eyes, they'll immediately be like, someone please get this man a suit and all of our tax money. Ava suit secured. Now all we need is someone's mom to sacrifice and merge her soul to the Ava. I vote Beyonce. I believe her soul is stronger than 1,000 suns. Beyonce! With all those requirements put together, I believe I have a pretty strong chance against Godzilla. And if the government so happens to deny my request, then we're all fucked! I'm not gonna hype myself up too much, so I would say I have like a 6, maybe 7 out of 10 chance of beating Godzilla, you know? But it has to be in the suit. With no Ava suit? Pray. And there you have it, a few more horror movie characters I could beat in a match of fisticuffs. So many of them I could beat, my record would look like Floyd Mayweather's if this was real. And if you don't think I can beat serial killers, ghosts, or demons, then you're a whole different type of delusional, buddy. You don't know what I'm capable of? I don't need to prove nothing. That's all I gotta say. And in conclusion, this album is so good. Wow. 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 Love a special connection of affection between two beings. These connections can be had in many ways, between mom and child, pet and owner, and bros and homies. Love is a universal feeling that comes in all shapes and sizes. But sometimes we're looking for an even closer connection, something more intimate that even your homies can't provide you with. A romantical connection. A love so deep you can start a tree with it with you and your partner. You've seen those romance movies and want something that they have in it. But the thing is, your riz is on the negatives. You afraid to talk to your POI in real life. You're just like me for real. So you look for love in other easier places like the internet. Downloading apps like Bumble and Farmers Only, hoping to find your true love. You swipe and swipe and swipe. But nobody want to match with your ugly ass. You're just like me for real. You start to lose hope. But then you finally have a match. And this person is one of the most beautiful people you've ever seen. Like this woman has Lupani running for its money. You guys start chatting, finding out you two have so much in common. She likes the same movies as you, the same music, food, likes, dislikes. She is you, but the girl version. Exactly what every guy wants. You guys chat so much that you end up exchanging numbers, scheduling a call with her later tonight. The time comes, and you start to get hype. After watching some YouTube deep voice tutorials, you feel like you're ready for the call. You look at your phone. It's ringing. It's her. You pick it up and smoothly answer. Yo, what's up?
What's up, Boo Boo Bear? How you doing?
Who is this?
What you mean, who this? It's Jessica, the baddie you been chatting with. Oh man, your voice sound even sexier than I expected, making me go crazy. Hello? Sweetie Pie, you still there? Baby, I can hear you breathing on the line, boo-boo. Pick up the goddamn phone!
You hang up immediately. Who the hell was that? That ain't sound like a Jessica, that sounded like a Jermaine. What happened? How could this be? Well, I'm sorry to tell you, my friend, but you've just been a victim of catfishing. Now, if you still don't really know what catfishing is, I literally just described it. Basically, you meet someone online, think they're cute and chill, then turns out when meeting them in person, in reality, they're Jabba the Hutt on the inside and out, having a completely different personality or sometimes even a completely different sex than the person you thought you were speaking to. In short, you got kerfunkled. You just got played like a fiddle. And after a betrayal like this, you'd either never trust online dating again or take your problems to television to tell your story so others don't have to have the same experience as you. Cause apparently the act of deceit happens a lot more than some might think. You see, some other words for catfishing is called lying about who you are. And we've been doing this since literally the beginning of time. Mussolini even tried catfishing as a German soldier so he could get past the Switzerland border. But there the partisans was like, hey, you ain't German? Musa, ain't that you? you almost got us there for a second, bro. You almost got us, bro. You almost had us, bro. Alright. Face the wall. There are many ways catfishing can be interpreted, but it's mainly used as a term for being fooled in online dating. And that's cause of this dude. Neve, Scooby-Doo, and two other people, don't matter, created a documentary back in 2010 titled Catfish, describing the experience of Neve, who had an online relationship with a girl he met on Facebook, who turns out was catfishing him. The documentary got popular and he got his own TV show and blah, 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 blah. Everybody already know. This show would be one of the top shows for me whenever nothing was on Cartoon Network or Disney Channel. And every episode of this show was a trip. Each episode about a person flirting to this person online and them talking with Neve, trying to figure out if the person on the other end is really them. And the entire episode you're on the edge of your seat, curling your toes, bouncing up and down excitedly to see the reveal, cause you know yourself they ain't gonna be their picture. They never are. Half the time they come out looking like the cart titan. And this would be combined the funniest and also saddest thing I've ever seen. Sad cause you know these people are looking for love, they're looking for a connection, whether that be online or in person. They're just trying to look for someone to love, man. And they get lied to like that, bro. That's just sad, man. And then sometimes there'd be these catfishes that I'd be like, man, you really got catfish like that? You really thought Michelle Obama was talking to you, bro? And even for the ones that are actually the real person, they're actually pretty wholesome. I actually got nothing negative to say. And after watching all this, makes me realize dating is hard. Yeah. Like you and me. What are we gonna do for Valentine's? Or did for Valentine's? I don't know when this video coming out. I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm alone. for the 47th year in a row. I got no boo to feed chocolate to or read the Book of Mormon with. I got none of that. I got no hearts to get and I got no hearts to give. It's lonely. Sometimes a brother just need a hug. So I can understand the venture off to online dating. I can understand that. I even tried it myself and not to brag, but I got at least 2 or 3 likes. And one of them was a dude. I know. I mean, I said like woman on the profile, but like, man, they just trying to give me options at this point, man. I was losing myself, man. I was even considering watching that Coco Melon for Losers, man. Thought it'd be something to relate to. Thank God I haven't fallen that far off. Yeah, I was down in the deep, dark crevices of the sunken place. Except not really, because at least the people that got in the sunken place got before they got down there. I can understand why people get catfish. We all want a special human connection with someone else that we can relate to, bro. Even if it's online, bro. Or sis, I don't know who's watching. That's why I can understand how some people could get catfish. Like, I feel bad for those guys, bro. I do. But that sadness only comes to an extent. You know, not gonna lie, I don't know how people get catfish in this modern day. Like, how is catfish still a thing? Like, the show ain't fake or anything. I just thought people would be more skeptical when online dating now. If I'm online dating and I have the slightest ounce of suspicion that the person I'm talking to ain't who they are, I'm gonna immediately tell them, yo, let's FaceTime tonight. And if they say, nah, my dad's funeral today, bullshit! I know you're lying. Your real name not Tanya, your real name Terrence. I should have known this, bro. I can hear your Adam's apple on your voice memos, bro. I got a strike system when it comes to dating people online and finding out whether they're a catfish or not. And strike 1 is always if they like me or not. Like, what? You like me? What's there to like about me? My personality? Man, I know you lying. Second strike, never wanted to FaceTime. We already talked about it. Dead dad's funeral. That's gotta be cap, bro. And I don't care if it isn't. FaceTime me. I want to see his body. And third and final strike is if they never ever want to meet up. Like, they always delay you two meeting up fighting. You never want to meet up. You don't want to FaceTime. And you like me? You must be Neville from iCarly, bro. I can see through you. Also, the last thing I'll do if I think I'm getting catfish is contact me. Bro, like what? I ain't trying to let people find out that I got tricked to falling in love with 600-pound Stephen Hawking. I'm taking me getting catfish to my grave. So I'm damn sure not telling people that I got catfished by someone that I thought was Billy from Stranger Things, and I gave them $10,000 without even knowing if they really are them. Like, how does that even happen? Don't be sending random people online your money. None of us got that Temu level of motion. Having 5 Super Bowl ads and unless you're giving money to me. You know, that's a different story. It's got me thinking how much bread catfishing low-key be po. Scamming a grandma out of a stack just because I said I'm Denzel, bro. That sound easy. I gotta try that one day. But kids, don't try that. That's messed up. Damn, I already ran out of to say. Yo, this writer's block got me on the chokehold, bro. I ain't gonna let that stop me, though. I guess all in all, catfishing is bad. Don't do it, bro. Unless you're catfishing pedals. Then, man, let me join in. In conclusion, I'm feeling lightheaded. I got. I'm back. And I'm black. Last video I asked you guys for your confessions, specifically your school confessions on the craziest events that happen at your school. And after reading multiple submissions, I realized most of y'all schools have something in common. So much so, it feels like all you guys went to the same school. Most of these confessions were about your freaky couples doing stuff in class or in the hallways, the weirdo teachers that were caught watching The Dirty, or trying to do it with another student, people getting leaked, a lot of explicit stuff going on. I swear, like 80% of these submissions involve poop, beating it at school, and when it wasn't that, it was like, I pooped my pants in kindergarten. Bruh, it's kindergarten. I expect that. Maybe I should have thought ahead. I'm not really known for using my brain. But if I have to read someone smearing poop in the bathroom one more time, I'm gonna lose it. This was a mistake. Like something else I've done recently that I cannot elaborate on.
Coffee. Ah, cool, a contract. Let's sign it.
So I'm just gonna go off and read my favorite ones that I could find. All right, let's start this out with a short one. One time when the teacher left the room to talk to a student, I checked the teacher's search history and find Zootopia stuff. You know, we're off to a good start. I used the school bathroom to piss. Will you ever forgive me? You actually used the school bathroom to use the bathroom? You're disgusting. What's next? You wash your hands in the school bathroom too, you freak? I share a class with a super senior, and we were doing a homework assignment about school threats. I made a comment on how sometimes students make threats, all talk and no fight. The super senior called me and started approaching me. Told this that if he wants to fight, let's fight, but the teacher pulled him aside and told him to go outside and calm down. And then this ass motherfucker had the audacity to throw a water bottle at me, and we both got sent to the office. The super senior looks like an edgy, quiet kid, lol. Bro, you should never mess with him, bro. You're first up on his list. If I were you, I'd start being as friendly as possible. Get him Magic the Gathering cards or something. You know, something that'll make him happy. This happened last year, and I went to the drinking fountain with my buddy after PE, and I heard noises in the bathroom. So he went to check it out, and when we jumped to look at the stalls, we saw the math teacher plowing the English teacher in the freaking male bathroom in between periods. Is freaking insane. He took a picture of it and showed the school administration, and he got suspended for taking the picture, but both teachers were fired. Why was he suspended? He took photo evidence of 2 teachers doing indecent exposure in a school bathroom. Unless he spread it around to all the other students, he should have never got suspended. What's worse is that the English teacher was cheating on his wife. Yes, it was 2 male teachers, and he had a son that was in our class, and bro never forgave us. Nah, if I was bro, I'd switch schools, man. There's no coming back from that. Like, what his dad did is almost as bad as having like an OnlyFans mom. You know, the clowning would never stop. I'm sorry for the interruption, but this video is also sponsored.
Ah, cool.
This video is sponsored by Dragon City. Dragon City is a great fun mobile game for the whole fam to play. You can make your own dragon empires by collecting, hatching, and evolving over 1,000 unique dragons. That's a lot of dragons. You can make your empires look like whatever you want with this game's magical habitats, buildings, and decorations. Engage in crazy PvP fights with other players to make sure your dragon stays on top. You can unleash the wrath of your dragon skills with your big brain strategies to accomplish challenging quests and events. Join an amazing community of amazing players and work together to unlock exclusive rewards. And it won't be hard to find good players because Dragon City has over 450 million downloads. So what are you waiting for? Download Dragon City now using my link in the description or by scanning this QR code right here. And when using my link, you get a special bundle with 15,000 food plus 30,000 gold plus the epic Ovi Dragon for free to get you started. That's crazy! Again, what are you waiting for? Download Dragon City now! Thank you, Dragon City, for sponsoring this video. Now back to the video. There was this one dude who was friends with me since I moved to this state 5 years ago, and we've been drifting apart recently because he has some unsavory things about certain people that I did not want to be associated with. Yeah, let me guess. He was racist. He was very into airsoft. Yeah, he was definitely racist. He didn't have a lot of friends, but he thought of me as a friend. Fast forward to now, and it's Halloween 2023. And this kid comes into school wearing a full military tactical outfit with a bulletproof vest and a helmet. Everyone already thought this kid was a threat, and today people made sure to be extra nice to him, just in case, you know. I'm glad I stopped being around this kid so much, because I really do not want to be known around this guy. Yeah, your former friend is super weird, bro. I'm so glad that you got out of that friendship. But if I saw someone show up in that fit to school one day, honestly, I'm early dismissaling myself. I'm not gonna stay at the school possibly gonna get shot. I'm gonna leave. Some motherfucker got his pants stolen off of him while he was taking a shit. Like someone just crawled under and yanked him off. Who the hell robbed him? Mr. Bean? My friend and I walked into the school thought giving the to a teacher. Big bro was moaning like crazy. It was wild. But after the school heard of this, the teacher was fired and the thought was suspended for 3 weeks. That day is now known as, did that shit really happen? P.S. You is not beating no damn demon. The f is you want? Yes, I am. I'm built different. Don't tell me what I can't beat. In year 8 on some cold ass morning, this kid who I only talked to like once or twice, he was weird, had asked me if I wanted to see something. I said yes, of course. And he opened his jacket to show me a grenade. This kid walked into school with a grenade, and when our classes started, the building he was in evacuated because he threw the grenade, pin still in, and everyone started screaming and ran. Police showed up and everyone got to find out what really happened. Turns out his grandpa fought in either World War II or the Vietnam War and kept the grenade as a memento, which is illegal, and this kid managed to get his hands on it. After police confiscated it, they safely destroyed it. A bunch of kids needed counseling, and the kid was taking some time to himself, which just meant he was expelled, but my school hates that word for some reason. Bruh, imagine if the school's weird kid approaches you and pulls out a grenade. Like, what do you do in that situation, honestly? I don't know what I would do, because if he pulls the pin, how do I get away? If I run away, he's just gonna chuck that shit at me and I'll blow up. If I stay there, he's gonna stay there too, and I blow up. What am I gonna do? Thank God he didn't pull the pin, and thankfully everybody at your school is safe. At my high school, there was this girl that everyone had a major crush on. Turns out she was sleeping with everyone. I know this because I might have slept with her. She got a boyfriend and slept with someone else while having a boyfriend. The boyfriend killed the random NPC and went to jail. After this, she was questioned by police and told them that the boyfriend wasn't satisfying her. Turns out she had mental problems and went to a ward. Fast forward 7 years later, and my girlfriend meets this really nice person. It's the same girl. Bruh. Run. Basically, I bought a gun to school because I was super mad at my teachers and classmates for making fun of me. I then walked in school, got patted down because one of my friends ratted on me, and I had got expelled. Thank God, bro. What's with these school threat stories, bro? You think I'm gonna be on your side, man? No, I'm not. I hope you learn from this. Don't be a school threat. It's not cool, dude. When I was in high school, it was revealed that the mystery meat they've been giving us for almost 4 years was monkey meat. So apparently the meat supplier for the school was a crooked piece of shit who wanted to make a huge profit. So instead of chicken or I don't know, horse meat, he got us monkey meat. Let's just say the school was locked down afterwards and the supplier got arrested. That's just so gross. That's probably being served in every high school, honestly. Based on some of the meat I've seen in my old school too, I bet that's monkey meat also. I blame Michelle Obama for all of this. If it wasn't for her, you guys wouldn't be eating monkey meat. So basically there has been this rumor going around, and it is that Jimmy smashed Josh's girl. So people kept it away, of course, and it ain't true. But Josh, he's a rebellious MF. He picks fights, so you know what he did? He smacked this girl and beat Jimmy's ass. Am I supposed to know who these people are? Alright, so I'm gonna do a speed run around real quick on a bunch of short confessions I got. So I can put as many confessions in this video as possible. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. I sold explosives at school. Someone put rat poison inside the water. A teacher ran over a student. Someone put laxatives in the school lunch. Yeah, group chat leaked. I smoked a blunt, got high, then sucked my homie's feet for 2 hours and 16 minutes. Bro, timed it. What the hell? My teacher said I would be a failure. So I slept with her husband. If only you knew. I don't know. So why don't you tell me? The fat kid in my school fought someone over a cheeseburger. Sex! Nutted in a saxophone. A girl got pregnant with her stepbrother's kid and had a miscarriage in a fight. I'ma leave it at that. Damn. I shoved my backpack Charlie stick up multiple people's asses. The bees attacked the entire school. It was crazy. My school boring as hell, bro. I ain't got nothing to say. Same. I was eating Jerk's chickens in the stall when some dude walked in thinking no one is in there, and I ended up spraying on him. Nasty. Once I was caught reading yaoi in class. I do homeschooling, by the way, and had 2 teachers sit at both sides of my table. So your parents caught you? Xbox! Also, someone was stabbed over $2. Alright, enough with the speed run round. Let's go back to the normal confessions, you know? So I used to run a school confession Instagram account. Then there was one confession that I got about a girl a dog and got pregnant. How is that possible? I didn't even know this. I live in an Islamic country, to an Islamic school, which if y'all know means the guys and gals are separated. And the only way we can even sniff the guy's presence is to talk to them on Insta or whatever. But some freaking how, one of the girls from my class had S, unfiltered pure S, with a guy in one of the girls' bathrooms in the girls' section. And it gets worse, because not only did this happen in 7th grade, but also apparently these two were half siblings, which kind of explains how they were able to meet up. But still, these mother effers got expelled when they found out. But how did they find out? Well, the girl got pregnant. And from what I've heard, it was twins. Oh my God, they actually had the babies. And to this day, I will never find out why she had S in the school bathroom with her half brother. Someone please save me from this freaking life. Help! Half brother? Half, not even a step brother. Half? Yeah! Some kid jumped off the 2nd story of the school auditorium to avoid getting a Spanish test. We still got the test. Imagine willing to sacrifice your legs to avoid a Spanish test just to still get the test and fail. You'd have to watch out for me, bro. One time in 8th grade, I saw my crush walk into the girls' bathroom to take a dump, and after she was done, I licked the toilet seat. Bro, you guys have not heard of self-restraint. The craziest thing that happened in my school in the UK would definitely be when someone came in with a medical needle and started stabbing other kids with it. He then started to say that it was AIDS, and as you may be able to predict, a lot of kids ain't appreciate it. So a lot of them try to f him up, but he was so quick. Until a bunch of kids blocked the door just to beat the living hell out of him. And just when you think it's over, 2 feds charged in the classroom and literally tackled him to the ground and cuffed him. So yeah, we all wondered why the teachers ain't do anything, cause like this kind of thing doesn't go unnoticed. Well, that's because they literally called the cops and didn't want him to expect it. That's not true. The teachers didn't do anything because they didn't want to catch AIDS either. They just waited for the cops. A whole investigation took place, and I'm pretty sure our school made the news, but there's a lot they missed out. Anyways, fuck you, you syringe swinging. We had to get metal detectors and search North Korea airport style for the next year. Going into school and purposely trying to spread AIDS is an act that only the most nefarious people would do. Hope you're safe, bro, and I hope you didn't catch the virus. Alright, bro, check it, cause you will genuinely not believe this. Now, I'm from an area called the DMV, and let me tell you something. Bitches in the DMV are batshit crazy. Back in the 7th grade, I had a very deadly beef with practically everybody in my grade. I was chill with like 9 people, but the rest wanted to see my ass more dead than Will Smith's career. One night when I came home from school, I was chilling in my room when my mom breaks down the door like SEAL Team 6 and snatched my phone out of my hands like it's a ghetto girl's weave. She starts scrolling through it and goes into my camera roll, then proceeds to tell the person who she was on the phone with that my phone was clean. It was my principal. I was weirded the fuck out until she came back 30 minutes later asking me if I had made any threatening or even said things that sounded remotely threatening about my school. I said no, while she proceeded to show me an email with screenshots of a Snapchat account with vaguely threatening messages. The Snapchat account was a fake account of me, and I was shocked as my mom told me to go to bed, says my principal, who was known for calling the police a lot over small things. I called the cops to protect the school again. We're going to have to go to the police station to clear everything out with the cops and explain the situation to me. What I was able to find out through some digging and a fucking confession to one of my friends who went undercover was that this was another one of my ex-best friend's ploys to get me expelled. They used a VPN, all accounts, and burner devices to fake an account of me. Long story short, I ended up leaving the school and finishing my last month online, aka watching Netflix all day, while my brother went online, exposed their evil deeds, and the culprits got beat up for it. Hey, at least there's a happy ending. Damn, bro, who the hell your ops? The League of Villains? I never understood having ops in like this young of an age. 7th grade? Damn, bro. What you do to have so much beef with so many people, bro? All right, let's read one last one. There's this pick-me that literally no one likes, not even the teachers. So like last week we had a history test. Everyone loves the history teacher, and the class was dead silent, you know, working hard and stuff. But like near the end of the class, the pick-me got up and yelled, "I'm done," and everyone looked at her, and this boy told her to shut the fuck up. The teacher heard it, and she didn't say anything. So the pick-me was complaining how it was unfair and how everyone is so rude, and all the teacher was doing is staring at her. And the pick-me said, "That's why you have so many miscarriages." The teacher just got back from the hospital after her 3rd miscarriage. The teacher got up and smacked her. Then all the girls in the class, including me, got up and beat the shit out of the pick-me. She ran out of class and came back with the principal. But everyone said the pick-me was lying for attention, and people told the principal what the pick-me said about the teacher, so she got suspended. The class made a promise to never speak about what actually happened and to protect the history teacher. I can't tell if you guys are the heroes or the villains of this story, bro. I don't know whose side to take on this one. So I'ma just... And that's all the confessions I'm gonna be reading today. I know these were a lot more tame than the last ones, but I'm not trying to get age restricted again. But most of the confessions I didn't read were just like, you know, school beaters and weird teachers. You know, that was 90% of the confessions. I'll 100% do this again in the future. I love reading you guys' confessions. I really do. With a different topic in mind. Thank you again, Dragon City, for sponsoring this video. Remember to click my link in the description to get the exclusive bundle. Remember, I hope you enjoyed, and in conclusion, I'm trying to buy a Hellcat, okay? I'm sorry. Tipping. A generous act of courtesy you do when you're more than satisfied with the service you were provided, and you give them a little extra money. Usually you give these to your servers at restaurants, your barber, and strippers, just as a way of telling them you're doing a good job. Go get yourself a nice pair of undies. And this overall thing is practiced all around the world. It's not exactly a foreign concept for anybody. Tipping is a normal thing, but no place on earth lets it give out the tip more than the US of A. We go X Games mode with the tipping over here, cause we be giving everybody tips. We tip our delivery drivers, taxis, bellhops, housekeeping, house movers, bartenders. If you're an in-person service, then most likely you accept tips. Even my homie's last job at the gas station where he just pumped people's gas, he got over $100 in tips in one day. I didn't even know people tip for that. We love to tip everybody except the homeless, but has it gone too far? Let me go off real quick, but I've been seeing tipping options where I've never seen them before, like counter services, cashiers. I've never heard of tipping cashiers, but those blue blocks on the iPad beg to differ. One time I went to a concert and I went to the merch booth. I got a hoodie, bro handed me the hoodie, then turned around his iPad for a tip. Now I know these people don't get paid too well, but what in that interaction concurred a tip? Did he slip me a $100 bill in a hoodie that I didn't see? I don't think so. So nah, I don't think I'm gonna tip. But I would usually see these in local businesses most of the time, so that's all fine and dandy. But I've heard Starbucks is also doing tips. Now I don't really go to Starbucks because it's just not for me. I like my coffee a certain way. I like my coffee how I like my men. Long, black, and Vietnamese. And no offense to you Starbucks employees out there, but I'ma treat y'all like McDonald's and Burger King. Like, why would I tip the drive-thru cashier? That just sounds unnecessary. And as long as those restaurants are not asking for tips, then I'm never gonna tip. Don't get no ideas, please. However, I understand why these workers would want a tip though. They work low-wage jobs and sometimes they got families to take care of at home, so a tip or two would make their lives a little bit easier. But I'm selfish. I'm not trying to tip at Wendy's, bro. But I know that day will eventually come. I can smell it. This is the US. We'll somehow incorporate tipping into everything, so the employers can justify why they're paying their employees minimum wage. And whenever someone doesn't tip, they get mad at us instead of the business that's giving them a non-living wage. That's why tipping is super pushed. So restaurants, for example, can pay their waiters low salaries to encourage them to aim for tips. So the waiters have to be as upstanding, top of their tippy toes, holly jolly of a worker as possible to try to get ends meet. So the customer can walk away feeling happy about their experience, the owner of the restaurant being happy because of the profit and good look of the business, while the waiters walk away with a $2 tip and food stamps for a salary. Or at least that's just my theory, my game theory. Now people that have never had a job might say, ain't that a good thing? It makes the waiters actually try to do their job well. Bro, ain't nobody wanna work minimum wage, period, bro, in this economy. Doesn't matter if I'm getting tips, all it takes is one bad day of penny pinching tips to be like, well, Scoob, I guess we have to eat whatever's in the fridge tonight. I should know. I used to be a waiter. I was a waiter for weddings and other events in my late senior year, and my wage was decent, $15 an hour, and for a high school student, that's pretty good. Plus, I only worked on the weekends. Man, this job was gonna be a breeze. But that was only because I was a kid. I ain't need that much in the first place. All I thought is, if I can afford food, sold. But to spoil the fun, most of the time, I did not get any tips or very little tips. And 95% of my gigs was at weddings, so the food was already paid for. I was giving these niggas free food, and I got nothing. And I was always all nice and shit. I was never mean. I was all like, hello, hot diggity day, what would you lovely people like to have? I thought I was doing a good job. I even shaved off my hair to be more presentable, which is something I still regret to this day. Don't cut the hair you love for no jobs. Unless it look like this, you might get no job with that. I did get tips sometimes. The biggest tip I've ever gotten was $40 from a table of old white women and a gay dude. And from then on, they became my target audience. I'd always pick the table with the gay niggas, cause I know they'd give me the biggest tip. And me complaining about small tips might sound like a trivial problem, but I'm talking about like in the grand scheme of things of this kind of job. Like if I was an adult with this job paying bills, taxes, rent, all that, I could not live like this. I know this because I had co-workers in their late 20s, 30s, 40s who said they couldn't take care of themselves with this wage. That's why they sold drugs on the side. That's why we should hold these businesses accountable to have higher wages for their employees so they don't have to rely on tips anymore. We must rise against this corrupt business practice. Who's with me? You're just saying this because you just don't want to pay tips no more. Well, duh. I don't like tipping. Who does? Who wants to pay more of their own money when they don't have to? I'm not a misogynist, a masochist. Wrong word. I am the other one. I'm not saying I don't tip. I do. But mainly because I want to at least try to balance out my good deeds with my bad ones when I'm in the pearly gates. I'm not trying to go to hell because I didn't tip my IHOP waitress who so happened to be battling cancer and diabetes that one time. I'm trying to get to heaven. But if I gave zero, darns, dangs, or I would almost never tip. I would look at the bill, then pay the bill, then end it there. I would only tip if I received outstanding service, because, you know, most services nowadays are just average, you know, regular stuff, nothing to point out. But you still supposed to tip. In a perfect world, I would only tip if the person is enthusiastically nice. Fast service, give me a back massage, and also pay for my food. Then I would tip. I can understand tipping delivery drivers because they also need the money to pay for their gas, but that can go with the higher wage argument that I said earlier. And if they show up mad late, then I don't have to tip them. We should bring back the 30 minutes or less or the food is free rule. I'd start ordering food from Russia on purpose. Save myself a stack. And like I said earlier, I know these people need these tips to survive. I know they have mouths to feed. I know, I feel you. But in the back of my mind, I know I have mouths to feed too. My own mouth. And tipping is slowly taking that away from me. Now I'm gonna starve. And remember earlier when I said tipping is not a foreign concept? Well, apparently it is to most countries. Every time I look in the comment section for a post regarding tipping, 90% of the comments will be from foreigners saying, well, over here in Timbuktu, Jumanji land, we never even heard of tipping. I didn't even know Jumanji was a real place, but it sounds like heaven if they don't tip. And it makes me think the people of the US here are purposely fucking me with this tipping shit. It's to be expected we tip 20 to 25% of the bill here. You have a better chance pulling a gun on me and robbing me because that's the only way you're gonna get that much money out of me. And I've been seeing news reports about how there's a spread of self-checkout machines with tipping options. Who the hell am I tipping? Mr. and Mrs. Walmart themselves? Why they need my money? Why they need a tip? Any self-checkout tipping machine out there could suck the tip of my pee-pee. That's what you could do. And like I said earlier, I do tip my delivery drivers and waiters. I do. But I hate tipping. I bloody hate it. If I could abolish it, I would. I hate it. However, I know it's the right thing to do. Or at least I was raised to believe if I don't tip my waiters, I'm a which I don't really believe now, but I begrudgingly admit tipping won't kill me. So I still tip. How much I tip? None of your beeswax. And even though I tip most of the time, I'm not gonna tell y'all you should tip. You could do whatever you want with the money you've earned. Like, I could be spending my money on helping the children in Africa and building houses there. But how else am I supposed to pay for my drip? I need money for my clothes, man. Those kids in Africa, they're not gonna pay for me. But yeah, those are my thoughts on tipping. Employees need better pay, so I can stop paying. And in conclusion,
element of surprise. Did you pray today? Did you pray today? Because if you didn't, I'ma have to take you down on some gangster shit.
Ang daling mag-cash in, maglaro at withdraw. Kaya sumama na. Tara na't mag-bingo. Buzz. Maraming games kaya buzz. Panalo sa bingo. Buzz. Panalo anytime, maglaro anywhere sa bingo. Buzz.
Horseman, father, slave abolitionist, but most importantly, education reformer. Man spent a majority of his career changing the scope of American public school education to an overall better environment. You see, back then, teachers were slightly more dumb than they are now. Anybody could have been a teacher back then, even you. So Horace changed it to teachers have to be trained professionals for him to teach. Also, he wanted more girl teachers, no more teachers with sausages. He opted for a more diverse school environment. He wanted to equalize the learning experience for all kids so they can learn the same no matter the background. The man did a whole heap of advancements to the American education system that we still use to this very day. There's like 1,000 schools that are named after him, bro. This guy made a difference. The man basically made everything we know about modern American education we do today, including enforcing the worst mother thing to ever exist: homework! This man did everything right for the education system, but with this one thing, he made everything wrong. I know you were a slave abolitionist advocating to end slavery and all, but bringing homework over to the US might even be worse than slavery. You know how Oppenheimer made the first apology video after creating those nukes that were dropped on Japan? Well, imagine being this Frankenstein looking dude, ruining the childhoods of everybody in America. Homework is the worst thing to ever happen. And I'm gonna try to explain every single minute detail on why not only it sucks, but it's useless. But for me to explain that, let's figure out why homework was created in the first place. Through a simple Google search, it says Robert Novellius, an Italian teacher, invented the whole concept of homework, and he assigned it to punish students who didn't demonstrate a good understanding of the lesson that was taught in class, or just lazy and disobedient students. He would punish them with homework. And yes, I might agree that homework was a worse punishment than being beat with a ruler, and I could just blame all my school misery on this guy. But when researching it, it also says he did this in 1905 or 1095. Now, I might not be a genius, but the math isn't mathin' here. How he do this in 1905 or 1095? That's like 6 billion years apart. Is he a vampire? Is he related to Nicolas Cage? We'll never know, because apparently there's no real evidence this Roberto Noodle guy even existed. So Google is giving me some false information. Now I gotta switch over to Bing now. The real reason on why homework was created dates back to ancient Rome in the 1st century AD. That's a few years after the Big Bang. The term homework can be traced back to this time, said by Pliny or Pliny the Younger, an oratory teacher. That's a teacher that teaches you how to talk to strangers. He believed the repetition and practice of speech would help students get better at their speaking skills. So he would often tell students to practice speaking at home, essentially homework. So homework was created for students to practice the subject. I mean, that was probably a no duh for most people watching, but the way this Pliny guy used it, it isn't really homework. You know, sometimes teachers will tell you your homework is to study for the test the next day, and when they say that, in my head, they basically told me, I don't got homework. I'm not gonna study when I get home. I'm gonna be too busy playing Hello Kitty Adventure. Then I'm gonna study last minute on the bus ride to school the next day, also studying a bit in homeroom before their class, and I'll still get away with a B-, you know? Hey, I'm happy with that. PP, the teacher's homework, wasn't really homework. It was a suggestion, like how dentists suggest that you brush your teeth twice a day. Don't tell me what to do. I brush my teeth once a week, tops. But obviously, homework has devolved since the time of Phineas and Ferb. Instead of studying, we have multiple choice sheets, written assignments, projects, reading whole textbook chapters of homework. Isn't that what class is for? You assigning me textbook chapters to read as homework is basically telling me to go and teach myself. What am I here for? What are we doing here then? I might as well be at home playing with my Hello Kitty. I remember I had this one teacher that would basically assign essays to type every class as homework with a minimum word count of like 300. Don't take honors history. Worst mistake of my life. Homework now is just an overload of mandatory tasks that when combined with every other class that assigns it, you're looking at a whole behemoth booty load of exhaustion you have to do every night. And all this new age of homework is still looked at as practice of what you're already learning. But in this day and age, how is homework practice? Practice for what exactly? How fast can I Google the answer to this question? How fast can Photomath scan this math equation and give me the answer with work? How fast can I find a Quizlet that has every single answer to every single question on any English or science assignment in order? This is no longer practicing or studying these subjects. We just copying and pasting. Especially nowadays with stuff like ChatGPT and all its alternatives, where we can get whole essays about feet typed to us in a second for free. Homework in general is just obsolete, or at least its intended purpose of making us study and practice is. Homework is just needless work. Stop assigning it. I bet you teachers would like that too. It gives you less work to go through and grade. I know some of you teachers complain about the amount of work you do. Then y'all just give out more homework, essentially giving us more work for me and you. Do you like to suffer? Is that what you like? Suffering? Speaking of eternal damnation, let me talk about how even people back then agreed with what I'm saying. In the early 1900s, big-time publications like the New York Times and Ladies' Home Journal published articles on how homework can affect the health and mental state of a child negatively. The articles basically showed, you see that kid right there? That's your child on homework. These articles caused an outrage against the schools in the West, and California being California, it did something insane. But for the first and only time, a good kind of crazy. In 1901, California banned homework for kids under 15. You thought it could never be done, but faith has been restored. Skip some years, and in 1923, the American Child Health Association formed, and they also thought homework was bad for the brain. And in the 1930s, they even went as far as to deem homework as child labor. You see, during this time, America just had the Industrial Revolution, and the children yearned for the mind. So kids as young as 5 were playing Minecraft in real life. And by the 1930s, a bunch of laws had sadly been signed against child labor, but recently for it. And since these laws were being passed, the ACHA thought it was a great opportunity to finally get rid of homework once and for all. Obviously that didn't work out. And about that California bill, that also didn't last long. That only lasted like 10 years. Like everything in California, the fun only lasts a second. Then you're homeless. There's more to this American homework story, but we all know the ending because we're living in it. ACHA were the only group of people that understood that we were being worked to the bone over this work. How not only it was hurting us, but it was destroying our minds. Yet our government failed the people's needs once again. The hours and nights of work I had to do just so my grade could go up 0.02% and for some reason go down 50% if I didn't do an assignment. The amount of stress that brings a student, it's deadly! I've already described why homework is useless, terrible, and gave my firstborn cancer. It's a punishment that would be beyond my comprehension if it didn't exist. I hate homework so much. I want it abolished, almost as much as I want stealing from Walmart to be legal. And in my world it is, but let's not right now. But what's the replacement of homework if it were to get banned? What will take its place? I'ma tell you. Actual studying. Homework would be you studying all the notes and what you went over in class. So the practice part of homework would actually work. And I know some people are thinking, nah, you a liar, man. You just said whenever studying was your homework, you're gonna go and play Hello Kitty Adventure. You can't fool me. Yeah, and the reason for that is cause every other night I'm doing back-breaking homework. The only reason I play video games that day is cause it's essentially my day off. That's why. If I was assigned to study every day as homework for every class, I would probably still play video games, not gonna lie. But it would motivate me more to study. Maybe after clocking in 5 hours on Nintendogs, I'ma feel a little slumped. Then I'ma remember, oh yeah, I got school tomorrow. Then study for like 5 minutes, you know? Better than nothing. You know what's really better? Copying and pasting an hour worth of homework, learning nothing, or that 5 minutes every day where I learn and practice 5 minutes of stuff and actually remember. I think we both know the answer. It's a better system, man. I'm telling you, it's a win-win on both sides. The teacher and student get less work while class grade averages go up. Also, to any student that would still fail their classes with this system, nah, you just dumb, bro. Sorry. You still failing when there's no homework, bro. You're the one with the doodoo for brains. Just transfer, bro. I got the perfect place for you. And that is my reasoning why homework is hell on earth and my solution to that problem. Thank you. And to any kids watching this right now, show this video to your teacher and tell them to watch it, cause I just gave them the most convincing reason on why homework is terrible. I'm about to change their brains. I made sure not to cuss or say anything dirty in this video so you won't get in trouble. And if they watch this and still give you homework, jump them! Jump them! I'm just kidding. Just put a grenade in their desk when they're not looking. Yeah, homework is dookie, and that's all I wanted to say. And in conclusion, did you just see that? You just watched natural selection take place. Horror movies are one of the greatest blessings of convenient entertainment on this planet. Cause whenever you and your buddies want to go to the movies with nothing in theaters, there'll always be a new horror movie out for y'all to watch. Even though 9 times out of 10 it's gonna be dookie, but hey, at least you weren't bored. And with that being the case, most of us are well knowledgeable of the formula of horror movies. Usually the conflict is a dude trying to kill you and your phone don't work for whatever reason and your dumbass is in the middle of nowhere for whatever reason. And frustratingly, usually when the protagonist is running away or trying to find a way to stop him, they sometimes pick the dumbest option or a choice that don't even help them at all, making their situation even worse, and I start yelling at the screen saying, "Oh no, why'd you do that? You should have done this instead." Ah! Then the person in the seat next to me is like, excuse me, can you please be quiet? We're trying to watch a movie here. So then I pull out my gun and shoot. Why would you even make that decision? It's even worse when they're in a group and the group decides to split up. Like, why would you want to split up? So he can kill us one by one? Also, I'm looking at my skin complexion and I don't think I'm gonna last long. So if I'm dying, everybody else gotta go with me at the same time. These characters doing dumb things makes me mentally reenact their situations in my head, putting myself in their shoes, immersing myself in their sorry situation that me personally, I would have never been in the first place. If my friends wanted to do a Saturday hangout at the abandoned shack in the middle of the woods, I'm not doing that. There's a Quiznos down the street. I think that's gonna be just as fun and more safe. I'm minding my business most of the time, but putting myself in that situation that these horror movie characters are in, I'm surviving 100%, 1000%. I know how to beat these threats or at least escape them unscathed. And I'm gonna go over the ones that I'm confident I can kick their ass, and which ones I'm confident that I'm gonna get my ass beat. I'm also gonna have a 1 through 10 rating. 10, I'm winning. 1, I'm sprinting. Let's go. First op, it. First person I'm squaring up with is Pennywise. And if you don't know him, he's a clown that sometimes be eating kids. So we dealing with a literal child predator. Daily life of a YouTuber. His powers include changing shape and size, mind control, teleportation, genjutsu, the list goes on. And if you know me, I can't do none of those things. I mean, I maybe can do the shapeshift thing. I'm a grower, not a shower after all. But I don't think that's gonna help me beat a killer clown. But if you remember the end of part 2, you will know how they beat Pennywise. So Pennywise gets his power off of other people's fear. So if you just stand there and face him off unfazed, not scared at all, you won. He ain't got nothing. It's that easy. Just stand your ground and be like, "You don't scare me," and he just disappears. Just drop Pennywise off in the ghetto or even a middle school boy's lunch table. Not a single soul would let him cook anything. He would be DOA. And with that being said, of course I'm gonna beat his ass. The only instance I can see him catching me off guard is if it's 3 a.m. and I'm home alone in the dark and he just pop up in the corner of my room out of nowhere and I'm just like, oh shoot! You know, that would spook me a bit. But as soon as I get my composure, he means no threat. There's also this one other weakness Pennywise got that one of the characters do in the movie, when if you believe any object that you pick up and throw at him can kill him, then it can kill him. You can believe this chancla kills monsters, if I believe it does. This chancla kills monsters, if I believe it does. Ka-chow!
I feel like I said enough. Pennywise gets a 9 out of 10, low diff from me. The only reason why it's not 10 out of 10 is because his powers are kind of crazy if you're a little scared. Second up, Chucky from Child's Play. Yeah, the doll. His powers include voodoo magic, but only when he touching you, and it's a long spell, so you got time to, I don't know, kick him. He also apparently has the same strength and speed of a full-grown human adult, and I find that very hard to believe. Maybe the strength and speed of this guy, but an actual grown, average-sized man? I doubt. With that being said, I'm beating Chucky's Barbie booty. Bro is a doll. He can barely move properly. I would score a golazo with his body before letting him near me. I would toss him like a football before he can even breathe a word next to me. It's surprising how anybody gets killed by him in the movies at all. Granted, all of his kills are by surprise, but you can't catch me losing to a doll in a fight. No way, no how. And I doubt any grown-up in real life will be outwitted by Chucky also. That's why in every movie, Chucky's goal is always taking advantage of kids, manipulating them to do his bidding. Daily life of a YouTuber. Anyways, Chucky is literally the easiest horror movie character to beat in a fight. Literally, a child can beat him. Shoot, they already have in the movies. I rate Charlie a 10 out of 10, no diff. Next, Michael Myers. Michael Myers from the Halloween franchise. Tall dude, brandishing a knife. Doesn't have any powers other than being unkillable. Yeah, this man's feats are unbelievable, especially since this dude is just a crazy mental patient. Like, Halloween movies got no supernatural stuff happening, but Michael can get beat up, sliced, shot, whatever. This man does not die. Nothing works against him. Not guns, not being burned alive, nothing. He always wins. Even when he got jumped in Halloween Kills by the whole town, he still won! And you expect me to beat him? Hell no, I'm sprinting. I cannot beat this dude. Even if I had the military on my side, I don't even think a nuke can beat this man. Michael Myers is the type of dude to be in Hiroshima at the time of the drop and only think of it as a minor inconvenience. I can't beat this man. Random thought, but imagine if him and Jason were on the same team against humanity. Bro, we're finished. 2v8 billion and we're still getting smacked. 0 out of 10. Extreme death difficulty. Like, bro, even when they beat him at the end of the movies, he comes back. There's no escape. And the next villain to beat is also rather difficult. Smile. Smile is that new horror movie where the main villain is a demon, and that demon possesses you to want yourself in front of somebody else, and when they achieve that, the curse passes on to the other guy that saw it, and now they got the demon. But you have a week before you actually want yourself. So during that week, you'll be seeing hallucinations of people smiling at you, but it's not real, it's the demon, and yada yada yada. So how I beat him, right? So unlike the rest of these dudes, I literally can't physically fight this guy, cause this demon's in my head. So I'm gonna use common sense to beat him. If I see this demon in another person's body about to want himself, I'ma just close my eyes. If I close my eyes, it's not gonna transfer to me because it only transfers to people who saw it. And I didn't technically see it happen because I had my eyes closed. Easy as that. But what if he was doing it in a cool way? What if he was doing a backflip while doing it? I have to look at that. So now I'm possessed by the demon. What do I do now? Well, at that point, the only way to beat him is to click-clack someone else. So the curse passes on to someone else on the planet. The only problem with that is, it's kind of illegal, and you're probably gonna go to prison. But no more demon. And this is when I thank God that I live in the beautiful, flower-filled obesity country of the US of A, where you can find loopholes to end someone's life easily. I have 1 week to get rid of this demon or I'm gone. So option 1 is, of course, to become a cop. What, that will only take me a day or 2 to become one. Then when I get my badge and my badge of justification, I go patrolling, searching for the first person to go over the speed limit. And then I see a man with 2 kids in the backseat going 1 mile per hour above the speed limit, and he's a minority? Bingo. I pull him over, ask for the usual, and then I intentionally press him a little bit to get a reaction. Then as soon as he raises his voice 1 decibel towards me, and now look at me with this opportunity that's standing right in front of me. But bam! No more smile demon for me. I beat him. Now the demon passes on to someone else. extra points if it's one of the kids. I'll just say I felt threatened. And knowing America, I'll just get 1 week off paid vacation. You can also do a lot of other things. You can become an Uber driver and try to do a Walter White to your passenger, or just take your worst enemy to Burger King for a Whopper. The opportunities are endless to get rid of this smile demon. I'ma have to give this a 8 out of 10, pretty low diff. One good fart from me could kill anybody within a 20-foot radius, so easy mode. Next, Jack from The Shining. Bruh, just get a gun or buy an air conditioner. Easy, no diff. Next, white people, get out. Now, this is probably the most threatening enemy for a person like me. They literally mind control black people to take over their body. And they learn these men and women by using their daughter to date a bunch of them or just kidnapping them. However, other than the mind control stuff, they're pretty much a bunch of regular people. But this is the hardest enemy I have to face because I have a chronic problem with white women. Cause if it ain't snowing, I ain't going, you know what I mean? I love me my snow bunnies, yeah buddy, yeah I love, wait, no. 1 out of 10, I'm not winning. White women would be the death of me. I got one more villain I can guarantee you I can beat the dookie out of. Ghostface from Scream. Ghostface is literally just a dude that honestly just gets lucky. These guys are stupid. I'm surprised they even killed anybody. These dudes are the clumsiest murderers I've ever seen in a movie. Like, bro, they're the type of people to slip on a banana peel. You can throw the nearest object at him and it will slow him down. Throw a bottle, a bookshelf, your grandma. Anything will slow this dude down. If you have enough stamina to run at least 30 seconds, you're fine. Even if you ride a rascal, you can beat him. It's not hard. I'm rating Ghostface a 10. He's just too simple for a muscle man like myself. Those are pretty much all the characters I wanted to go over today. I mean, I can name more, but we'll be here all day if I was just naming all the characters I can demolish. Really, as long as I'm not in a saw trap and I'm not facing these dudes, I'll find a way. This was fun to go over. But before I end the video, I have to say, thank you so much for 1 million subscribers. I'm honestly so thankful for each and every one of you. I cannot love and thank you guys enough. I love you! I cannot describe how much I love you anymore. So instead, I wrote a song. I hope you like.
This one's out to all my fans, all my subscribers, everybody who watches my videos. This one's out to you. If I had a time, every time I thought about you, I'd at least have 3 dimes. If you were mashed potatoes, I would ask you to be by my side. Even if your name's not Elizabeth, you still are my queen.
Every time I think about you, the words that pop up to me are, I love you. I love you. I love you. Everything about you, I love it. Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
This painting is titled The Persistence of Memory. You might have seen this painting before since it sometimes pops up in movies, TV shows, or maybe you've seen it in your art class. This iconic painting was painted by world-renowned artist Salvador Dali, a man known for his dreamlike surreal art. A few of his well-known pieces include The Elephants, The Meditative Rose, and the best of all, Lobster Telephone. When it came to his art and filmography, Salvador would always craft and deliver a piece like no other. leaving us to remember him as an extravagant genius we know him as today. But Salvador was also very weird. Well, to start, he might be a little crazy because when he was a kid, he pushed his friend off a bridge deliberately, almost killing him. Also in an interview, he talks about when he was a kid, there was this one time where he kicked his sister, who was 3 years old at the time, in the head like a soccer ball, leaving her talking like Walter Jr. He also claimed to be a fascist and was an advocate for Adolf Hitler. Granted, some people say he was just trolling his communist colleagues, but he also says he thinks of him the same way a man dreams of a woman. I guess he really liked his mustache. And this is more weird than bad, but instead of doing things with his wife, he liked to see other men do things with her. So much so that he brought her a castle to live in for these activities. And he can only go there if she sent him an invitation allowing him to go, even though he owns the castle. Then one day he was fed up with it and broke two of her ribs, but she was alright at the end, she was alright. He would also compare his meat with his homies, but that's just normal. And with me finding out all these weird facts about him, do I now think of him differently? Yes. Do I think of his art differently, and do I think it's now not as striking or awing as before? Not really, no. Because nothing changed about the art. It's still the same as it always has been. The only thing that has changed is my perception of the artist, but not the art. Cause I'm smart and the man is still a great artist. Maybe Salvador wasn't the best person I could have used on this because I'm gonna be talking about people like R. Kelly on here, but Salvador was amongst famous people. We love some, we hate others, and it's low-key fun to feel either way about them because I think most people are captivated by them, strictly only because of their clout and fame. Like they live in a completely different world than us. But I'm not trying to say they're better than us in any kind of way. No, there's TikTok niggas that are considered famous nowadays. I'm just saying we look at them differently. And the ones that people love get looked at very differently. They always get praised for their talent and their work, coming to a point where they get love for everything that they're in or a part of. Even if the thing they were in was ass, people will still say, hey, they were the one good part of it. And I'm not saying this as a bad thing. You can suck whoever you want. Shoot, I suck a few people. It's just that when these guys reach this level of stardom for a good period of time, it feels like they can do no wrong. Shoot, even if they do mess up multiple times, if the stand base is strong enough, they'll be forgiven the day of their fuck up. And even if their fan base isn't that big, give it about a week or two. If you're a beloved celebrity, you can get away with damn near everything. If you are at least Harry Styles level, you're good. I can see him getting charged for 5 cases of a hate crime assault against old ladies, pleading guilty, saying he'd do it again, and his fans would just make aesthetic courtroom TikToks of him. They don't care. You gotta be around that level to avoid cancellation. That's why you see YouTubers getting canceled left and right. None of us are at that level. Like I see people getting canceled for things that I say every day. As a YouTuber, you gotta be at least at PewDiePie level to get away with anything. But what if cancellation was unavoidable? What if the celebrity did or said something so bad that even their fans are like, yeah, I don't know about that. Something that they can't come back from, or at least nobody will ever forget this. Their future career is in shambles, and the public now looks at them with disgust. However, with all that said and done, all of that person's past works that we enjoyed, should we now no longer like them? It is associated with a name that did horrible things. Should we feel bad for liking their work? For me personally, the short answer is no. I like to separate art from the artist. It's like I said earlier, the person's music or movies did not change in any kind of way. It's still the same thing. It's just the person that's the weirdo. But he's always been a weirdo, we just didn't know it. It's still a piece of work that most of us enjoyed. But I can understand why someone would completely eliminate a celebrity's discography from their viewing and listening over the things they've done. Maybe that person can't detach the artist's work and reality apart. Like they see that guy in a movie and they can't pay attention to the actual film because all they can think about is, he's murdered people. I get that. I can't tell you to just ignore it and watch the film. They got every right to feel like that. It's just that I ignore it. I've seen so many movies and TV shows with actors I used to really like in it, and directed by people I used to really respect. Then come to find out they like feet or kids, but the feet thing? I'm used to this now. I just assume everybody in Hollywood got skeletons in their closet. The only difference is that these guys got caught. I used to be a huge fan of Kevin Spacey movies. I know that sounds crazy saying that now, but I was. I thought he was a great actor. Him in Seven, American Beauty, and The Usual Suspects, these were all great movies that he added so much to, and his greatest role of all, Call of Duty.
What you're seeing is advanced warfare.
I liked almost everything he was in, and when he got exposed for being what he is, that junk hurt. This was the first time I ever loved and respected a celebrity's work. Then I find out they were a garbage human, and that won't be the last time. I didn't know how to feel at first because I loved his movies, but I hated the things he did in real life. I was in a dilemma. Will I ever be able to watch his movies the same anymore? So I rewatched American Beauty, and when rewatching it, I still felt the same. I still thought it was a great movie. I mean, yeah, the thoughts were lingering in the back of my head about the things he'd done, sure. But I still recognize American Beauty as a classic, and in my head at least, acknowledging Kevin Spacey as still a very good actor, making me realize my perspective on situations like this. Shitty people can make good art just as much as good people can make shitty art. Quick example, a good person who helps the elderly, loves to save orphans, and always donates $1 to whatever the charity the cashier is pitching to them this time. They could be a full-time artist, but they draw like they don't have any fingers. And they're competing with the bad person who's serving 15 life sentences for blowing up Detroit, but he can draw like Da Vinci. It's clear the bad guy is the better artist. Also, I would like to thank the bad guy for his service. He made the country a better place. But for real, even though the bad guy can make good art or is good at making music or acting or whatever, they still deserve every bad thing that's gonna happen to them. Don't get me wrong, I'm not defending people like Kevin. He needs to be locked up and to never get any roles in anything ever again. Just because I think he's a good actor doesn't mean I think he deserves forgiveness. He likes little boys! You might be good at your job, but after the crimes that you did, you deserve nothing but a fatality. I don't want you to get confused thinking I'm on these people's side just because they made something like The Beautiful People. I still think they're creeps. Or even if they aren't Hisoka and are just having horrible takes and ideologies on certain groups of people, they also suck ass as people. I'm not over here thinking Hitler was one of the most heinous, evilest people to walk the earth, committing acts of genocide, was extremely racist, and also being responsible of the death of millions. He was terrible and unforgivable. But he did make some pretty good paintings though. I don't know. Was he really that bad? Yes, he really was that bad. It's not something to debate about. And who cares about his art? He paints like Squidward. And that's disrespectful to Squidward. But you know who wasn't that bad? R. Kelly. I'm only talking about his music, of course, not... That's a bad transition. I think R. Kelly is the prime example to separate art from the artist. Because this man is... I don't even want to say all his crimes. This man is EDP 3000, bro. But he did make some pretty good music. As hard this is to say, this man has made some of the best R&B music I've ever listened to. I'm a flirt, bump and grind. I believe I can fly. Those songs are classics. I hate to say it, but they are. Like, I could be the prosecutor to this guy at court, giving him the worst possible sentence, which he deserves. But if someone start playing Remix to Ignition in the courtroom, I'ma start dancing out of impulse. I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I'm still aiming for the death sentence for him, but damn, it's a good song. And Trapped in the Closet, oh, let me tell you about this. This is one of the greatest pieces of music media I've ever seen or listened to in my life. It's a multiple part story that starts with R. Kelly cheating on his girl with another woman who's cheating on her husband, and there's so much to this story, and it gets even crazier with each chapter. Like, it was a midget, bro! A midget! How do you even think of that? The Trapped in the Closet series is like, you had to be there back then to understand its poetic nature. Even if you hate music because, I don't know, your ears don't work, it's something I would recommend everyone to watch illegally. Bro was a midget! But like everybody else, this man does not deserve a pass. Like, holy shit, his crimes are stacking on the daily, basically. This man has committed crimes against humanity. He's a certified weirdo and deserves nothing but hellfire and booty warriors in prison. All I'm saying is, I still very much like a majority of his music and still think he's a horrible human being, but a great musician. He also produced and co-written one of my favorite R&B albums of all time, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number by Aliyah. Probably thought of the title too. This album is great though. Then I come to find out they were married at one point, which really surprised me. Yeah, R. Kelly married her at the age of 27, and she was...
Hey,
Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy.
Let's just end this video. I can find something to appreciate in any form of art, whether it be music, acting, writing, whatever. Because I look at it as a singular product. A product that the creator of it only made to show people to entertain them, or because they wanted to showcase something they genuinely love doing. I feel like that's why a majority of art is made. And also money. But as long as the author's art isn't advocating their horrible behavior or things they've done, then I feel like I'll be able to separate art from the artist. But I completely understand why people can't do it. And let me say this again. I am not defending these people. I just like their work. I don't support them. I want to make that clear. Cause I know there will be dumb niggas watching this, hearing me say I like R. Kelly's music and I also like Kevin Spacey movies. And they think, yeah, you're probably a weirdo like them. That's why you're supporting them, aren't you? No, bro! You crazy! Have you not listened to anything I said? I do not support none of these people, bro. Don't get me twisted. Just cause I said a dude is a good actor doesn't mean I wanna be like him. No, bro! All I'm saying is, Harvey Weinstein is a terrible man who a woman, and I'm glad that he's rotting in prison right now. But he also produced Air Bud, so that's a W. That's all I gotta say. I'm done here. And in conclusion, the man made Graduation, man. Give him a chance.
Sways, what's up, man? Go digging tricks, trying to steal my paper. Go digging tricks. Go.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
In the last video I made like this, I talked about how much I hate children. And in this one, I'm gonna talk about how much I hate marriage. Specifically the ending of one. And if you live in the US of A, your marriage will half likely end in failure. Maybe the love between you and your partner was no longer there. Maybe you found out they listen to Ice Spice. Maybe you found out they don't like the sugar frosted cookies. Whatever the reason may be, you are now filing for divorce. And when going through a divorce, it is court standard for each person to receive a 50-50 split. You know, so everything is balanced, everything is equal. See, this is where it's messed up. Divorce settlements / alimony is a joke. And I'm gonna explain why in an uneducated way, but I did my research, kind of, and I'm very passionate about this. So listen. So the 50-50 system, garbage. Because each person should just keep what's theirs and what they specifically own. Not one person has a little less than the other, so we should balance it out. Hell nah, you keep what you have. This goes for money, and this goes for material items. And in a situation, if they so happen to pay for a thing by splitting the bill, then they decide on their own who keeps it. I hate seeing quote-unquote 50-50 splits, where the person that owns and has most of the stuff gotta give up way more stuff than their ex to break. I got gum in my mouth. Gotta give up way more stuff than their ex to balance it out. This ain't no 50-50. This is an 80-20. They're taking my stuff and I ain't getting squat. What part of that is equal? There should be no split. A divorce should be just like a breakup. Or I wish it was as simple as that. I know there's other factors that can go into this, like what if they brought a house together and both of them chipped in their money for it, but since they got a divorce, they gotta sell the house type shit. Then yeah, they both gotta get their money back. And even if the other person decides not to sell the house and live in it, then the ex that's not living in it should still get their money back. They chipped in for it. Mutual purchases deserve 50-50 split, not items that you bought on your own or your money. This is why prenups exist, but at the same time, I hate the fact that prenups exist, because it shouldn't be a thing. It shouldn't be a thing you have to sign before marriage for this not to happen. Prenups should just be default in the system. We shouldn't have to go through this in the first place. Why? Why do you want us to suffer? And moving on to money, the thing that makes or breaks a shallow relationship. And whenever it breaks one, you either went broke or they want yours for themselves. This leads to alimony, aka spousal support. Yuck, just hearing that makes my bowels shiver. Oh wait, never mind, I just shitted myself. You guys have already heard my opinion about this. Bitch, get a job! Ah, good times. And has my opinion changed? Nope, I still think it's stupid. And unless it's the house example I said earlier, or another reason that I'm gonna explain later, alimony should not be a thing. This should not be legal! Paying monthly for my ex to get back on their feet, to keep them financially stable. I'm not their dad. Just because he's not in their life doesn't mean I have to replace him. Nobody should pay their ex thousands, sometimes tens of thousands per month just because they were the breadwinner of the relationship. This is, you're robbing me. But little D, what if you were the main source / only source of their income, or their job doesn't pay nearly as much as yours? So after you two get divorced, they'll have very little money left, possibly leaving them in debt, or worse. That's why we need alimony. Man, that sounds like a skill issue, bro. That sounds like a you problem. Don't make it mine. No, sir. Not me. You're an adult. You can take care of yourself. I mean, when you add a child in the mix, yeah, child support is needed, 100%. But if it's just you and me, and you want alimony, then hell nah! You a grown up like me. Life is hard for everybody. It shouldn't be easier for you just cause you sucked my dick. Get another job. There's a ton of jobs out there that require no skill that makes more money than me. I've been Googling lately, you know, stuff about alimony. And the stuff I seen was outrageous. Like, let me show you. How long can alimony last? Alimony can last 10 to 20 years. Paying for what? What am I paying for? This is not right! And in some instances, this could last until the ex remarries or dies. This is how O.J. Simpsons are made, man. Paying monthly for 20 years. How long does it take to get back on your feet? And if you married a house husband or a housewife, you're 100% paying alimony for them doing jack. This is a hard and cruel world we live in, man. The only time I think alimony is acceptable is when you guys are literally business partners. Like, y'all run a business together, meaning y'all literally share the same income. In cases like that, yes, alimony is needed 100%. If that's both of y'all business, you both definitely need to split the income. That's why I understand Jeff Bezos' ex-wife getting alimony after the divorce, because she built up the company with him. She was the first and only accountant of Amazon during the time when they were doing operations in a garage. So yeah, she deserves alimony. But yeah, for cases that aren't business partners, or that house example I said earlier, or support for the child, alimony can suck my one cheek. It sucks. Not necessary. Get a job. I don't know what else to say. I didn't really use celebrity examples in this video because it's safe to assume that none of us will have to pay that extreme amount in our lifetime because we're not celebrities. Although I do think the amount that a lot of them have to pay is fucking hell. Like, what? Huh? No normal person would need this amount of money to stay financially stable. This is ridiculous. But the reason that people have to pay high amount of alimony is even worse. I remember asking my father a question like many years ago. You see, my daddy's a lawyer, you see, and he knows best about the law. And as a kid, I asked him, Dad, why does the wife take so much in the divorce? I asked that. I'm being serious. Even as a kid, I was fed up with this. And you know what he said? You know what he said? You don't know what he said, so I'm gonna say it. They get paid a lot of money to keep the lifestyle they had when they were married. Now, when thinking about that answer, it gets me mad. Just because you were married to me and I provided an above average lifestyle that you contributed 0% financially to, and now after we split, I still owe you that lifestyle until you remarry or die? That doesn't sound right. That sounds like I'm a drive off a cliff! And this is true too. Like, what he said was true. I actually Googled it. This is sad, bro. Sad! I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted of alimony, and I'm exhausted of overpriced child support. I hate this. Even though I never paid for either my entire life, but every time I hear or see a case of unfair alimony / child support payments, it makes me feel like it's coming out of my wallet. The wallet of my heart. And the payments go both ways. Whether you're male or female, it don't matter. You make more money than your spouse, you paying them. I want alimony eliminated for all. And by posting this video, I'm hoping the government sees this video and say, you know what? He's right! And abolish it. Guilty. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. But what do you think? Do you agree with me? Or are you a greedy bastard? Comment below. I love you, and in conclusion, I don't know what to say. Fuck alimony.
ABC, it's easy as 1, 2, 3. As simple as do, re, mi. ABC, 1, 2, 3, baby, you and me, girl.